हेलो 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 हेलो
हेलो हेलो।
हेलो 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 हेलो
हेलो हेलो। Gratitude to all participants and look forward to an enriching exchange of ideas that will shape future research and policy directions in this vital domain. Let us uphold the tradition of igniting the lamp, an eternal symbol of wisdom and illumination. I now invite our esteemed dignitaries, our chief guest, Professor Pradipta Ghosh, our Vice Principal, Professor Sunil Kayast, IQAC Coordinator, Professor Aditya Saxena, conveners, Professor Antara Chaudhary and Dr. Debashri Sinha, and co-convener, Dr. Saurav Singh Deo, to join us in this ceremonial gesture. And I'll request Anusmita Sengupta and Shreyad Gupta to perform the Saraswati Vandana.
माँ सरस्वती शारदे पूर्ण इस अज्ञान उदधि से पूर्ण इस अज्ञान उदधि से वीणा पानी तार दे तार दे तार दे माँ सरस्वती शारदे माँ सरस्वती शारदे सरस्वती सरस्वती शारदे माँ शारदे शारदे माँ शारदे हो सूर्य ब्रह्म शिव विष्णु गजानन जिन चरणों को सेवते हे सूर्य ब्रह्म शिव विष्णु गजानन जिन चरणों को सेवते हम शिशु है अज्ञानी माता हम शिशु है अज्ञानी माता इन चरणों का प्यार दे वीणा पानी तार दे तार दे तार दे माँ सरस्वती शारदे माँ सरस्वती शारदे माँ सरस्वती शारदे
Thank you, everyone. And I would now request everyone to please stand for the Kulgit.
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम।
विश्वविद्यालय विहंगम।
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम। सकल वसुधा निज कुटुंब की भावना संस्कृति सनातन आधुनिक शिक्षा पुरातन ज्ञान धाराओं का संगम।
स्वाधीनता हित भूमिका शतकोटि वंदन।
निष्ठा धृति सत्यम के मंगल दिव्य भावों का समागम।
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम।
भव्य महाविद्यालयों के परिसरों से चिर सुशोभित श्रेष्ठ गुरुजन कर रहे नित्य छात्र और छात्राएं दीक्षित।
सदचरित चार पावन साधना संकल्प संयम।
नवल वैश्विक चेतना नव क्रांति संस्कारों का उद्गम। जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम।
श्रेष्ठ दिव्य दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय विहंगम।
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम।
ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम।
ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम।
ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम।
We will now proceed to the felicitation ceremony of our guests with a gift, sapling, and uttoryo. I request our Vice Principal, Professor Sunil Kayas, to please felicitate our chief guest, Dr. Pradipta Ghosh. I now request our IQAC head, Professor Aditya Saxena, to felicitate Professor Indranil Acharya. Please give a huge round of applause. I now request our convener, Professor Antara Chaudhuri, to felicitate our Vice Principal, Professor Sunil Kayast. I now request our convener, Professor Dr. Debashri Sinha, to felicitate our IQAC head, Professor Aditya Saxena. It is our privilege to have amidst us our chief guest, Dr. Pradipta Ghosh. Dr. Ghosh is a member of the Scientific Advisory Council of the Cabinet and Governing Council of the Indian Council of Social Science Research. He is also a distinguished fellow of TERI. I request Dr. Ghosh to now deliver his inaugural address. Please give a huge round of applause for him.
Professor Sunil Kast, Professor Aditya Sinha, Professor Antara Chaudhary, Professor Debashri Sinha, distinguished participants. While I am indeed honored to be invited to this important international seminar on exploring sustainability, literary environmentalism, and ecological ethics in Indian subcontinental studies, I must confess that I feel utterly inadequate to address the very broad scope of this seminar. In particular, except for the works of Mahashweta Devi, I'm unfamiliar with the contributions of Indian authors to the modern vernacular literature on environmental sustainability. Of course, the epics and sacred texts of the Indic religions are replete with references to the environment, humankind's dependence on them, and the responsibility of human societies towards their conservation. I will refer to some of them in my lecture. When we speak of humankind's relationship with the natural world, there are three different lenses through which we may view this relationship. These are, first, the anthropogenic perspective, exemplified by the tenets of the Abrahamic religions, that is Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, that emerges from the dynamic tension between two verses at the beginning of the book of Genesis. In chapter 1, para 28, it says, "Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it. Have dominion over every living thing." And chapter 2, para 15, God takes the newly created human and placed him in the Garden of Eden to cultivate it and guard it. In the modern era, this view is captured by the utilitarian or economic approach to the environment. Neoclassical economics considers environmental and natural resource conservation in three principal aspects. First, externalities, that is the internalization of the externalities of an action, which may be negative, for example, pollution, or positive, for example, placing beehives in an orchard, to the agents responsible for them by way of tax or reward, for example. Second is the realization of the scarcity value, which may be termed rent or royalty, of scarce natural resources to the owner of the resource. And third, whether or not an action that is, a project or a policy is justified, depends on whether the net of benefits over costs to humans, reckoned in monetary terms, is greater than other feasible alternatives. These approaches involve a summation of the benefits and costs experienced by all individuals comprising the society, reckoned in money terms. The traditional utilitarian approach is strictly anthropocentric. The interests of non-human entities simply do not count. The second lens views natural entities as having rights of a sort, perhaps not quite the same as for humans, but nevertheless capable of trumping many anthropocentric interests. Lawrence Tribe, a professor of law at Harvard, in a path-breaking paper in 1974, posed the question, how may law account for the value of nature? Tribe was concerned that legal challenges against activities on environmental grounds were typically decided by US courts by reference to cost-benefit analyses or CBA. Tribe argued that CBA distorted some of the most important values relevant to environmental policy. He asked, if in some future time, plastic trees pleased human viewers just as much as natural ones, could CBA distinguish between living wood and dead plastic? Tribe asserted that if people's satisfaction with plastic trees was just the same as with natural trees, CBA would not distinguish between the two. This is because CBA treats human benefit as the only relevant consideration in policy making on the environment. However, environmental debate often centers on questions such that some natural entity, for example, the Niamgiri Hills, or species, for example, the lion-tailed macaque, or ecosystem, for example, the Silent Valley in Kerala, deserves protection and respect for its own sake without reference to human interests. Tribe proposed legal recognition of enforceable rights for natural entities. This is similar to the Indian legal doctrine of conferring legal personhood on deities of temples. This doctrine enables persons to file legal challenges on behalf of the deity, if, for example, temple property is misappropriated. In practice, such grant of standing by way of tribe's formulation would enable advocacy groups to file suit in the name of a species or waterway at risk from an infrastructure project, for example, rather than an affected person who may qualify as a plaintiff under traditional law and who may be compensated to the extent that his interests are adversely affected. The difference for tribe is that the stakes involved human consciousness. And he said, we should be capable of perceiving intrinsic significance, sanctity, if you will, in the very principles according to which we orchestrate our relationships with the physical world of which we are a part. Legal and moral conceptions of rights were premised on the view that rights holders matters, irrespective of whether they satisfied any human preferences. Through recognition of rights in nature, the law could enable the mind to realize the value of nature. In what way does anthropocentrism limit our capacity to comprehend the world? In 1957 and 58, the UK conducted atmospheric nuclear tests in the remote Pacific Ocean at Malden Island and Kiritimati in modern Kiribati. Plausibly, the tests led to the complete destruction of all living creatures on the island, some species of which may have been unique. Should the UK have refrained from doing so and looked for alternatives? Arguments based on human interests cannot give an answer. Nevertheless, an ethics that cannot address this question is clearly incomplete. We should be able to acknowledge the value of nature, and such an ethic should enable us to integrate these with values based on human interests for decision making. How do we proceed from an acknowledgement that anthropocentrism is seriously incomplete to a more complete theory of value? One question is, does nature have value on its own? A key distinction in environmental ethics is that between instrumental value and intrinsic value. The first is the value of things as means to realize some ends of others, while the second is the value of things as ends in themselves, regardless of whether they are also useful to others. For example, a wild species of plant, say rosy periwinkle, native to Madagascar, has instrumental value to humans as a source of an important cancer drug called vincristine, and is also visually pleasing to humans. However, if the plant also has some value in itself, irrespective of its uses for human health or aesthetic pleasure, it also has intrinsic value. It is generally agreed that if something has intrinsic value, that fact creates a direct moral duty on the part of moral agents to protect it or at least not damage it. However, the question of the intrinsic value of nature involves considerations of exactly where the value is located. Is it located in species or ecosystems, which is termed holism, or is it in individuals, individual members of species, termed individualism? A holistic conception of nature locates value in self-organizing systems such as ecosystems, species, or nature itself. Thus, a cultivated garden or farm would have little intrinsic value but would have utilitarian value. On the other hand, a wilderness landscape would have little intrinsic value but may have would have intrinsic value even if it had little utilitarian value. In this respect, holism seems to capture something genuine about the experience of environmental value. However, holism runs into a pair of serious problems. First, how does one find a way to assess human acts that affect the natural world? The trouble is that humans are part of the nature that holism embraces. By dissolving the human nature distinction, holism denies environmental ethics the grounds on which to ask, what should we humans do with respect to nature, which is relevantly distinct from us? And precisely because a consistent holism includes humans in nature, the answer that holistic value theory invites, act so as to preserve the value of nature, is no answer at all. The second difficulty with holism is that it also fails to account for the value of individuals. For example, extinction of disease-bearing parasites, presumably bad from the point of view of a species, might have to count as good from the perspective of an ecosystem or planet. This definition of good, however, seems to obliterate widely held concern for the interests of animals in not suffering or of species in continuing to exist. Individualism, on the other hand, locates value in the interests, points of view, or perhaps the very existence of individual animals and plants. The basic plausibility of ethical individualism lies in the fact that it is not difficult to think of an animal or plant as having interests of its own. For example, the wish to avoid pain, attachment to its young or its territory, or simply the interests of survival and reproduction. Can one similarly speak about an ecosystem's interests or that of a species? While the extinction of a species implies the death of many animals, these are individual interests in systemic relations, not values that attach to the systemic relations themselves. Locating value in individuals raises concern for systems. For example, commitment to avoiding the suffering of deer would seem to imply exterminating tigers and thereby collapse of the entire ecosystem. However, respect for such entities is a basic and pervasive aspect of modern environmental consciousness. As alternatives in value theory, both individualism and holism seem blind to major considerations. They fail to take seriously strong and pervasive existing moral intuitions. I now turn to the third lens, termed deep ecology. Last week, I was at a seminar organized by the National Green Tribunal, which was inaugurated by the President, Srimati Draupadi Murmu. In the extempore part of her speech, Srimati Murmu revealed that when she was growing up in a remote Odisha tribal village, her parents would venture into the forest to collect kindling for the kitchen fire. Before her fire lit the kindling, he would say a small prayer. O kindling, you have given us fruit, water, and fresh air while you lived. You are now old, dead, and dry, and in order to live, I have to set you on fire. Please accept our deep gratitude for your service. The concept of deep ecology was thus beautifully captured by President Murmu. The ancient Indic texts, the Vedas, Upanishads, the great epics, Mahabharata, Ramayana, deal extensively with the relationship between man and nature. For example, in the Atharva Veda, the Bhumi Sukta hymn refers to the earth as Vasudha for containing all wealth, Hiranya Baksha for having gold bosom, and Jagatu Niveshini for being the abode of the whole world. She is not for the different races of humankind alone, but for all living creatures. A distinction between shallow and deep environmental concepts was developed in the 1970s by the Norwegian philosopher Arne Nice. Nice and his colleagues, Sigmund Kabaloy and Niels Farlund, while visiting the Himalayas, were taken up with the fact that their Sherpa guides considered certain mountains as sacred and would not enter them. Nice thereafter developed a concept which extended the reverence of the Sherpas for sacred mountains generally to other natural entities. The utilitarian shallow ecology movement, according to Nice, is the fight against pollution and resource depletion, the key objective of which is the health and affluence of people in the developed countries. The deep ecology movement, on the other hand, urges biospheric egalitarianism, that all living creatures possess value in their very existence and not simply because they are useful to others. Deep ecology also rejects atomistic individualism, which categorically separates individual humans from the rest of creation. Nice suggests as an alternative a relational total field image of the natural world, according to which all organisms, humans and non-humans, are knots in the biospherical net. The identity of a living creature depends upon its ecological relations to other living entities. Such an ethic will impel humans to be more respectful of other creatures and the natural world in general. Finally, I turn to the concept of sustainable development. This is a major global concern of our times. The issue involves profound consideration of ethical questions because it is related to the rights and well being of both contemporaries and future generations and injustices wreaked in the past. It also bears on both anthropocentric and deep ecology concerns. Concerns for the sustainability of human civilization is almost as old as civilization itself. One of the stories of the Buddha is that in one of the kingdoms in North India, the ruler was selfish and miserly, while the queen was generous and kind. One day, on learning that the Buddha was to teach in the kingdom, she went incognito to the sermon. She was overwhelmed by what she heard, and when the sermon was over, went up to the Buddha, disclosed her identity, and gave him a bag of gold to be used in furthering his message. The Buddha in turn gave the gold to Ananda, one of his disciples, with the instruction that the gold was to be used wisely. The king, learning of this development, assumed that the queen had been duped and summoned Ananda and demanded to know what he intended to do with the gold. I will buy new clothes for the poor in this kingdom, Ananda replied. What will you do with their old clothes? The king asked. I will make them into quilts for the poor, replied Ananda. What will you do when the quilts wear out? The king persisted. I will make floor coverings out of them for the poor, Ananda responded. What will you do when the floor coverings wear out? The king demanded. I will make floor mops out of them for the poor, replied Ananda. What will you do when the floor mops wear out? The king insisted. I will tear them into pieces, mix them with mud, and plaster the walls of the mud homes of the poor, responded Ananda. This story illustrates the fundamental principle of sustainability, that of using the resources of the earth as sparingly as possible and sharing one's wealth in the poor. The concept of sustainable development has been many centuries in the making, but I'll cut a long story short. In 1972, the government of Sweden convened an international conference on the environment in 1972. Indira Gandhi participated, and she set out clearly the question of development as inseparable from questions of environmental sustainability. And she said, on the one hand, the rich look askance at our continuing poverty. On the other, they warn us against their own methods. We do not wish to impoverish the environment any further, and yet we cannot for a moment forget the grim poverty of large numbers of people. Are not poverty and need the greatest polluters? I now turn to the Brundtland Report of 1987, which was convened after the Stockholm Conference to further develop the question of sustainable development. And the Brundtland Report formally defined the term sustainable development in the following terms. Sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. It contains within it two key concepts. First, the concept of needs, in particular the essential needs of the world's poor, for which overriding priority should be given. And second, the idea of limitations imposed by the state of technology and social organization on the environment's ability to meet present and future needs. The report further stated that the industrial world has already used much of the planet's ecological capital. This inequality is the planet's main environmental problem. It is also its main developmental problem. Well, again, moving forward several decades, The present global consensus on sustainable development is set out in the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. There are 17 goals, each with a corresponding set of indicators, and countries which have accepted these Sustainable Development Goals have prioritized these for their policy making. That is all I have time for today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir, for your enriching address. To formally inaugurate this momentous occasion, it is my honor to invite the esteemed Vice Principal of our college, Professor Sunil Kaist, to deliver the welcome address. Give it out of applause, please.
Honorable Principal, Professor Rajendra Kumar Pandey, Chief Guest of the two-day seminar, Dr. Pradipto Ghosh, Professor Indranil, and convener of this program, co-convener, IQAC coordinator, all the organizing members of Spandan Society of Department of Bengali, a participant from different states of India, and those who are joining online because it is an international seminar. On behalf of Deshbandhu College, I welcome you all on this 2 days international seminar. The topic is very relevant, and I am mesmerized by hearing the keynote address given by Professor Dr. Pradipto Ghosh. I could see, I had an idea in my mind in 2020 when we work with my dear friend, when we were working for Biodiversity Park, I had something in my mind. Is it a literature related with the nature? I could see today how a literary word blend with the sustainable developmental goals, how a literature is totally intricated with the deep facts of environment, ecosystem, ethics. सौरभ is very well witnessed. हम बहुत डिस्कस करते थे क्या बायोडाइवर्सिटी पार्क ओनली meant for botany, zoology, biochemistry, or science students? Then we realized क्यों नहीं पंजाबी लैंग्वेज के स्टूडेंट, क्यों नहीं बंगाली या हिंदी के स्टूडेंट इधर बायोडाइवर्सिटी पार्क में आकर के कुछ रिसर्च स्टडी कर सकते हैं, रिसर्च कर सकते हैं. वो मैंने आज देखा डॉक्टर घोष के एड्रेस में, चाहे वो पेरिविंकल के बारे में उन्होंने जो एग्जाम्पल दिया, सदाबहार कैथरेंथस रोजियस, शायद आप लोगों ने इस पौधे को देखा होगा, पेरिविंकल रोजिया जिसको बोलते हैं, कैथरेंथस रोजियस. इनकी इंडिविजुअल पोटेंशियल तो है ही, मेडागास्कर से इवोल्व हुआ, ओरिजिनेट हुआ, कहाँ इंडिया में आया. लगभग 40 टन लीफ से कुछ ग्राम विनक्रिस्टिन बनता है, एक दवा है जो कैंसर में यूज होती है. और इंडिविजुअल वैल्यू आप देखते हैं कि एस्थेटिक वैल्यू तो बढ़ाता ही है. आप दिल्ली के रोड के बीच में देखिएगा बहुत सारे सदाबहार के प्लांट लगे रहते हैं. सदाबहार इसलिए बोलते हैं क्योंकि इसमें हमेशा बहार रहती है. सेम वे सर ने पैरासिटिज्म के बारे में जो बोला कि पैरासाइट ह्यूमन सोसाइटी से तो इरेडिकेट करना जरूरी है. हो सकता है वो इंडिविजुअल के लिए ठीक नहीं है, लेकिन सोसाइटी के लिए बहुत ठीक है. अदरवाइज कितने सारे बच्चे, आजकल नहीं होता है, पहले बच्चों के अंदर पैरासिटिक इन्फेक्शन होता था, पेट में दर्द होता था, इन्फेक्शन होता था, कमजोरी होती थी, ग्रोथ नहीं होती थी बच्चों को. आजकल तो ऐसा नहीं होता. ये सिंपल इन्फेक्शन, बैक्टीरियल इन्फेक्शन होता तो साबुन आ गया है, हाइजीन का हमें पता चल गया है। ये सारी की सारी चीज़ें तो चल रही हैं, डेवलपमेंट तो हो रहा है। लेकिन सर जो इशारा कर रहे थे अपने एड्रेस में, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंटल गोल, द होल वर्ल्ड हैज़ डिसाइडेड, एसडीजी जो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंटल गोल्स हैं उसके 17 वर्टिकल्स हैं, उन सब पे जिन जिन देशों ने इसको एक्सेप्ट किया है अपनी पॉलिसीज उसी के अकॉर्डिंग बना रहे हैं। हमारे देश में भी इस पे बहुत काम हो रहा है, और काम तब होगा जब तक हम इसके बारे में सेंसिटाइज होंगे। फ्रेंकली स्पीकिंग, मैं कई बार अपने एड्रेस में बोलता हूं, मुझे नहीं पता था कि एक पेड़ से पत्ता तोड़ देना, उसको फेंक देना कितना भयावह हो सकता है। नाउ आई एम सेंसिटाइज्ड, मैं ऐसा नहीं कर सकता। क्या आप ऐसा सोचते हैं? सर ने एक एग्जाम्पल दिया कि आवर प्रेसिडेंट डॉक्टर मुर्मू का, कि वो पेड़ था जो फल दे रहा था, फूड दे रहा था, छाया दे रहा था, ऑक्सीजन दे रहा था। जस्ट इमेजिन, उनकी इमेजिनेशन, बिकॉज शी इज फ्रॉम ट्राइबल बैकग्राउंड, कि वो लक्कड़ सूखा हो गया है, अब वो जलाने के लिए काम आ रहा है, तभी वो आपके लिए हेल्प कर रहा है, तभी आपको सपोर्ट कर रहा है। लेकिन प्रेयर करते हैं कि हे, आई डोंट रिमेंबर द वर्ड, किंडले, किंडले, कि जब आप जिंदा थे तो आपने कैसे सोसाइटी के लिए सर्व किया, अब आप डेड हैं तो भी आप सोसाइटी के लिए सर्व कर रहे हैं। इस धरती पे लाखों करोड़ों ऐसे इकोलॉजिकल बैक्टीरिया हैं, वायरसेस हैं, स्मॉल ऑर्गेनिज्म हैं जो सोसाइटी के लिए काम करते हैं। यदि इस धरती से उन सभी स्क्वेंजर्स को, उन सभी माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिजम्स को निकाल दे, 3 या 4 साल में इस धरती पे इतना बायोमास होगा कि हमारे पैर रखने के लिए जगह नहीं होगी। इतना काम करते हैं हमारे माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म। इकोसिस्टम, सर ने एक और एग्जांपल दिया, आई एम मेस्मराइज। मैं मैम से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, मैम जो सर का पेपर है उसको आप साझा करें, इसमें हमारा स्टाफ काउंसिल है, ताकि सभी लोगों को फायदा हो। और जो एनवायरमेंटल स्टडीज है हमारा, उनके टीचर को दे, एज अ रेफरेंस उनके लिए यूज करें। तो मैं बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं बोलूँगा, मैं तो मेस्मराइज्ड हुआ, मैं एनलाइटेड महसूस कर रहा हूँ आज की टॉक से। मेरा सीरियसली, मेरी क्लास थी, मुझे जाना था, लेकिन मुझे रिग्रेट नहीं है कि मैंने बहुत डीप कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ इकोलॉजी के, इकोसिस्टम के, एसडीजी के आज लिटरेरी वर्ड से, लिटरेचर के अंदर कैसे मैंने महसूस किया है। इन सब के लिए मैं तहे दिल से धन्यवाद दूंगा स्पंदन का, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ बंगाली का, और पूरी की पूरी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग टीम का। बहुत ही रेलिवेंट टॉपिक इन्होंने चूज किया है। एंड दिस 2-day इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार इज सपोर्टेड बाय ICSSR, दैट्स अ ग्रेट अचीवमेंट। और बहुत ही अच्छा अरेंजमेंट है, टॉपिक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है। बाहर से आए जितने भी हैं, इन सब की रिकॉर्डिंग कीजिएगा और सबके साथ साझा कीजिएगा। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, sir, for inspiring and enriching words. Now, it is my humble request to our IQSC head, Professor Aditya Saxena, to address the audience.
First of all, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to our chief guest, Dr. Pradeepta Ghosh, our distinguished speaker, Professor Indraneel Acharya, respected Principal Sir, Professor Rajendra Kumar Pandey, respected Vice Principal Sir, Professor Sunil Kayast, the convener of this 2-day international seminar, Professor Antara Chaudhary, the convener, Dr. Debashri Sinha, co-conveners, Dr. Saurav, and all the distinguished participants who are here for this seminar. So, as has already been illustrated in detail by our distinguished chief guest, the importance of sustainability in conservation, in environmental conservation and ecological conservation, and how this ecological balance is to be maintained. And the topic of this seminar, which is that how we explore these themes through the lens of literature, specifically vernacular literature, the literature that is being written in the Indian subcontinent. This is very important because majority of the population connects with the literature that is written in their mother tongue. So unless and until we have such kind of references in the literature which connect us with the environment, with ecological sustainability, with the sustainable development goals that have been set up, we will not really be able to not only appreciate but also implement these concepts. A couple of years ago, in a similar, I think, conference that we were having in our college, I came across this very interesting viewpoint. Normally, most of the discourse that we hear on environmental conservation and ecological balance stems from the fact that we as humans are controlling everything. And therefore, because we are the controllers, so it is our bounden duty or maybe our moral responsibility to also ensure that the environment is conserved. But in that conference, one speaker put across a very different point of view. And that speaker said that, what if we do not conserve the environment? What is going to happen? So he asked this question to the participants over there. So almost everybody said the environment will get damaged, it will get destroyed. He said, what after that? So there was silence. And that is when everybody realized that ultimately what is going to happen is that we will finish our own selves. The human beings will cease to exist. So when we talk of environmental conservation or ecological balance, it's not that we are doing some favor to the environment. We are simply trying to ensure our own sustainability. Our sustainability is linked to the environment. Environment sustainability is not linked to us. The environment will readjust, recalibrate itself. Today, maybe our average temperature is 30, 35 degrees, 40 degrees. Maybe this might increase to 60, 65 degrees. We cannot survive in that temperature, but there will still be some species, some plants, some kind of a climate which will still exist. The Earth will still exist. All the other planets that are there in the solar system do not have human beings over there. But they all have environment. They all have their own way of, they all have their own nature. So I think this is what we should really delve into. And I think this is also where literature should also contribute. That when we talk of environmental sustainability, we must also link our own existence and sustainability with that. Unless and until we see it as a question of our own existence, I don't think we will be able to take due measures for ensuring that we create an environment where we can exist. So with these words, I once again thank all the distinguished guests for coming for this seminar. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your encouragement and insights. I would now request our convener, Professor Antara Chaudhary, for her address.
Thank you, Adrita. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Pradipta Ghosh, Honorable Principal, Professor Rajendra Kumar Pandey, Honorable Vice Principal, Professor Sunil Kaist, Honorable IQAC Coordinator, Professor Aditya Saxena, all the esteemed speakers, the erudite researchers, my dear colleagues, my beloved students, and all the guests. On behalf of the Department of Bengali, Deshbandhu College, and Spandan Literary Society, I warmly welcome you all to this two-day international seminar on exploring sustainability, literary environmentalism, and ecological ethics in Indian subcontinental studies, jointly organized by the Department of Bengali and Spandan Literary Society of Deshbandhu College. Our department, despite being small in size, takes pride in undertaking and contributing on a broad spectrum of activities. Every year, we organize an annual seminar which is graced by erudite speakers from University of Delhi and other colleges and institutions across the country. This year has been special from past years as we undertook an ambitious project of taking the seminar to greater heights, and we feel happy to have been able to make this a success. This is also the first time that a small department like that of Bengali, affiliated under Delhi University, has been granted sponsorship by the ICSSR for organizing an international seminar. It has certainly been a privilege that was unseen before. Thus, it makes us incredibly proud and pleased to have successfully materialized this seminar. Our Honorable Principal, Professor Rajendra Kumar Pandey, has not been able to grace this seminar with his presence as he is on an official tour across the country. However, he has extended his unwavering support and good wishes for the success of this seminar. Since this seminar has been organized by the Department of Bengali and Spandan Literary Society, I would like to take the pleasure of continuing the rest of my address in Bengali. যেহেতু বাংলা বিভাগ এটার উদ্যোক্তা এবং এখানে যারা আছেন সবাই মোটামুটিভাবে বাঙালি, আমাদের অন্তত বাংলার সাথে জুড়ে, সেহেতু বাংলায় দু একটা কথা না বললেই নয় যে কেন এত সমস্ত বিষয়ের মধ্যে হঠাৎ এই বিষয়টাকে আমরা নির্বাচন করলাম। তো সেই বিষয়েই দু একটি কথা বলার চেষ্টা করছি মাত্র। একবিংশ শতাব্দীর এই ব্যস্ততম মুহূর্তে মানুষের কাছে অভিযোজন পরিভ্রমণ যত বড় সত্য, তার শিকড়ের সন্ধানও ঠিক ততটাই গুরুত্বপূর্ণ। বাইরের এবং ভিতরের এই গতায়াতের মধ্যে দিয়ে আসলে কোথাও একটা কি পৌঁছতে চাইছে মানুষ? কি তার গন্তব্য? একদিকে নিরন্তর ঘটে চলেছে ইতিহাসের প্রেক্ষাপটে পালাবদল, অন্যদিকে টেকনোলজির দৌলতে ভৌগোলিক দূরত্ব অতিক্রমও আজ হয়ে উঠেছে অনেকটাই আয়াসসাধ্য। তবুও মানুষের পথ চলা থামছে না, গতিরুদ্ধ হচ্ছে না তার। আর এই চলাচলের আখ্যানের মাঝখান থেকেই উঠে আসছে মানুষের পরিবেশ বিষয়ক ভাবনা। পরিবেশ শব্দটিকে ছোটবেলা স্কুল বুকে যেমন আপাত সরল নিষ্পাপ বলে মনে হতো, এখন কিন্তু আর তেমন ঠিক বোধ হয় না। বরং এই শব্দটিকে ঘিরে বর্তমান প্রেক্ষাপটে দাঁড়িয়ে এক সংকটের অ্যালার্ম ইতিমধ্যেই বাজতে শুরু করে দিয়েছে। ক্লাইমেট ক্রাইসিস আজ আর সুদূরের থেকে হাতছানি দিয়ে নিজের উপস্থিতি জানান দেয় না, বরং পাশে বসে ফিসফিস করে ভবিষ্যৎবাণী করছে। বিগত শতাব্দীর শেষাশেষি থেকেই মানুষের কৌতূহল আর বিস্ময়ের নাড়াচাড়া খেয়ে প্যান্ডোরাস বক্স খুলতে শুরু করেছিল। একে একে জিনিসপত্রও তার থেকে বের হতে লেগেছে। সব থেকে সাম্প্রতিক বোধহয় আবহাওয়া পরিবর্তন, ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ। এর ফলশ্রুতি বিভিন্ন প্রকার প্রাকৃতিক বিপর্যয়, সুনামি জাতীয় ঘটনা। মানুষ অনেক দিন না বুঝেছিল লোভ, স্বার্থ, আত্মপরতার ঘেরাটোপে থাকা কুপমণ্ডুক মানুষ সম্পূর্ণতই মাদার আর্থের ক্রন্দনকে করে এসেছে অগ্রাহ্য। আজ তাই ঝাঁপি খুলে একে একে বের হয়ে এসেছে হলাহল। এখন তাই পরিবেশ ভারসাম্য বজায় রাখতে পুনরায় সজাগ হয়ে উঠেছে মানুষ। সময় এসে গেছে ড্যামেজ কন্ট্রোলের। সমীক্ষায় প্রাপ্ত ফল অনুযায়ী বিগত ৩-৪ দশকে বহু আলোচিত ও বহু চর্চিত বিষয়গুলির মধ্যে অন্যতম একটি হলো পরিবেশ, এবং এই বিষয়টি ক্রমশ দেশের সীমানা অতিক্রম করে হয়ে পড়েছে আন্তর্জাতিক। পরিবেশ সমস্যা মূলত বহুমাত্রিক, কিন্তু সমস্যাটি এক, এবং তা ভীষণভাবেই ইন্টারডিসিপ্লিনারি। তাই তো এই বিষয়টির কথা মাথায় রেখেই 2 দিবসীয় এই আন্তর্জাতিক আলোচনা চক্রের আয়োজন করা হয়েছে। এখানে স্ব ক্ষেত্রে শ্রেষ্ঠ বিশেষজ্ঞ কিছু মানুষের মতের আদান প্রদানের মধ্যে দিয়ে সমাধান সূত্রের পথে এগোতে চাওয়া হচ্ছে। অরণ্য হনন, পৃথিবীর জলবায়ু পরিবর্তনের মতো ঘটনায় চিন্তান্বিত মার্কিন সরকার 1970 সালেতে গঠন করেন পরিবেশ রক্ষণ সংস্থা, এনভায়রনমেন্টাল প্রোটেকশন এজেন্সি, সংক্ষেপে ইপিএ, যেখানে বহুবিধ দূষণের সঙ্গে লড়াইয়ের জন্য মানুষ কোমর বেঁধেছিল। পরিবেশ বিষয়ে চিন্তায় আচ্ছন্ন বহু দেশই আসলে আলাদা পরিবেশ মন্ত্রক গঠনের কাজটি শুরু করে দিয়েছিল সেই 70-এর দশক থেকেই, এবং ইপিএ এদের অনেকের কাছেই ছিল অনুপ্রেরণা স্বরূপ। সমসময়ে গঠিত গ্রিন পিস ইন্টারন্যাশনাল সংস্থাটিও পৃথিবীর প্রায় 150 দেশে শাখা প্রশাখা বিস্তার করে রয়েছে। এই সব মডেলের অনুপ্রেরণায় এই আলোচনা চক্রের আয়োজনের মধ্যে দিয়ে আগামী 2টি দিনে পরিবেশের অবক্ষয় রোধের কিছু উপায় অনুসন্ধানী আমাদের উদ্দেশ্য। এখানে পেপার পড়তে চলেছেন দেশ এবং বিদেশের বহু জ্ঞানীগুণী ব্যক্তি। এখানে আমরা শুনব হরিশঙ্কর জলদাসের মতো বিশিষ্ট ব্যক্তিকে, যিনি বাংলা কথা সাহিত্যের সমুদ্র, জললগ্ন জীবনের আখ্যান ক্ষেত্র বিষয়ে বলবেন। হিউস্টন বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ের অরিত্র মজুমদার পরিবেশ বিষয়ক নিজ সমীক্ষাজাত গবেষণা সন্দর্ভটি উপস্থাপিত করবেন। ডক্টর মোহিত কুমার রায় পরিবেশবিদ ও মানবাধিকার সংস্থার কর্ণধার পরিবেশ রক্ষার নিজস্ব দৃষ্টিকোণটি তুলে ধরবেন। প্রফেসর মানবেন্দ্র মুখোপাধ্যায় বিভাগীয় প্রধান বাংলা বিভাগ বিশ্বভারতী বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় বলবেন জীবনের রিপাবলিকে চাই ছন্দ, পরিবেশ দুর্ভাবনা ও রবীন্দ্রনাথ নিয়ে। যাদবপুর বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ের অধ্যাপক শ্রী জয়দীপ ঘোষ, তিনি মহাবিশ্বলোকের ইশারা, জীবনানন্দ ও বিভূতিভূষণের প্রকৃতি চেতনা বিষয়টি নিয়ে বলবেন। এছাড়া প্রফেসর মৌসুমী গুহ ব্যানার্জি তার লেখায় বলবেন রবীন্দ্রনাথ ঠাকুরের লেখায় ইকো মিস্টিসিজমের নন্দন তত্ত্ব সম্পর্কে। ডক্টর চিত্তদীপ চ্যাটার্জি বিনয়নগর বেঙ্গলি সিনিয়র সেকেন্ডারি স্কুলের শিক্ষক, বলবেন বাঁধ বন্যা বিপর্যয়ের প্রেক্ষিতে সাম্প্রতিক নদী কেন্দ্রিক বাংলা উপন্যাসে লেখকের নৈতিক অবস্থান নিয়ে। এবং আজকের যারা যারা বক্তা আছেন তাদের পরিচয়টা দেবশ্রী তো এরপরে আপনাদের সাথে করিয়েই দেবে। তো এই সূত্র ধরে বলে নেওয়া যেতে পারে যে অমিতাভ ঘোষের কথা। অমিতাভ ঘোষ একজন আন্তর্জাতিক ব্যক্তিত্ব, নৃতত্ত্বের বিশেষজ্ঞ এবং নেশাগতভাবে পরিবেশবিদ, লেখক ও ঔপন্যাসিক অমিতাভ ঘোষ লেখার মধ্যে দিয়ে পরিবেশ ও তার বায়োডাইভার্সিটি তত্ত্ব ও ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জকে সামনে আনবেন না তা তো হতে পারে না। তাই একবার দেখে নেওয়া যেতে পারে নিজের লেখায় এই ইকোলজি এবং এনভায়রনমেন্ট নিয়ে তিনি কি বলছেন। তার দ্য হাংরি টাইড উপন্যাসটি লেখা হয়েছিল 2004 সালে। ঔপনিবেশিকতার গভীরে প্রথিত আবহাওয়া পরিবর্তনের সূত্রকে খুঁজে নিতে জানে তার অভিজ্ঞ চোখ। শুধু গল্প বলার জন্য এই উপন্যাস লেখার আয়োজন হয়নি। মাদার আর্থ বা প্রকৃতি এই কথনে বিশেষ চরিত্র রূপে অবতীর্ণ হয়েছেন। তার প্রাণীকুল, ব্যাঘ্র সাপদ, শুশুক সমেত আরও বহু কিছুই সৃষ্টির সূচনা থেকে বর্তমান কাল পর্যন্ত পরিক্রমার ইতিবৃত্ত সমেত এই উপন্যাসে বর্তমান। এই উপন্যাসের প্রোটাগনিস্ট চরিত্র নির্মলও যখন প্রাকৃতিক বিপর্যয়ের সূত্র ধরে একদিন এই আশঙ্কা ব্যক্ত করেছিল যে এইসব কাঁকড়া আর জোয়ার, বাতাস আর ঝড়ের রাক্ষসে খিদের সঙ্গে কতদিন পাল্লা দিতে পারবে আমাদের এই ঠুনকো বাঁধ, আর যখন এই বাঁধ ভেঙে যাবে তখন কার কাছে গিয়ে দাঁড়াবো আমরা কমরেড। তখন তার উত্তর নিয়ে এসেছে পিয়া চরিত্রটি। কারণ নির্মল আসলে জানতো না যে বাঁধ পুনরায় গড়ে তুলতে হলে শুধু রিলকে আওড়ালে চলবে না, বরং শব্দের গভীরে যেতে হবে। কারণ কথা হলো আসলে হাওয়ার মতো, শুধু জলের ওপরটাতেই ঢেউ তোলে, আসল নদীটা বয়ে যায় নিচে, তাকে দেখা বা শোনা যায় না। তাই ভাষার কৌশলকে এড়িয়ে গিয়ে ডলফিনের মতো প্রতিধ্বনির আয়নায় দেখতে হবে পৃথিবীটাকে। সেভাবেই নিজের কাজকে দেখার চেষ্টা করেছিল পিয়া, মার্কিন মুলুকের বাসিন্দা, এক অভিবাসী ভারতীয় এবং পেশায় ফিল্ড বায়োলজিস্ট। তাই সাইক্লোন ভেঙে টুকরো টুকরো হয়ে গিয়েও মৃত্যুর মুখ থেকে ফিরে এসেও সে আবার সুন্দরবন, তার ফিল্ডে ফিরে আসার শক্তি ও সাহস সংগ্রহ করেছে নিজের অসম্পূর্ণ গবেষণার কাজ সম্পূর্ণ করার লক্ষ্যে। যদিও সে জানে হারানো সুখ সে আর ফিরে পাবে না। ফকিরের গান আর তার ফাঁকে ফাঁকে ডলফিনের শ্বাসের শব্দ শুনতে শুনতে কেমন একটা তৃপ্তিতে ভরে উঠল ওর মনটা। এই মায়াময় পরিবেশে নৌকোর ওপর একজন বিশ্বাসী মানুষের পাশে বসে এই শুশুকদের চলাফেরার শান্ত শব্দ শোনা, এর চেয়ে সুখ আর কি আছে। হ্যাঁ, আমরাও এভাবেই ফিল্ডে এসে গেছি, নতুন অনেক কিছু জেনে পরিবেশকে ভারসাম্যের দিকে আবার ফেরাতে হবে, সেই লক্ষ্যেই হোক আমাদের পথ চলা। I once again extend a warm welcome to everyone attending this seminar and look forward to your participation in making this two-day seminar a grand success. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your encouraging words. I now call our convener, Dr. Debashri Sinha, for her address.
Good morning to all present here and those online. As I sat down to write the concept note for this conference, I remembered the concept of Tinai found within Sangam literature. Tinai is most commonly understood as an eco-critical literary convention within ancient Tamil literature. It is the tradition of associating ecological regions, within quotes, with a particular human behavior pattern, where moods of poetry, occupation of people, are determined by the Kurinchi, that is the mountains, Mulai, the pastoral or forested areas, Murutham, the wet or the agricultural lands, the Niyatal, the coastal regions, or the Palai, the arid or desert regions. Tinai is not simply a literary convention. It is also a social order embedded with the debunking of the ego, the aggrandizing industrial self that man has come to inherit. It initiates a post-humanistic self, a harmonious coexistence in non-anthropogenic circumstances, and reinscribes the rhetoric of marginalization of the human species at large. This conference, and I go back to its title that we chose, says exploring sustainability. We aim or endeavor to explore sustainability from a multidisciplinary perspective. We embed ourselves within discourses of various kinds to understand sustainability. The title, Exploring Sustainability, we implore should be understood from various disciplines: anthropology, sociology, psychology, literature, vernacular and English, and sciences at large. Following which, we wrote Literary Environmentalism. Professor Indranil Acharya will take us to the understandings of environmental narratives in the context of Sundarbans, exploring the length and breadth of what we understand as literary environmentalism. Following which, we have a panel on anthropology, and in the title we write an ecological ethics. We explore sustainability through an anthropological roundtable that helps us understand ecological ethics. That is important, as we have understood in the inaugural address, is important for our survival. The discourse is embedded within the Indian subcontinental studies to make it relevant to us today here. This is the purpose of the seminar. We are grateful to Indian Council of Social Science Research for making this possible. Thank you all, and welcome to the sessions.
Thank you so much, Debashri ma'am. Now we draw this session to a close and proceed to the keynote address.
Ask everybody. We draw this session to a close. I humbly request, before closing this session, I humbly request all organizing member and our chief guest to join us for an official photograph. And then we shall proceed to the keynote. Please join us. I would request all faculty members of the organizing team, student volunteers, and our esteemed guests and participants to join us for the photograph. Please. Ma'am, please. Can I have the students of the organizing team? Please come. Please, I request all members of the organizing team and the guests here to join us for the photograph. And I also request, if possible, the online participants to turn on their video for a minute. Please come. आगे चले जाओ. Students, please go to the front. You have to squeeze yourself in. Please go. I humbly request the online participants to turn on their videos if possible for a minute. Kindly be seated. We shall immediately proceed to the keynote address. We will try to keep time from now because we are running behind schedule. Our keynote address. Ma'am, should we begin? Please. We will begin with the keynote in 5 minutes. We now begin with the keynote address. I would ask our convener, Professor Antara Chaudhary, to felicitate our guest, Professor Aparajita De, Professor and Head, Department of Geography, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. Ma'am. This session will be chaired by Professor Indranil Acharya. Sir, over to you.
A very good morning to all of you. Let me introduce today's keynote speaker, Professor Aparajita De. Professor De is a distinguished scholar whose career exemplifies the intersection of geography, urban studies, and societal resilience, a perfect fit for our discussions today. With a master's and PhD from Gujarat University, she has dedicated over a decade to exploring how spatiality shapes our everyday lives, particularly in the context of urban environments. Her pioneering research delves into the socio-spatial construction of identities, notably examining how Hindu-Muslim communities in Ahmedabad have forged livable, sustainable neighborhoods amidst the challenges of communal violence. This work not only highlights her commitment to understanding cultural sustainability, but also offers valuable insights into building resilient urban spaces. insights that resonate deeply with our seminar's focus on environmental sustainability. As head of the Department of Geography, Professor De leads one of India's most prestigious academic institutions, ranked among the top 151 to 200 globally in QS World University rankings by subject. Under her stewardship, the department has continued to foster cutting-edge research and education, inspiring a new generation of geographers to tackle pressing global challenges. Her passion for unpacking the notions of urbanism in South Asia, particularly through a post-colonial and decolonial lens, has enriched academic discourse, while her interest in media and geographical imaginations has opened new avenues for understanding how spaces are perceived and preserved. I cannot resist the temptation of mentioning here that our title, a recent title, a 2022 publication by the Oxford University Press, has also the similar title, Geographical Imaginations, which was authored by Dr. Ujjwal Kumar Panda and myself. Professor De's influence extends beyond the classroom and research lab. She has served as a joint editor for the Annals of the National Association of Geographers, NAGI, contributing to the global dissemination of geographical knowledge. Her ethnographic approach to studying livable urban spaces, focusing on individual narratives and local experiences, demonstrates a unique ability to bridge academic theory with real-world impact, making her a thought leader in creating sustainable communities. Today, we are privileged to have Professor De share her expertise with us, offering fresh perspectives on how geography and sustainability intertwine. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Aparajita De. Okay. Now the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, am I audible? Yeah. No, it's okay. No, it's fine. Uh, Thank you so much for inviting me. I especially thank Professor Chaudhary, the convener of the conference, Dr. Sinha, the convener, the co-conveners, Dr. Singhdev and Dr. Ghosh, for having me over and giving the keynote address. It's a pleasure to actually come here in the Department of Bengali. And very frankly speaking, I was in a little bit of a doubt because I was wondering, am I supposed to speak in Bengali? So I guess though I'm a Bengali myself, having grown up in Kolkata and having studied Bengali, but speaking in an academic circle in Bengali somehow, or writing for that matter in Bengali, academically writing in Bengali, something that fills me with a bit of a, I don't know, hesitancy or whatever it is. And with that hesitancy, perhaps I will sort of pitch in my lecture also. When I talk about ecological aesthetics, stories of art, environment, and resilience. When we talk about climate crisis, climate change, or when we talk about sustainability, the discourse is heavily dominated by scientists. And the hesitancy comes in as to where our languages, our local knowledges really go into creating a much deeper understanding of what sustainability is for that matter, or for how climate change and climate crisis can be really looked into. So when I say, I guess maybe I've made this distinction myself that আমি বাংলায় যখন বলছি, যখন বাংলা আমার মাতৃভাষা, বাংলাতে আমি আমার পার্সোনাল জিনিস বলছি। অ্যান্ড আমি একটা জায়গায় গিয়ে সেখানে গিয়ে আমি ডিস্টিংগুইশ করছি, ডিস্টিংক্টলি বলছি যে বাংলা ইজ নট to be said or written about in my professional. একটা distinct barrier তৈরি করছে. And in many ways, when we look at the ideas of sustainability and the ideas of climate crisis, there is something which is scientific knowledge vis-a-vis something which is local. So there is something, when I say local, I mean something which is vernacular vis-a-vis there is a scientific language of expression. And that is where I pitch in when I talk about ecological aesthetics and I try to understand and unpack how aesthetics and stories of art and environment really go into understanding the idea of climate crisis, climate change, and sustainability. যখন আমরা ইন্ডিয়ান কনটেক্সটে কথা বলি তখন আমাদের কনটেক্সটে যদিও আমাদেরকে নিয়ে আগে বহু হাসা হতো, ফর এক্সাম্পল বলিউড, হ্যাঁ, বলিউড একটা ভীষণ নন সিরিয়াস সিনেমা এবং বাঙালিরা নিজেরাই অনেক সময় ক্রিটিক করেছে. We have been the home of auteur filmmakers for a long time, and we have made this distinction between the popular and the intellectual. Similarly, when we talk about art and when we talk about science, there is something which is popular and something which is gravely meaningful and scientific, which are both distinct and are binaries to, I mean, they have a dichotomous relationship. So আমাদের দেশে যখন আমরা কথা বলি আমাদের এনভায়রনমেন্টকে নিয়ে তখন ইন্টিগ্রালি সেটা আমাদের কালচারের মধ্যে একটা অন্তর্গত পার্ট আছে, যেখানে আমাদের গান, আমাদের ল্যাঙ্গুয়েজ, আমাদের কবিতা, প্রত্যেকটা জায়গায় আমরা সেখানে গিয়ে আমাদের এনভায়রনমেন্ট নিয়ে কথা বলি, সেখানে আমাদের ক্লাইমেট নিয়ে কথা বলি, সেখানে আমরা কিভাবে সেটার সাথে নিগোশিয়েট করি, সেটা আমাদের বাড়ি সাজানো বা ভেরিয়াস ফর্মস অফ আর্ট হোক, বা আমরা কিভাবে রান্না করছি, কোন সময় কিভাবে রান্না করছি. অ্যাজ বেঙ্গলিজ, আই থিঙ্ক nobody understands better how we utilize seasons and seasonal produce and environment, how environment actually sort of creeps into the table of ours. Okay, so কিন্তু আশ্চর্য যখন আমরা এনভায়রনমেন্ট, ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ, ক্লাইমেট ক্রাইসিস, সাস্টেনেবিলিটি নিয়ে কথা বলি তখন কোনো অংশেই যেন এই কথাগুলো, এই আমাদের এই এক্সপিরিয়েন্সগুলো ডাজন্ট এন্টার ইনটু আ ডায়ালগ উইথ সায়েন্টিফিক নলেজেস অ্যাট অল, এবং একটা জায়গায় গিয়ে একটা ইন্টারেস্টিং গ্যাপ তৈরি হয়. সেই গ্যাপটা খানিকটা ইউএন এফসিসি মানে ফ্রেমওয়ার্ক ফর কনভেনশন অন ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ যখন আসে তখন একটা প্রিন্সিপাল, ফিফথ or সিক্সথ প্রিন্সিপাল ফর দ্যাট ম্যাটার, বিস্তারিত আলোচনা করে যে হাউ the scientific knowledge of climate change and sustainability has produced a disinterest in people. As a result, common people are far removed from it. And to create that interest and to create that association, there has to be environmental communication and communication of climate change and crisis and sustainability. These ideas have to be reached to the public. The scientific discourse needs to reach to the public in a creative manner, in a manner in which the general public can make sense of. আমার এই প্রথম স্লাইডটাতে তোমরা যদি দেখো তাহলে তোমরা সাইডে তিনটে ছবি দেখতে পাবে. These are artistic productions of the artist Zara Foreman. এই তিনটে যে okay. Yeah. Am I audible now? Yeah. এই তিনটে are not photographs, but are very photographic, artistic paintings on pastel of the Arctic, of the Antarctic, and Greenland. Zara Foreman was part of the NASA's project known as Operation Ice Bridge. Operation Ice Bridge actually took remote sensing data, যেটা আমরা জিওগ্রাফিতে খুবই আমাদের কাছে একটা nothing unusual. It's part of one of our scientific discourses and tools to understand how about environment. Remote sensing dataটাকে নিয়ে দেখে কিরকম ভাবে ice melts হচ্ছে এবং how ice melts are actually leading to rise of water levels. If you go to the next slide, can somebody just move and can you next, the second slide. Yeah, the second slide, number 2. Yeah, yeah, number 2. And can you put it on slideshow so then the entire screen can be seen, full screen can be seen. Oh, okay, okay, fine, fine. Yeah, that's okay. That's yeah, it's okay. It's fine, fine, fine. I just wanted people to have a good look at it. So this is Lincoln Sea, Greenland, and the other is Arctic Ocean. And these are paintings produced through soft pastel of based on the remote sensing data of how iceberg and the ice melts are actually happening. Now, as you can see, this really what this does is gives a different understanding and communication of the scientific data per se in itself. If I go to the next slide again, if you go on to the next slide, this is another a multimedia immersive digital experience called Unmoor by Mel Chin, which was again exhibited in New York in 2018. Now, you can see this is New York Times Square. And this is basically a digital app which you can download it. And it sort of imagines the future whereby, you know, when the water level rises, how would New York at that point of time with the water level rising, how would New York really look like? So the water level is way up, and what you have is a series of boats, oceanic life going on. So if you, I don't know, most of you are very young, most probably, but don't recall the Kevin Costner film that we saw in 1995 called Waterworld. And in many ways, it's a kind of a recollection of those. And it was actually a disastrous movie, couldn't really gain much thing in terms of popularity. It lost heavily. Okay, and yet it really talked about, at that point of time, 1995, really talked about a world which was completely where there was no land and which was entirely water, and one was actually going out and looking for land and land-based resources. So it's interesting how actually artistic expressions capture in many ways and captures, visualizes, and able to kind of create a connect with what is about to happen. So if I look back, you know, and really raise the question, what I'm trying to really raise is art and artist a witness, a mere witness of what is happening and just simply recording and representing it, which is often how even in UNFCCC really looks at art as just a mere tool of communication. But or art and artists are agents of change. Here I quote Zaria Formans when she was undertaking the study of looking into the remote sensing data and also aerial photography and digital photography. So there used to be 12-hour flights, which she was part of, which actually flew over many of the parts of Greenland, Antarctica, and Arctic Canada, which she has drawn here. Now she speaks here, artists play a critical role in communicating climate change, which is arguably the most important challenge we face as a global community. I have dedicated my career in translating and illuminating scientists' warning and statistics with an accessible medium, one that moves us in a way that statistics may not. If people can experience the sublimity of these landscapes, perhaps they will be inspired to protect and preserve them. So it's interesting here that, you know, not only Zara Foreman pitches statistics as something which is not really understandable, but also talks about an emotional attachment, whereby she says one that moves us in a way that statistics may not, and goes on to add art as an experience of the sublimity of these landscapes, which will inspire to protect and preserve. So these are very important, I think, narratives which brings out a certain role that the art and artists play in becoming agents of change. So what I really want to look at through this particular presentation is that, and ask three very pertinent questions. Pertinent in terms what I think as pertinent. Can art really foster engagement with, awareness of, and response to climate change and crisis? And can art mediate experience and scientific knowledge and act as an agent of change? And can art articulate and influence the way we think of, imagine, and feel about climate change and crisis? And here I must emphasize time and again the idea of feeling, because I think what we are trying to get is that when you don't feel, you are disinterested and disassociated from it, and you do not engage with it in order to actually, as Zara Foreman points out, to that how art inspires you to protect and preserve. So when it happens in just mere statistics, it's almost as if it's outside your box of experience, and hence it does not affect you. So the engagement, the awareness may be there, but the engagement and the response perhaps is very limited. So if you look at, change the slides, go to slide, I think slide 6. Yeah. If you look at ecological aesthetics, there are two dominant philosophers who talks about the idea of ecological aesthetics. One is the American philosopher Arnold Berland, and he talks of ecological aesthetics as a field of force, a field that forces field of forces continuous with organism, a field in which there is a reciprocal action of organism on environment and environment on organism, in which there is no demarcation between them. On the other hand, the German philosopher Gernot Böhme talks about ecological aesthetics as finding oneself in environing worlds. Now, these two, though, talks about ecological aesthetics as not just aesthetical judgment, but talks about a certain kind of experience of art. And both are talking about this experience of art. For example, if you look at Bernard's argument, then Bernard is talking about the relationship between man and nature, between art and nature as something which is in constant dialogue, now something which is not separated. And perhaps this is the beginning of the more than human Anthropocene, where one is really talking about how human beings are also part of the nature, and there is something more than human within nature. So there is and both enters into a continuous dialogue with one another. Whereas Böhme really talks about is that finding oneself. Then here, the engagement is always of looking from the individual lens, and not only looking from the individual lens, but having an experience which is talking about how one's emotions are involved with the experience of a place and that of nature. So it talks about the effect that one the relationship of art and effect. Okay, so if we look further into what really Berland really talks about here very clearly, that aesthetics is, according to Berland, is that philosophy of art which focuses on natural environments as a cultural artifact, and we are appreciating it. His thought contributed to the emergence of environmental aesthetics, which has been redefined as ecological to underline an open criticism of environmental degradation wrought by human beings. So it brought into this whole dialogue or into the discourse of understanding how human beings are actually being conscious of our own positionality and our relationship with nature, and how we in turn are affecting nature in the way we are bringing in degradation. So that critical introspection was something which Berland's, I think, idea of ecological aesthetics really brought about, because it brought about, it critically tried to look into the relationship between human beings and nature. On the other hand, Böhme's perspective extends aesthetic experience far beyond the boundaries of its relationship with art. He locates his concept around Schmidt's atmosphere at the center of studies and sort of rethinks the whole experience of art as an emotional affection. So here, atmosphere sort of indicates the kind of encounter one has with the environment, the sensory encounters, primarily the sensory encounters one has. So how one is seeing, how one is hearing, how one is smelling, how one is touching, and how one is tasting. So in where when we often when we talk about art, then it is again dominated by certain kinds of visualities alone. And Bohme here sort of extends the idea of art from a larger to a larger boundary, where it is talking about an all-encompassing experience, which is not just limited to what you can see, but extends to what you hear, what you smell, uh, what you taste, and obviously the kind of emotional attachment that you have when you are involved in an experience of this kind. So in many ways, Bohm's idea of atmospheric encounter is a kind of immersive experience, which sort of involves you into that kind of place and that kind of nature on a one-to-one basis in itself. It takes you down the road to the place that one is depicting. So here again, what Bohm really effectively does is it breaks the boundary of art as simply being representational. Again, I go back to the UNFCCC kind of document, which again looks at art as just a mere tool of communication. So it's just sort of limits ours to being representational of the kind of environmental dispositions that we are experiencing, rather than account for art beyond something, beyond the representational lens, so to speak. So Seal, consolidating on what Bohm really articulates, sort of talks about aesthetic attitudes, which these kind of aesthetic attitudes, this kind of emotional involvement and attachment which art produces, sort of evokes and provokes you to feel, think, and imagine, fosters non-destructive behaviors towards the environment and sustains the ethical purpose of preserving nature through art. So finally, if I look at ecological aesthetics, it is concerned with an emotional experience that aroused by environmental situations or dispositions, including exemplary works of art or installations designed to offer and intensify a reflective experience of the mutual influence between environment and body. So it talks about our feelings, our subjectivities, and sort of connects it to the materialities within which it is placed, or the relationship, the integral relationship that both shares, so to speak. Now, before I go on to what really art does, and I think here I must make the point here is that I'm looking at art as a public narrative, a narrative that is part of not just communicating as to what is happening. And if you go back to Zara Forman's depiction of the ice melts in the Antarctic and Arctic Canada and Greenland, what she is generating through her art is a kind of a public narrative, a narrative which initiates a learning process. Okay, a process of learning that involves telling, retelling, resharing, listening, re-listening, reflecting, and telling again. So it's over and over again, it is being sort of retold, listened to, reflected upon, and that becomes an integral part of art as a public narrative through which we learn about our environment. So art speaks the language here. Art speaks in telling and retelling and reflecting. Art speaks the language of emotion and provokes us to reflect on not on how we ought to act, but inspires us with the courage to act. And because the sources of emotion on which they draw are in our values, our stories can help us translate our values into action. Our ability to empathetically identify with the art allows us to enter into these stories, feel what the person in that place is feeling, see things through their eyes. The stories teach us how to access these moral resources, to face difficult choices, unfamiliar situations, and uncertain outcomes. So, so if we look at it, these forms of art, as I'm saying, are not only a public narratives, but they are also stories that enable us to communicate our values, not as abstract principles. That's what statistics does. It's an abstract principle which we really cannot make sense of. But what art does is it sort of talks about our lived experiences, and they have the power to move us emotionally. And that is what the entire argument that perhaps that is Baum and Scheel is talking about. So art stories are specific and visual. They evoke a very particular time, a place, a setting, a mood, a color, a texture, and a taste. And the more you can communicate this visual specificity, the more power these stories have and how others engage with these stories. So if we look now to the next slide, and if we look at this particular, if you look very closely at this particular, participatory painting, this is part of the Red Cross climate initiative, where this is a workshop which is carried out by local people. And here within that workshop, they actually sort of tries to map out their stories of self, their stories of now, their stories of us, and and about tomorrow. If you look at these interlinkages in which they are actually trying to make, it's very interesting how they try to talk about why should they care? What should they care about? And what are others really looking at and caring about? And what does this collective tomorrow really looks at? So if we look at it, at the heart of this drawing is not about just putting oneself or talking about others who are suffering. So we talk about an island which may go underwater. We don't live on that island. We are on an island. So how does it matter? We are distantiated from the other. And in distantiating from the other, we have no feelings and no feelings of care. So what this art is trying to really do is actually engage and bring about a dialogue and bring about a connect to the other. Even if we are not experiencing, we learn from the experiences of others. And in seeing and understanding the experiences of others, it becomes an integral part of our own experiences. So if we look at the next slide, yeah, thank you. If you look at the next slide, what Muriel Rukeyser is talking about on Red Crescent Climate Center, that the world is made of stories and not atoms. And Raramai Campbell, who is the author of the first painting that we really looked at, is talking in this narrative, points out, when we research, read, and report, we tell a story. Unknowingly, perhaps, we set a scene, locate characters, and map out their journeys, setbacks, and victories. Whether it be for disasters, insecurity, humanitarian crisis, or climate impacts, it is no different. We are storytellers, and these stories have power. They can connect, bridge, divide, share knowledge, engage, and prompt action. The opportunities representative stories can offer are endless. This is what creating live art and visually documenting people's stories of humanitarian and climate crisis have showed me. So again, what I must reiterate are this particular thing, narrative. They can connect, bridge divides, share knowledge, engage, and prompt action. And that is what the idea of really art is really looking into here. Again, if I go to another narrative, which is again the part of the same, not the same project, a different project, again by Red Cross, called Climate Art and Stories. Shanti Sengupta in 2022, working on Sundarbans, really talks about, as she stayed for 1 month residency in the small island of Mosuni in Sundarbans, she writes, the tidal water touched my feet as I quickly walked across the wooden jetty and jumped into the crowded boat, the last one for the day, leaving for the main island. As it starts moving, I leave behind the island of Moshuni, which was my home for the last 1 month. It starts decreasing in size little by little until it becomes a tiny dot in the horizon before vanishing into oblivion. I found it quite fitting, to be honest, almost poetic in the sense that Moshuni is expected to get inundated and lost to the sea in the coming years due to high rate of sea level rise in this part of Bay of Bengal. My work on the island over that 1 month consisted mainly of talking to hundreds of people who have lost their land and homes to sea level rise and riverbank erosion. It was undoubtedly one of the most humbling periods of my life, one that shaped my journey and all that I do today for climate action. The island was inhabited mainly by wives and mothers, as they were the ones left behind to tide the cyclones and the floods, while the men had migrated out in search of work. These women were fierce despite their limited agency and access to institutional support. They were raising children in their precarious island that is surrounded by crocodile-infested tidal rivers and Royal Bengal tiger-infested forests. And they were facing impacts of climate change that they were not responsible for. And when asked why they did not leave the island and migrate elsewhere, they smiled and said, "Our land is our land, and we go down with it." So again, it's interesting how the stories, the climate stories that Shani Sengupta here really talks about, is this kind of experience where not only experience of what is happening to the other, where she is being part of those Moshuni Island and yet apart. In being part and apart, she sort of really, in a moment's stroke, really talks about how she connects with the experience and the situation that is being faced by the wives and mothers who are in those islands, and their narrative of looking at how they're attached and to their land per se. Our land is our land, and we go down with it. Again, this kind of emotional narrative that she's being able to evoke sort of creates this kind of not only the connection, but an effective connection and an effective knowledge that it comes out of it, where we are trying to understand climate change and crisis into really how at the grassroots level people are really affected despite and in spite of the statistics that are often being articulated in scientific knowledge realms. Before I move on, I'd like to put another case study. And this case study is more closer to home and perhaps closer to home, and perhaps since this is a Bengali department and I'm assuming most of us are Bengalis, then one of the most eventful cultural events in our lives is Durga Puja. Okay, and I'm picking out three case studies of Durga Puja in the past couple of years, and I'd like to show how sort of we reconnect through, again, I look at Durga Puja pandals as public art installations. Okay. And if you're looking at this as public art installations, and we look at this particular Durga Puja that was, I think, last year, the pandal itself was adorned with 8,000 plants. So the idol, the Durga idol, and the entire pandal had around 8,000 plants. Again, when one was actually going through this installation, it sort of raises several questions. What kind of awareness does one create in people who are coming to actually see the pandal, walking through the pandal, and experiencing the entire Durga Puja in itself? Okay. So one must remember that what is the kind of this installation in itself, what kind of awe-inspiring experience does this kind of pandal really recreate in our minds? Again, if I take the next example, if you would move. Again, this was another extremely popular Durga Puja pandal last year called the Bari Bindu. Okay, in AK Block Durga Puja in Salt Lake. And this was themed around rainwater conservation. And this innovative concept, which is titled as Baribindu, was meaning raindrop, it highlights the importance of saving water, especially rainwater in water. Inside, visitors will hear rainwater dripping into the different utensils, creating a musical effect. Now, this is a narrative given by Sharmishta Bera in her Instagram post while she was recounting her visit in uh, in the Durga Puja pandal of AK Block. Okay, and as I said, that art, and here why I'm looking at art as a public narrative. As I said, it's a process of learning, a learning which is time and again reshared, retold, and sort of circulated widely for everybody to see, experience simultaneously, and talk about it. So here, Sharmishta Bera, having actually gone into this particular pandal and experiencing this, there is a small video also with it that she uploads in her Instagram handle. Okay, and it actually sort of recounts, the raindrop actually falling on the utensils and the sound that it creates. The sound was not an unsynchronized sound, but the sound was a sort of a cry for us to actually motivate us to into saving water and to really understand aesthetically and emotionally how water is important to our worlds. Okay, so uh, we can give scientific data. What I think the point that I'm trying to make here is that we can give scientific data and say that there is water scarcity here, there, everywhere. Okay, but when we make them walk through an artistic rendition and an artistic experience, the kind of connect that they make, the kind of affective knowledge that is created, which is unparalleled when you talk it in terms of just share numbers or statistics or share scientific knowledge that we are talking about. It's a different kind of articulation, but an articulation that really touches us, as I made this claim earlier also in my presentation, that art actually articulates a language of our emotions. Okay, and this really captures and creates that kind of connect, makes us really think, reflect as to what we are acting, how we are acting, not what should we do, but what should be done. So when you talk about sustainability, sustainability cannot be a language in a scientific language alone itself. When your sustainability involves people and people have to implement it. If people do not realize the importance of climate crisis, I mean, we can scream scientific knowledge from the roofs of our houses through any kind of dissemination. But unless and until it reaches people and makes them aware, to actually aware of not of the condition that they are in, but of also of others, to have this entire dialogue of care for us, ourselves, for others, and the environment that we live in, then we cannot implement sustainability at all. It will forever remain a kind of failure unless and until it is able to connect to people and how they must implement it. We can have drawing competitions. It's very common in schools. We have drawing competitions in school on Environment Day. But what does the child really take back after doing that poster of the triple R's: recycle, reuse? The third one I sort of slipped. Come back sometime. So it only remains on paper unless and until one is able to actually make an emotional connect with what is really happening out in reality. And that's the point that I'm time again trying to make. Again, this is another, I'd like to bring forth another, if you move to the next slide. Yeah, it's okay. The previous slide was actually, of course, looking at another panel where we are looking at how COVID affected people, particularly marginalized people, and migrant laborers. Now, if you look at this interviewee and how he has expressed on how he has actually gone into this particular panel and what he sort of experienced, and he was telling me this in his own language. The long procession of figures, some barefoot, others carrying children and their meager belongings, made us feel their situation, which we could never have done from our own comfort zones. Only talking of only talking of the monotony of living in a confined life. So this is a typical, Dijen is a typical middle class Bengali who at that point of time was at home doing work from home, and he said they were only talking of monotony and being confined in their homes, but then really we one did encounter newspaper reportings, uh, media reportings of the kind of exodus that happened of migrant laborers from cities to back to their villages in rural areas. But then the way he felt after he moved, he walked through the entire uh, pandal, it's made clear that, he was made to feel. That's very important. He was made to feel when he was actually walking through. What he read really did not create much of an influence, but when he walked through it, it really made him feel. So, again, another of my interviews really talks about art here, and when she's talking about the relationship with art and climate change, she talks about art helps us feel more connected to the issue of climate change by touching our emotions. It makes us feel how people are experiencing climate change and crisis, and how are they tackling it, living with it. This connects us to people and their exact situation. That kind of connection really matters. So with this, I think I've come to the end of my presentation. Where I'm really trying to make is that are we to sleep on and not really look around as to what is happening, and how do we really connect to the environment and the languages through which we connect? What are the effective ways that we communicate? What are the effective ways that we feel and care? And how really arts and artists really can act as agents of change, which can sort of make us look beyond our own particular circumstances and look beyond and see just not and imagine an alternative future, a climate future, but also look into the kind of crises that others are really facing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Dey, for a very illuminating keynote address where you have brought up a number of issues while maintaining the keynote of your speech, that is the utility of art in developing public awareness about the environmental protection, ecological awareness, and many other allied issues, how art can be seen as agent of change. So that was a major issue, in fact the leitmotif of your talk. And you have referred to the artistic productions of Zara Foreman, the paintings on pastel, and how you have shown the impact of global warming and how it portrayed the apocalyptic vision of ice melting and the disaster approaching. You have also referred to the 2018 New York Times futuristic representation, okay, with that photo collage unmoored by Mel Chin in 2018. In fact, all these gave us the idea of eco-apocalypse, which we have been talking about in literary studies as well, when we are talking about eco-literature, eco-criticism. We imagine eco-apocalypse. And the ecological aesthetics or aesthetics of environment also reminds us, the students of English studies, of Wordsworth's notion of pantheism, how there is, visible manifestation of the spirit of God, pantheism, God everywhere, and how is it relevant to our understanding of nature, especially the relationship of man and nature. And it also reminds us of Coleridge's idea of pantisocracy on the banks of Susquehanna, okay, a very futuristic projection of the idea of spiritual, socialism, whereby, each and every visible manifestation could enjoy and could be blessed with the vision of togetherness, with the message of togetherness. And you have also spoken about the sensory encounter with nature. Okay, and we are again reminded of the romantic theory of John Keats, the idea of sensuousness, and also the notion of synesthesia, okay, the way we perceive nature, the impact of nature, and myriad ways of understanding nature through our senses. Okay, the core issue of romantic imagination. There were many other references that actually stream in our minds. Okay, the idea of the Grecian urn, which we find in a very famous ode by John Keats. Okay, how art can also become a public narrative. So thank you, and also thank you for again showing the idea of participatory painting. Participatory painting, which is very popular amongst some of the indigenous communities as well. We have seen the Saura painting, where, there are multiple artists, who try to paint the origin, myth, and also various issues related to the, the belief system of the tribe, and how they project, a vision of the future in their own way. Through a very collective participation in the act of painting. So it's very much there in the indigenous world as well. And as we know, and as we look into the meaning of the etymological meaning of the word, sahitya, which is closely aligned with the notion of sahitatva, okay, we can find that the basic message is one of connection, to connect. Okay, so that was the message we also find in Howard's End, by M. Foster, where the basic idea is to connect. Okay, so thank you once again for taking us into a very innovative journey through a series of interviews and responses of the interviewees, and to look at the Durga Puja pandals as public art installations, and the very innovative themes and ideas, which are definitely indicative of the urge on the part of the artists to develop a cosmic vision, an integrative vision rather, integrative vision of humanity being at one with nature and its allied crisis. Okay, so thank you, Professor Dey, for your wonderful presentation. And I hope that the audience, both online and offline, had been greatly benefited by your talk. Thank you once again.
Thank you. I welcome you all to this plenary session of the seminar, of the conference. It is my privilege to be able to introduce Professor Indranil Acharya, who is an academic par excellence. Professor Acharya has been the former head of the Department of English with Vidyasagar University, West Bengal. He is the editor of Janajati Darpan, the only international multilingual publication series from Bengal on the indigenous studies. He has been a principal investigator for several UGC projects, major and minor, namely Black Words, White Page, a historical critical survey of contemporary Aboriginal fiction, of Australia in the year 2008. Documentation, translation, and analysis of Bengali folk drama in the context of endangerment in the year 2015. And the project titled Colonial to Post-Colonial, Revisiting the Cultural Cartographies of Adivasi Communities in West Bengal in the year 2017. He has been a visiting professor in the Department of English, University of Delhi between the years 2019 to 2020. His major publications are, namely, Beyond the Sense of Belonging, Race, Class, and Gender in the Poetry of Yeats and Eliot, Survival and Other Stories, Anthology of Bangla Dalit Stories, published by Orient Black Swan, Towards Social Change, Essays on Dalit Literature, Orient Black Swan, Listen to the Flames, Texts and Readings from the Margins, Oxford University Press, Poshchim Banger Bhasha, Orient Black Swan, 2017 publication, Smriti Bilopir Pore, translation of G.N. Devi's After Amnesia, published by Orient Black Swan, again in 2017, and many more. Some of which I need to mention here for the purposes of the seminar are Geographical Imaginations, Literature and the Spatial Turn, Oxford University Press, 2022, The Almond Flowers and Other Stories, Orient Black Swan, 2022, Writings from the Sundarbans, Orient Black Swan, 2023, and Selected Writings of Anil Gharai, Dalit Literature from Bengal, Routledge Publication, 2023. Professor Acharya has also been recently awarded the Fulbright Nehru Academic and Professional Excellence Fellowship in the 2024-25 cycle. His host institution was the University of Wisconsin-Madison, USA, and has been affiliated to the Center of South Asia University as well. He has been invited by the University of East Anglia, United Kingdom, as a visiting professor for the years 2025 to 2026 and their academic session. His lecture today is titled Exploring Environmental Narratives in the Context of Sundarbans. Thank you, Professor Acharya, and over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. It's my privilege to have been invited here to this ICSSR-sponsored two-day international conference on exploring sustainability, literary environmentalism, and ecological ethics in Indian subcontinental studies. I would like to thank the authorities of Deshbandhu College, the principal, vice principal, and other people in the administration. And I would also like to thank the conveners and co-conveners of this two-day international conference. I had actually planned one PowerPoint presentation. I had one, but I can show it to you. At the same time, I would also find it equally rewarding to divide my talk into two sections. In the first section, I plan to talk about the ecological narratives from the Sundarbans, especially in the light of the literary environmentalism. And in the second part, I would like to refer to one very popular and yet endangered cultural performance tradition of North Bengal, Gambhira, and how is it connected to the notion of environmental degradation and the responses of the artists to the environmental crisis. So basically, I would like to present my talk in two different phases. At first, I would like to begin by referring to the introduction of a very recent volume of narratives that we edited on the narratives from the Sundarbans, where we have talked about ecological anthropology. Ecological anthropology is a subdomain of anthropology relevant to the understanding of indigenous responses to ecological systems. It is defined as the study of cultural adaptations to environments. In fact, a scrutiny of the cultural trajectory of some of the governing myths of the Sundarbans folkloric tradition would surely point at the long process of adaptations of some overseas cultural icons like Bono Bibi in the riverine environment. This minor domain is also described as the study of relationships between a population of humans and their biophysical environment. The focus of this presentation is on the dynamics of human adaptation to the hostile environments through cultural beliefs and practices. Most importantly, this presentation also attempts to measure how people mobilized cultural materials to maintain their own ecosystems. In the Sundarbans, the reciprocity of human and non-human dialogue through a sustained cultural belief system largely determines the equilibrium in the ecosystem. Ecological anthropology developed from the approach of cultural ecology. Both approaches are quite useful in providing a conceptual framework for understanding the cultural cartography of the Sundarbans. I refer to one critic here. According to Emilio F. Moran, these approaches offer a better understanding of the wide spectrum of indigenous responses to the challenges of an adverse geoclimatic system. Since 1999, the emergence of a new school of ecological anthropology has been more effective in the understanding of a more complex intersection of global, national, regional, and local systems. A close reading of the local narratives on the Sundarbans in English translation would definitely reveal the complex intersection of various systems functional in the demographic diversity of this delta region. In fact, when we have documented and anthologized the writings by the authors who are the children of the riverine delta, Sundarbans, okay, we have found that they represent different ethnic backgrounds. They are from different regions. And Sundarbans becomes a melting pot of these people from different caste and ethnic backgrounds. There are people from Bangladesh, the erstwhile East Pakistan. There are also people from South and North 24 Parganas, and also people from Midnapur and other districts of South Bengal. So if we look into the demography of the Sundarbans, we find that this is a veritable melting pot, okay, where there are many cultural representations, okay, with diversities and immense possibilities of getting new ethnic perception of the representations through the narratives of pain and suffering. Okay. So that becomes very important here. The Sundarbans is a mangrove region in the Ganga, Brahmaputra, Meghna delta shared between India and Bangladesh, a land that exists in relative isolation and where metropolitan facilities are often out of bounds. The area is connected by a network of tidal waterways, which gives it a unique physiognomy. And this unique physiognomy actually gets represented in most of the narratives that we have found in English translation on Sundarbans. The name Sundarbans is generally thought to have originated from the Sundari plants, okay, which are found in abundance here. The Sundarbans are of immense ecological significance. This has become more even evident in the context of the recent global warming. Okay. Loss of mangrove cover has the potential to render cyclones extremely common in this part of the world, more devastating in the future. And if we look at the narratives, we will find many of them account for the devastating impact of the cyclones and how it gives rise to the concept of eco-refugees. how people are forced to migrate from Sundarbans, the core areas, into the mainland, into the metropolitan areas in search of livelihood, and how there is a perpetual migration, as, the people who belong to nowhere. And these nowhere people generally occupy the government lands for a certain period of time, and they are again, okay, relocated and dislocated. Okay, so they become, nomadic. Okay, so how, the very, cultured people, people with their own culture, with their own distinct history, okay, are forced to become nomads as a result of climate change. So that is what we find in the narratives. The Sundarbans has featured prominently in literature, with many writers having said their works in the tide country. One of the most influential of these seems to be Amitav Ghosh's very powerful novel, The Hungry Tide. Okay, and we have learnt about it in the keynote speech as well, okay, which was based largely in the Sundarbans, as it traced marine biologist P.L.E. Roy's sojourn there. Okay, and the sojourn gives Ghosh an opportunity to not only explore the geography of the Sundarbans, but also revive a forgotten history of displacement, repression, and subjugation of human rights. That is another important issue which we also find in The Hungry Tide and in all the narratives which we have found in English translation. Okay, it is about the negation of human rights. Side by side with this kind of writing exists a long, sustained, and powerful tradition of writing in Bangla on and from the Sundarbans, which is what, okay, this anthology, which we have translated into English so far. And so this anthology seeks to foreground. Not much of this writing has been translated into English so far. And so this corpus of writing has remained largely ignored and invisible internationally. So this anthology, Writings from the Sundarbans, attempts to bring to the limelight the uphill task an author undertakes when he chooses to write on the experience from the margins. It tries to break the long-established silence over issues of socio-cultural suppression stemming from the society's neatly charted out mode of upholding the social hierarchy by bringing into play casteism, gender stereotyping, class consciousness, and the economic and intellectual divide. So when we read the narratives from the Sundarbans, we are also talking about different types of divides which already exist in the society. Though ideas of purity, authenticity, and ownership have long been contested in the superiority-inferiority discourse on language and its use, we have not yet been able to recognize and accept the in-between space in society. So the languages which we find, the regional variations of Bangla, which we find in the narratives from the Sundarbans, okay, exemplify this in-between space in society. Post-colonial discourses have opened up new vistas for exploration of the post-colonial space and experience of people, just as discourses on power, control, authority, and gender inequality have lauded endeavors of speaking up. And we have also found narratives where the agency of speaking up, okay, by a woman, okay, as the leader of a nomadic community, okay, ultimately ends up in a very brutal, rape and violation of the woman. Okay, so she had to pay a very heavy price for speaking up on behalf of the subaltern communities. Subaltern studies made a concerted attempt to free the intellectual space of Puritanism. But translations force us to think of the extent to which these theoretical assumptions and discourses have actually been applied to improve or add value to the everyday struggle for existence of these marginal people. And who are these people? The fishermen, crab catchers, honey collectors, and the boatmen of this vast delta region of the Sundarbans. So to what extent are we living our sheltered urban life in the midst of modern scientific amenities, aware of the trials and tribulations of lives outside our known orbit? Have we really been able to decolonize our minds? So once again, when we talk about the Sundarbans, we have to talk about our psycho-geographical space. Okay, and the idea of having a colonized mindset which is still unable to negotiate with the decolonial representations of the subaltern communities in these narratives. So it is important right at the beginning to realize that the Sundarbans are not just about sighting tigers and crocodiles. In the words of one researcher, I quote, "But the Sundarbans are not just forest or jungle, they are also an inhabited region or abad." I feel that we need to address the urge for omitting people from images and islands of the Sundarbans. Okay, this is a quotation by Anuja Lais. Okay, and we find that how Anuja Lais has quite perceptibly looked at the entire politics of exclusion of the people. Okay, and instead of that, highlighting the tigers. Okay, and there is no mention of the people who are surviving the ordeal every day. The forest region of the Sundarbans, which is famous for the Royal Bengal tiger, is also the home of countless people who eke out an existence from the land and the forest, which now yield too little to sustain and feed too many mouths. And we know that even there had been a new development where the tigers are now foraging into the localities due to lack of food. Okay, probably the deer count has been reduced, and so that has also, in a way, triggered the tiger encroachments into the human settlements. So it is happening in the Sundarbans. It is the people of the Sundarbans and their lives that the stories in this anthology focus upon, something that has often remained outside the purview of the popular image of the Sundarbans. So present-day studies on the Sundarbans follow a similar lopsided dichotomy. Fascination, on the one hand, for the natural aspects of the Sundarbans, but on the other, an unsettling silence on the social and human facet of the region. So this dichotomy should be kept in mind when we look into the environmental narratives based upon the experiences of the Sundarbans. The writers of these stories never lose the thread of warm intimacy that they shared with the fishermen, the honey gatherers, the soothsayers, and the crab hunters of the area. In fact, there is a whole folkloric tradition of mantras which the Gunins or soothsayers use when the people they go for wood cutting or collecting honey from the core area, from the deep forest. Okay, they are always accompanied by a Gunin, okay, a soothsayer, okay, who utters the mantras. And the mantras are also related to the myths of Bono Bibi, the myths of Dakshin Rai, okay, and other folk deities of the Sundarbans. Okay, so we find how there are some very instinctive human mechanisms, okay, of self-defense, okay, which are created through certain folk songs and folk renderings, which ultimately give them a kind of courage, okay, to face the wild, the forces of the wild. Okay, so this continuous interaction between human beings and its prime adversary, the nature, in its predatory forms. Okay, it is something which happens in the Sundarbans, every day. So the writers of these stories never lose sight of that this helpless, downtrodden, exploited population, the intricately woven network of rivers, canals, tributaries, and the evergreen mangrove forests of Gewa, Goran, and Gorgon trees stretched to the far end of the horizon were an unfailing inspiration when they took up writing. Okay, so nature becomes the staple theme for all these writers. Nature generally read in tooth and claw. Okay, nature in its predatory manifestations. So it is basically a question of survival, and it is also a narrative about the price of survival, okay, which we find that the people who live in the core area have to pay every day. So before we probe further into the crisis of the downtrodden people of Sundarbans area, it is quite incumbent upon us to explain the basis to the dangerous livelihood practiced by the poverty-stricken populace in the Delta region. The people of the Sundarbans generally eke out their living from one of three categories of occupation. Number one, forest workers, then prawn seed collectors, and then land owners. The geographical locations of these three categories directly relate to the geographical social hierarchy of the Sundarbans islands, with forest workers at the bottom and landowners at the top. And finally, the prawn seed collectors finding middle ground between the two. The primary way that these categories are created and divided revolves around how those who work within each occupation regards the forest and its inhabitants, particularly the Bengal tiger. The riverine ecosystem of the Sundarbans region is to be properly understood to realize the nature and extent of human compulsions, because there are many encroachments into the core area without any license, without any authorization, and the resultant casualties, okay, which happen. Forest workers can be divided into two subcategories of occupation. There are the forest fishers, and there are those who do the forest within quote. That means honey collectors, wood collectors, and poachers. Forest fishers see their work as intrinsically intertwined with the forest, the rivers, and all the creatures that inhabit these places. These men leave their homes in groups of 3 to 5 for nearly 20 days per month to travel the rivers of the Delta region and catch crab and fish. Okay, if you read the narratives, you will find almost all of them, okay, narrate this arduous and dangerous journey which they have to undertake. The forest to travel, yes, the forest fishers believe that they work under the protection of Bono Bibi. There is a folk belief in Bono Bibi, who is mother of the forest, whom they pray to before entering the forest. They also firmly adhere to the belief that they may not take more than they need from the forest, the basic idea of sustainability. They need not take more than they need from the forest, neither to deplete its resources, nor disturb its inhabitants and their way of life. Because Bono Bibi is considered a motherly figure by the forest fishers, and to all the beings that live in the forest, they feel as though these beings, especially the Royal Bengal tigers, are their brothers or friends. Royal Bengal tiger is described as Bondhu. The word used in Bengali is Bondhu, as brothers or friends. To harm or disturb their brothers is seen as extremely detrimental to the relationship between humans and the forest. So forest fishers think of those who do the forest as disturbing the peace within the forest and depleting it of its resources for their own personal gain, especially the poachers. They considered this the utmost kind of greed and arrogance. So the honey collectors, wood collectors, and poachers are referred to as those who do the forest. This is arguably the riskiest work that one could do in the Sundarbans, as the workers are the most vulnerable to attacks by tigers, snakes, crocodiles, and other forest predators. An estimated 150 of such workers are killed in tiger or crocodile attacks annually. The number might be more. Their work is conducted directly within the forest, whereas forest fishers generally remain on the rivers where they are marginally safer. The work is high risk, high gain, as these workers run the risk of either being relatively successful or being killed in the forests. Honey and wood collection, as well as poaching, are lucrative opportunities because few are willing to take on such risks. In contrast to forest fishers, those who do the forest do not enter the forest peacefully, but rather on high alert and in pursuit of personal gain. They often meet with tragic ends, as depicted in some of the narratives in this anthology. Okay, I will come and refer to those narratives later. For the prawn seed collectors, spirituality is not as necessary in their daily routines as it is for those forest workers who pray to Bono Bibi for protection. Okay. So there is always a category of people who require more spirituality and less spirituality. People who are working in more dangerous conditions are in need of greater spirituality. Whereas people who are relatively safe, okay, can do with less spirituality. So there is also this kind of division which we find in the practices of these forest workers. Neither do they pray to goddess Kali like those who do the forest, as their work does not fall under what Kali represents. Okay, goddess Kali is again a protector. Okay, but generally, goddess Kali is a protector also to the dacoits. Okay, that is why we find in Bengal some temples known as Dakat Kalir Mandir. Okay, temples dedicated to Kali, who is worshipped by the dacoits. So these people, the poachers, are also dacoits. So they enter into the forests for their personal gain. Naturally, they worship Kali for their protection. So this does not mean that they do not need to be protected. However, as women who pull prawn seed nets along the river banks are at huge risk of attack by sharks, crocodiles, and even tigers. But frequent devastating cyclonic storms like Aila, Bulbul, and the very recent one, Umphoon or Amphan, continue to ravage the river embankments and cause severe damage to the farmland. Poverty has driven a lot of people from these islands to migrate and seek jobs elsewhere. In fact, many of them have accepted a nomadic life as well. They have also been forced to retrace their steps with much difficulty during the lockdown. In a way, the following line sums up the context. I quote, "The inhabited part of the Sundarbans is forbidding, hostile with enormous practical hurdles in the way of the men who have settled there," unquote. Being natives of the Sundarbans, the writers featured in this anthology grew up witnessing the local people worshipping at the sacred seats, at thans and dargahs, because both Hindus and Muslims are there, engaged in their acts of survival. Of the folk deities, Bono Bibi, Dakshin Rai, Ali Madar, Barkhan Gaji, Shah Janguli, and Manik Pir. Okay, so the idea of peer culture, okay, a kind of syncretic religious belief system, also exists in the Sundarbans. The locals regularly pray and make offerings at these places of worship. Many of the writers featured in this anthology grew up with stories of gods and goddesses appearing in the dreams of the soothsayers and the honey collectors to instruct them. Okay, so often they are instructed in dreams, okay, about the convenient time to start their journey in collection of wood or honey or whatever. From the astrologers, soothsayers, and witch doctors of the region, they learnt about a plethora of charms and mantras to ward off the wild beasts of land and water. The Sundarbans has a large corpus of rituals that the wives of the fishermen and the honey collectors perform before their husbands sail off to the forests. So the stories featured here highlight these fisher people, honey collectors, crab hunters, their lives and livelihoods, rituals and customs, and their magic charms. So magic charms and incantatory verses become a very important ritual before they actually embark on their dangerous journeys. Out of the 102 islands of the Sundarbans, 54 were made habitable during the colonial rule in the 18th century by clearing the wilderness. Lower caste people, especially of the subcastes of Poundra, Namashudra, Bagdi, and Kaibarta, from places like Khulna, Satkhira, now in Bangladesh, flocked to the 19 blocks of this arable area. Lured by the low cost of the land here, migrant laborers of the Santal, Munda, and Orao tribes were brought from Ranchi and Chotanagpur plateau to these islands for forest clearing. A number of homeless people from the flood-hit regions of Medinipur also took shelter here. Naturally, they spoke different languages which differed distinctly from the register of Bangla spoken at the islands of Pathor Pratima, Kagdeep, Namkhana, or Mathurapur. These are core areas. Okay, these are areas which connect with Sundarbans. Therefore, the language of the Sundarbans is basically an amalgam of a wide variety of languages and registers of different origin. Even the colloquial language differs from place to place. But a very different register that the fishermen and the honey collectors use when they enter the jungles has been called the Jongla Bhasha, the tongue of the wilderness. Okay, it is given that name by the historian researcher of the Sundarbans, Satish Chandra Mitro. In fact, he wrote a very important book, Joshor Khulnar Itihas, published in 1914. Mitro conducted a very comprehensive survey of the dialects and regional variations of the speech communities in several parts of undivided Bengal and the Sundarbans Delta. Some such words that have made their way into the writings, okay, the words are like Aksar, Al, Aur, Ari, Ala, Kui, Kulopak, and many others. Searching for these words, okay, the Dalit author Niranjan Mondol, okay, came across an interesting word, dawa. Dawa in the sense of paddy harvesting. He was astonished to trace that same word to an 11th century treatise called Shunno Purana by Ramai Pandit. In that 11th century treatise, the word dawa was found. Based on the local variations in speech, the articulation patterns of the local language may be subcategorized into 4 segments. Addition of speech sounds, elision of speech sounds, assimilation of speech sounds, and complete phonemic transmutation of words or phrases. So language also becomes an important marker to look into the vocabulary, okay, which is closely aligned with the familiarity of the local cultural insiders of Sundarbans with the environment, with the ecosystem in which they live, in which they survive. So this was my introductory observations on the cultural cartography of the Sundarbans, different occupations, okay, adopted by the people of the Sundarbans, the caste profile and also the sub-caste profile of the people who live in the Sundarbans, and also the existence of the tribal communities in the Sundarbans, okay, and how the belief system of people from different parts of other districts and Bangladesh, okay, are amalgamated and synchronized in this vast melting pot of the Sundarbans. Okay, so I have given this introduction to my first part of presentation that was about the narratives from the Sundarbans. There are some very important narratives like the Chronicle of Hadia Dome and Suleiman Fakir, Bards of the Forest. And a very important story is their Niranjan Mondal story, the shrimp catchers of the mangrove forests. We have also one more important story by Utpalendu Mondal. The title is Ghost Tiger, okay, which is almost a fantastical representation of the tiger as part of a lore, not as a real living presence. So it becomes, a tiger of the mind. Okay, how the tiger occupies, okay, the psyche of the people who enter into the core areas of the Sundarbans in search of livelihood. Okay. So with this, I move on to the second part of my presentation, where I would like to talk about the performance and ecology in the Gambhira folk theatre. Gambhira, which is a very popular folk performance tradition of the North Bengal, especially in the Malda and Murshidabad districts. And Gambhira also has its footprints in Bangladesh because Gambhira was a very popular form which was shared by the artists and performers of the undivided Bengal. So if we look at Gambhira, we find that many of the Dalit communities of Malda district who participate in Gambhira performance actually live in the chores, okay, Nodi chor, okay, so shifting river banks, and that creates a huge crisis in their life, okay, and it affects their performance. And it is also recorded in the Gambhira songs, okay, the pain and suffering of these people who are also forced to live the life of a migrant, okay, as it also happened in the case of the people of Sundarbans. Okay, the Gambhira artists also live the life of nomads from one chore to another, from one land to another. Cultural practices and performance are organic to the lives of indigenous communities of South Asia. The ecological response to the inequality of representation of those who live in the most affected, vulnerable landscape. Gambhira enacts the loss, mourning, and longing for their lives, for the multiple displacements in the settlement of the Dancing River. Dalits inhabited this region and their lives were vulnerable due to the displacement in the Chor of Ganga Basin of North Bengal. Chor is a geographically hybrid territory, part land and part water, a low-lying landscape of the low-lying river bed. Studying the Gambhira performance illustratively, we find that the Dalit inhabitants in the Chor who are subject to environmental injustice and caste discrimination perpetuated on them. They exist in the disenfranchised landscape where legal acceptance or unacceptance is the perennial political issue. Their ancestral land of inheritance is constantly under the threat of ecological disaster. This environmental vulnerability impacts their livelihood and the basic infrastructure like education and healthcare. I provide an English rendering of a Gambhira song, okay, rendered in Bengali. The English translation reads, the artist was Amor Mondol. Ganga has engulfed our ancestral land, along with our clothes, utensils, and all our belongings. We don't have any means of living right now. There is no way left for us. We are confused. Where do we go? The flood has eroded our home. So there are some critics who have offered an intimate glimpse into the world of the hybrid landscapes of these chors in Lower Bengal, showing how both as real life examples and as metaphors, chors straddle the conventional categories of land and water, and how people who live on them fluctuate between legitimacy and illegitimacy. Academically, no significant work explores the intersection of ecology and Dalit performance in these hybrid landscapes. A few studies are dedicated to ecology and caste, which often highlight the understanding of nature and culture. Some literary studies explored Dalit ecology based on the life narrative of Dalit people. But livelihood and vulnerability in the chore of Dalit inhabitants becomes a major issue. Floods and riverbank erosion are the main reasons for the vulnerability in the deltaic region of the Malda district. There is a predominant effect on livelihood and natural resources in the region by the unprecedented impact of flood and riverbank erosion. Geomorphologists have traced the shifting river course of the Ganga River and the effect of the river in the delta region. These severely affect the livelihood crisis of the residents of the chors. As a result, the inhabitants face multidimensional obstacles to their livelihood in the fissured land. The loss of land enforces a massive displacement every year. The government has failed to provide the required assistance in the form of alternative space for settlement. The lack of disaster mitigating public support against the flood has created deplorable conditions for the Dalit inhabitants. In fact, this has given rise to the notion of ecological refuge. Seasonal migration for livelihood in the region, the settlement of Dalit in Chor of Ganga, and their unavoidable companion of vulnerability offers few occupational choices to the Dalits. The hostile, vulnerable areas of the Gangetic Bank and the other river belt of the Tala and Barind region of the Malda across the border need to be reconsidered as locations of the environmental struggle. A big chunk of the population leaves the villages to seek casual income, venturing into nearby cities and far off. They are urban workforce doing casual work in the construction and infrastructure sectors. So there had been a great displacement and dislocation of many artists and performers, okay, who are into the Gambhira performance. So ecology and Gambhira is a major concern of the upcoming areas of research, especially in the domain of performance studies. Okay, at the outset, we should ask these questions. How do we understand the environmental concern of a folk performance? What theater has to do with ecology? How does performance help the marginal people react to the ecological crisis in a landscape known for the worst ecological crisis in South Asia. So drawing on Gambhira performance, there is an attempt to highlight how performance and ritual invoke ecological experiences. It attempts to delineate the Chai, Namashudro, and other Dalit communities' ecological experience in the Gangetic Bank. Here, the ecological experience is violent, and they celebrate the hostile ecological experience in this fissured territory. The ritual of Gambhira is a form of ecological performance. It is predominantly a performative tradition of the archetypal ritualistic practices of celebrating nature's violent form of destructiveness in the delta region of the Gangetic Bank. So, I would now like to move on to the concluding part of my presentation. I refer to one Gambhira song by Mrityunjay Haldar, the English rendering of the song. If anyone is weakened by Shutika, Shutika is a kind of fever, which pregnant women often have, provide Lata Dohi roots with card. If anyone is suffering from piles, give roots of Roktochita with a seedy banana. If a stone is stuck in any organ, offer water-soaked tishi 5 to 7 times. If any part of the body is swollen, apply the roots of Sethe Mohakal. So there are many folk medicinal practices, folk medicinal prescriptions, which the artists know instinctively, as part of their intergenerational transfer of the knowledge system, the folk knowledge system. And that we find in Gambhira. The performance consists of a range that tackles history, songs, local gods, and events. Gambhira ritual is a counter system of community that has independent cultural expression and autonomous character, and incorporates changes in its form and contents. It is a cross-border amplifying genre where large stock of materials from Dalit life and character are added. In a composite cultural expression, it has a new sense of purpose to collect and refresh the materials. It expresses a worldview in which Dalit carves their social spaces and challenges the authority of the Savarna caste. In the Gangetic plains, their social and economic life is based on caste-based discrimination, which is not a unique feature in North India. So, Dalit environmentalism is not a finished or a refined project. Its relative invisibility is also a sign of the upper caste politics operating exclusively in the sphere of secular modernity and citizenship. By exploring differential subject formations in relation to environment, as well as by opening the public secrets of secular environmenthood, we can bring the readings and understandings of caste, Dalit, and environmentalism together. When we ponder over the Indian environmental politics through the eyes and actions of Dalits and their various movements in different parts of the country, we may also be able to glean a new ecological universe, a visible Dalit environmental public space, which is often outside the dominant discursive frame, but is nonetheless embedded in Dalit ecological understanding. Okay, so with these words, I conclude my presentation. We had a lot of things to discuss as well, but this is, once again, I tell you, is an emerging area of research, where folk performance traditions are related to the concerns and crises of environmental degradation and how it poses challenges to their livelihood, their survival, and also their identity as performers, and how there is a threat to their communitarian identity, and how there is a constant flux and dislocation of their traditional identity, and how there is a sense of belonging and also a sense of unbelonging, and also a kind of transcendence of belonging where they become nowhere people in the metropolitan area in different sectors, okay, and whereby they are actually losing their own cultural traditions, their own cultural heritage. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Acharya, for this exploration of sustainability. We take away a lot from what you have told us about ecological anthropology and how it sort of creates an understanding of the demographic diversity of the riverine delta of Sundarbans, and how the cultural ecology of the space shapes this, how the fragile ecology, the often appearing and disappearing landscape, submerged, half submerged in all water, creates a narrative of people, a narrative that is of people who we occasionally come to think are silenced, how it sort of creates for us a public space that engineers a new kind of ecological understanding and environmentalism. Your rendition of the folk traditions and performances, hand in hand with the Jongla Bhasha that you have informed us of, has been a treasure and will open new areas of research that this conference endeavors to sort of manifest. We take away a lot from your lecture in terms of understanding of language, literature, performativity, narratology, and the understanding of ecological anthropology. Thank you, sir. We'll now break for lunch, and we'll come back here for the roundtable. I would request all participants and esteemed guests to take the food coupon with them as they join us in the committee room. Professor Antara Chaudhary will be distributing them. Kindly take them with you. We will head to the boys' common room. Sorry, we'll head to the boys' common room for lunch. We'll lead the way. Please come with us. Thank you all. I humbly request all of you to adhere to the time, and we will reassemble here for the roundtable, which starts sharp at 2. We are pressed for time, so we'll all be here sharp at 2. Thank you. All online participants also, we request you to join us here at 2. The live streaming will remain on with our poster for the time being. Hello. Welcome back. Uh, a couple of instructions for our online participants. Uh, as per the schedule, there are two sessions that begin from 3 o'clock, paper presentations, which are happening in a hybrid mode. For those of you who are here with us physically, one session is in the ground floor committee room opposite to the principal's office. A student coordinator from here will help you to find the room, find the location at 3 p.m. Those who, and the other location for the other paper, set of paper presentations is physically in the computer lab opposite to the conference hall. Those who are online at 3 p.m. through the same link, 2 rooms will appear on your link at your end. Kindly join the respective room as per the outlined theme and name of the chairperson. You will see the room break as you click out of this link. It will appear by itself at 3 p.m. Thank you. We'll now proceed with the roundtable. Are we live? As we reflect on the insights shared and the connection forged before, and we take this momentum forward, I would like to invite everyone to partake in the stimulating session of the roundtable. It is my privilege to welcome our esteemed guests for the roundtable. I call upon Professor Antara Chaudhary to felicitate Professor P.C. Joshi. Professor Antara Chaudhary is the convener alongside me of this conference. Call upon Dr. Saurav Singh Dev to felicitate Professor Sunita Reddy. Saurav is the co-convener of this seminar. I'll again request Professor Antara Chaudhary to felicitate Dr. Chakravarti Mahajan. I would also request you to felicitate Dr. Prashant Khatri. I'll request Dr. Navita Negi to felicitate Dr. Kalindi Sharma. Thank you. Anthropo- Anthropologists study the ways in which different cultures interact with their local environment, manage resources, and adapt to changes. They highlight how local knowledge, traditions, and practices contribute to sustainable practices and ways of living. We look forward to this roundtable as it brings a unique dimension to this discourse on sustainability and environmentalism. I will briefly introduce the speakers of the roundtable. I begin with Professor P.C. Joshi. I don't have words to introduce him, but I will still try. He's a former VC of University of Delhi and former head of the Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi. Sir has been awarded several fellowships and awards in his lifetime. He's an some of his achievements include being the President Society of the Indian Medical Anthropology. He's been the Ombudsman of Kumaon University. He has been the Chairman of the Academic Audit Committee, Kumaon University, Chairman of Empowered Committee, Biodiversity Parks, Delhi Development Authority, Chairman Vidyalaya Management Committee, Kendriya Vidyalaya, so on and so forth. There are so many accolades to him, from being the delegate of the European Union to being the reader and head of the Department of Anthropology, that we will probably run out of time. Sir is going to lead the roundtable conference here, roundtable here today. Our next member of the roundtable is Professor Sunita Reddy. Professor Reddy is an associate professor at is a professor at the Center of Social Medicine and Community Health, JNU. She has 20 years of teaching and research experiences, has an infallible background of medical anthropology and research on areas of disaster, mother-child health, gender violence, child rights, tribal health, and indigenous medicine, migrant workers, and medical tourism to our understanding. She has been published widely and is the founder of a chair of a trust known as Anthropos India Foundation, AIF, which does visual and action research. Ma'am has also participated in various national debates on surrogacy and has presented herself ideas of anthropology on national TV channels. She has also been awarded an Eminent Anthropologist Award in the World Anthropological Congress in August 2023 at Bhubaneswar. Some of Ma'am's known publications are Clash of Waves, Post-Tsunami Rehabilitation, the Asian Tsunami and Post-Disaster Aid edited Springer volume, Marginalization and Globalization in Delhi, Issues of Land, Livelihoods and Health, 24 Careers in Anthropology, Anthropos India Foundation, Child Protection and Child Rights in India, Anthropos Books Publication, Disaster Planning and Governance in India, Expert Experiences and Insight, published by Cambridge Scholars. Ma'am has several peer-reviewed journals, papers and journals to her credit. It is a privilege to have ma'am with us. I now go on to introduce Dr. Chakravarti Mahajan. Dr. Mahajan is an associate professor in anthropology at the University of Delhi. Dr. Mahajan has been a Charles Wallace Fellow between 2021 to 22 at the Queen's University, Belfast, UK. His research has been focused on Jammu and Kashmir and has engaged a broad range of ethnographic and theoretical issues. Some of his, he has worked on a collaborative Indian Council Social Science Research funded project called Revisiting the Concept of Women's Body and Birth, a phenomenological study of reproductive freedom and health of Muslim women in Kashmir, and has just completed a collaborative project with regard to youth in borderland Jammu and Kashmir, which is also a funded ICSSR project. Sir has also been awarded the Professor M.N. Srinivas Memorial Prize by the Indian Sociological Society. I would now like to introduce Dr. Prashant Khatri. Dr. Prashant Khatri is an assistant professor at the Department of Anthropology, University of Allahabad, Prayagraj, UP. He obtained his a master's degree from the Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi. His researches are on social impacts of disaster, livelihood, issues in disaster context, and people's movements in environmental crisis. Broadly, his research interests fall within the domain of environmental anthropology and medical anthropology. He has more than 13 years of teaching experience and has been a Charles Wallace Fellow in Social Anthropology at Queen's University, Belfast for the session 2023-24. He has several papers published in journals like Economic and Political Weekly, Sage Journals, Taylor and Francis, and etc. It's a privilege to have you with us today, Dr. Prashant. I would like to now introduce Dr. Kalindi Sharma. Dr. Kalindi Sharma is a social and cultural anthropologist working with the Department of Human Behavior, IBAS. She has worked on disaster management and women. And in the context of this seminar, Dr. Sharma and several others will be talking about the Indian subcontinental region and their experiences of the field. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Devasri, may I start now? Okay. So at the outset, I would like to first of all congratulate the Department of Bengali and Spandan Society of Deshbandhu College. And this has been a very prestigious college of our university for organizing this very interesting conference seminar on this very interesting topic, where I think literary minds and anthropologists, geographers, they are all coming together. And today we are talking about interdisciplinary approach to sustainability. Now, I would like to start by actually remembering a man called René Descartes. And I think he was the one who sowed the seeds of scientific thinking. And very famously he said, cogito ergo sum. Now in cogito ergo sum, he implied, I think, therefore I am. And this I actually, I'm more concentrating on this I of his cogito ergo sum. This I actually dissociated. Of course, it was a scientific approach called Cartesian reductionism as well. But this reductionism divorced integrated truth into segmented truth. And this showed the seeds of alienation of human beings from the nature. And we started thinking in our inflated ego, I of cogito ergo sum, that we are the masters of the universe. And all non-human resources that are available are for us, for our benefit. And therefore, no one else has any share in this bounty of nature. And this eventually culminated into what today we call as the ill Anthropocene. Now, Anthropocene is ultimately, I think, extreme scientific philosophy generated through cogito ergo sum, and we have reached now. Now we are talking of Anthropocene, now we are talking of climate change, now we are talking of global warming, now we are talking of waste-generating society. All these things are that we see in the form of this very ugly Anthropocene. Now, anthropology as a subject has been from a very, very beginning, I think, emphasizing upon looking at the rationale in the livings of the traditional societies, primarily what earlier the anthropologists used to call the primitive or the savages. Now we call them as the indigenous communities and their philosophy. In fact, anthropologists in the earlier time who were very much, I think, influenced by the scientific ideology, was to consider their beliefs, their practices, which were in the form of animism, of course, where it was more of an integrating, where the human beings were, understood as integrated part of the nature, as one of the component of nature, not as something alienated with nature. But that was considered in the beginning as a sign of primitiveness, a sign of savageness, a sign of barbarism. But eventually, now we are realizing that that was a superior philosophy. Animism was very superior kind of philosophy than monotheism.
which is a kind of a reflection of Anthropocene, where human beings are the masters. Again, monotheism is God is a human being, a man, and then man is ruling others. But in animism, this was not so. Animism was a kind of a brotherly, the whole universe has a kind of a brotherly attitude. And now we see that is emerging. Now, looking at anthropology, when we look at anthropology, of course, recently we are right now going through the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, and I think by 2030, we'll be finishing with that. But before that, we had, of course, Bertland Commissions, and of course, prior to that, we had Earth Summit and, looking at this. In India particularly, I think the paradigm shift took place, although we had a Department of Forest for a very long time. But I think after 1974, 75, when Chipko movement started making, international appearance and everybody was talking about Chipko movement, then I think we started with having a Ministry of Environment in the mid-70s. And then onward, I think India is embarking on this path of, at least trying to be sustainable. Now, in anthropology, subject of anthropology, I would like to, of course, talk about, Junior Stewart, who gave, talked about culture area, but basically he gave conceptualization of cultural ecology. And, from cultural ecology, we went to deep ecology and deep to environmental anthropology. So, whereas, like here I would like to say, whereas now the scientific thinking, we are talking of Anthropocene, there is something called deep ecology, Arne Naess and all. And in deep ecology, they actually went one step ahead towards, I think, realization of our interdependence with nature. And they gave a concept of biocene, as against Anthropocene. Biocentrism. Biocentrism means that human beings are not alone, but other living entities that we have, whether in terms of flora or fauna, they are also integral part of human beings, and our survival is totally dependent upon the survival of this. So this was like, I think, a slightly broader approach. But I would like to, mention here that what you used to call as primitive or savage or barbarians and their beliefs as animism, I think that was far superior in terms of the philosophy to Anthropocene, to my mind, even to the biocentrism of deep ecology, because that is for omnicentric, that is for not only for living, not only that we have linkage with the living, but also non-living. And I think in India, this has been very vociferously came to existence by a decision of the Uttarakhand High Court, where they said that river, Ganga particularly, is a living entity. So when you are calling river, mountain, and other geographical formulations as living entities, we actually are now going to realization, better realization, I think superior realization, that the whole universe or the Vasudha ev Kutumbakam. Vasudha ev Kutumbakam, generally we think that Vasudha ev Kutumbakam means that all the human beings of the world. No, Vasudha is Earth, Mother Earth, and Mother Earth includes everybody. Mother Earth includes human beings. Mother Earth includes not only human beings, but also plants, and also, I think, these all mountains and rivers and all. So this the whole Mother Earth as one family. I think that is the realization that we have in animism, in form of what I called as omnicentrism, that everything is related to each other. And that is, I think, that is a kind of a basic spiritualistic ideas that I think culminated, of course, in the indigenous communities of the world. But I think India was as a civilization which reinforced and forcefully, put forth this idea of linkages, that we are not alone, but we are linked to not only Vasudha Ev Kutumbakam, but the whole cosmos is linked to us, and we are also a micro part of the whole cosmos. Now this particular seminar is on Bengal, and I think I would like to briefly mention about Bengal. I have some relations, not relations with Bengal, but I have done some studies in Bengal, and especially my experience of Bengal is with the Sundarbans. Sundarbans, you know that there was a very, cyclone Aila fell Sundarbans, and I, with my team of students, of course, Kalindi is sitting here, we went there exactly after 1 year to see, what is happening. And there we actually looked at Sundarban society. Now, this was a very, I think, sustainable society. In fact, the whole Bengal is sustainable in some sense, because but what I saw there and what I want to, highlight here is that every household had a very interesting thing they call is a pukur. Now, pukur is I think a very integral part of the sustainable idea that they have. I think when we are in North, we say that when we say, have you had your meal, we say roti khali. And when you are in other part of India, we say, have you had rice, But when you are in Bengal, you don't say that. You say, mach is part of the rice. So whether you had mach bhat or not, mach is an integral part of Bengali. So it is not, we have in India divided into bhat eating and roti eating, but also we have mach bhat eating as a separate Bengali. But this mach, eating of mach and having a pukur, is a very, I think it's a very sustainable kind of a idea that they have. A pukur is not only a place where you grow, these fishes. No, you actually eliminate the household waste, kitchen waste, because of the pukur. Your kitchen waste becomes the food. Now, because in Delhi you don't have such institutions, so you already had 4 mountains in Delhi. They're traditional mountains. They are Anand Parvat, Pahadi Dheeraj, Paharganj, and Raisina Hills. These are the 4 traditional mountains of Delhi. 3 more mountains have added. Gazipur mountain, Balaswa mountain, and Tughlakabad mountain, very near to you. There is another mountain, West mountain that you have. 3 mountains. So we are Anthropocene, anthropocentric is again a waste generating. We generate a lot of waste generated. I think pukur makes sure that this waste is not generated. The waste becomes a kind of an integral part of their livelihood cycle. And this is beautiful institutions that they have. Unfortunately, the modern Bengal, Calcutta is actually killing all those wetlands, You have got Salt Lake City and this Lake City, that Lake City. So we are going against, again we are, I think, perhaps following the René Descartes little bit of, but then this is what is happening. So this pukur is there, which is there. But secondly, I think the society, when we talk of sustainability, we are not only talking of human beings living in harmony with the nature. That is one. But I think another lesson that I learned there was human beings living in harmony with other human beings. So we had what we came across, in fact, we went and there is something called Bon Bibi there. Now, Bon Bibi is a very interesting, very, very interesting institution. Unique, very unique to Bengal. Very unique to Bengal. Why? Because Bon Bibi is a real syncretization, syncretic institution where you have the Muslims as an integral part of, I don't know whether Bon Bibi can be called as a Muslim deity or Hindu deity. This is again, if she can be a Muslim deity because she is supposed to be the daughter of Brahmin, that Abraham, and she has a relation with Mecca, so therefore, but she looks like Durga, riding on a tiger, and tiger is also somebody, Dakhin Rai, which she killed. So, that is a very interesting kind of a institution that has been created in. And second institution, which again I think Bengal again is lucky to have, is the Baul tradition. Now, Baul tradition is again at the, culmination of Hindu and Sufism or Islam coming together. If you do not have syncretic Hinduism and Islam, you can't conceptualize of Baul, like you can't conceptualize of Bon Bibi. I think these are the 2 important things that Bengal has given to the world. And I think because we are talking about literary and Spandan society and all those things, I thought I should highlight these 2 important institutions that they have. So secondly, what I'm trying to say is that we are coming back. We are coming back where we left. We left at declaring that human being is a master. Now we are realizing that we are not the masters. We are but one element equal to all other elements that are there in the universe. And I think that realization is a realization of sustainability. So sustainability, as I try to say, The science is the enemy of sustainable livelihood. But I think the answer to this problem is also lying in science, but the right kind of science. Unfortunately, the right kind of science, wherever the right kind of science is being involved, I think we have found solution to the problems of Anthropocene. But where the right kind of science, for example, this waste, you're talking of Yamuna as a river, which is now, a very, I think, highly polluted river. But the answer to this river, again, lies in science, a good science. I differentiate good science, serious science, and non-serious science and bad science. I think I must say that, although it is not right, but the good science has not come. It is because the good science was not there, we had these 3 new mountains in Delhi. It was because good science was not there, we had this Yamuna as highly polluted. I think the time has come when good science, the right science, should be used to find answers to this Anthropocene. Anthropocene and its answer does not lie in refraining from eating, from living a comfortable life. No, I think science, use of a proper science, can be a good solution of coming out of these critical situations. So with these words, I think I would like to give chance to my other colleagues. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Dr. Debashri, and I would like to thank the prestigious Deshbandhu College and the principal. And very good afternoon to all the young scholars here and my colleagues and Professor Joshi. Thank you so much. Today I'll be addressing on sustainability and interdisciplinarity, taking an example of healthcare services, and looking at different healing systems which exists within our country. And you look at, there is a plurality of healthcare. Now, how do we see plurality of healthcare? What are the philosophies of different pathies which are existing, and which are sustainable and which are non-sustainable, and especially looking at today's modern healthcare system. Colonial period, we saw that biomedicine became very dominant, and across the country, not just in India, but across the world, biomedicine, which is also called as allopathy or modern medicine, has always been dominant because the stakeholders in biomedicine are many, and most of them have actually benefited out of this system of medicine. The advantages of medicine are many because, it can help in surgeries, it takes care of trauma, it takes care of curative, preventive, many other care for healthcare. But all of you may be knowing that it is equally very, very commercial, and healthcare is commoditized because of biomedical care, and people spend out of pocket. More than 70–80% of healthcare spending is out of pocket, even though India spends very less compared to other countries. If you look at India spends not more than 2% of GDP, whereas other countries like Japan or Korea, they spend more than 10%, around 10% of GDP, and even countries like Singapore, they spend more than 5 to 6%. India spends the least, even though healthcare, and India being the most populated country in the world now, we need to invest more. But as we can see that biomedicine is commercialized, and all of you might have experienced during COVID also as to how people were suffering and dying and not able to pay because the modern healthcare services are also limited. The resources are limited, even though we have 3-tier system where you look at sub-centers, primary health centers, community health centers, and big hospitals. And more post-liberalization, we have seen that there are more corporate hospitals. We call them as corporate because they run on the principles of corporate and more of benefit or making more commercial. So thereby, when you look at modern medicine, it is very, very commercial and non-sustainable, especially to reach out to the most needy and the poor people. So not everybody can afford modern medical systems, even though The public health care systems which we have, three-tier systems, are supposed to be free of cost, but when people go for treatment, not everything comes out free of cost. They have to still shell out money to take care of that. So while we have biomedical care, which is state patronage, and it's been there since beginning, even before independence, this government decided to have allopathy as a state medicine and then supported and given funds for R&D. But our indigenous healing systems, which have been existing for centuries, we call now as an acronym for Ayush, which are Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, Homeopathy, and Saurikpa has been added. So these have been existing for ages and centuries, much, much before biomedicine came. And these were taking care of the needs of the people and taking care of many other health problems. However, again, it was only in 2014 that the ministry recognized Ayush as a department and ministry, and thereby supporting the Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, homeopathy and all. So despite having our own healing systems, we went into biomedical care. But there's a large number of non-codified healers, which again, many of you who have gone to the villages, gone to the tribal bastis, you'll understand that there are healers, which we call them as non-codified because they don't have any written text and they don't have any professional degrees. Their knowledge is passed from one generation to another through oral traditions, through apprenticeship, and younger generation learn from the older generation. And they are with many names like Maiba Maibi or Ojhas or Gunis or Dais, and they were taking care of people and they're still taking care of people at the doorsteps. My own research in Northeast and some tribes in the South, we can see that they treat almost all the health problems, except for emergencies, definitely for snake poison healing or kidney stone or fevers, and minor illnesses are very common which they treat, and they also claim to treat cancers and many other problems, even childbirth. Recently, government also started recognizing them by giving them Padma Shri awardees, and last year from Pasighat, Lego, she is the one who treats naturopathy and even treats cancers. However, we have not recognized them. We don't have a policy for them. Though in Ayush, Department of Ayush, there is a small segment called folk medicine, and there is a national level institute in Pasighat called National Institute of Folk Medicine. However, we have added Ayurveda to it. It's not yet recognized in the sense that the non-codified healers are supported in any way. They are not given any scholarships or no funding for any research or things like that. So the point is the most sustainable way of healing, which is at the grassroots, done by the non-codified healers, is not yet recognized fully. There's no policy for it. Though based on our research, we felt that it is easy. It's not too difficult to recognize them. One of the articles which I published in Dr. Mahajan's and Dr. Joshi's, Professor Joshi's book called Healer's Hut. The model of having a healer's hut at the panchayat level is possible, where the healers can sit and treat their own people. They can have their own indoor facility where patients with broken legs can come and stay there. However, these healers are the most ethical people to treat people without taking money, and very nominal money, and they are the ones who are treating people, patients at the doorsteps, and more than 63% are still in rural India. So thereby you can see that the most sustainable way of healing people, where we are not yet recognizing them. Though there was a certification which started for these healers, but it's only voluntary. Now, interestingly, as Sir said about the bio-Cartesian model of allopathy is also based on bio-Cartesian model of mind-body dualism. You don't see mind-body together. However, all these healing systems which we have, the traditional healing systems, are very holistic in nature. They are mind, body, in the combination, like it's mindfulness which they look into, and treat with natural elements, whether it's flora, fauna. And the most important part of the non-codified healing system is that these healers are the most knowledgeable about the biodiversity around them. They have the knowledge of each and every flora, fauna, and how they can be used for the health and well-being of not just humans, but also animals. So thereby, it is most sustainable, and we are not recognizing them. So most of these healers are very elderly and they are dying, and most of the knowledge is going away. So you can imagine that the kind of wisdom these people have, the kind of knowledge they have, with their passing away, you will lose all the knowledge of the biodiversity. So there are trees around us. They are of immense value, especially the medicinal value, and none of us know anything about it because we are not trained into it, and we are not recognizing the importance of these healers. Even you know about our grandma's recipes on grandma's kitchen. You have a lot of things which are useful for health care, and food as medicine. If you look into, these are the knowledge systems which are very, very important, and we are not recognizing them. Thereby, we are going away from sustainable way of living, whereby we are getting into more and more commercial way of spending money on our health care. And given these healing systems, which are not just curative, very interesting is they are also preventive, promotive, and rehabilitative, which we need to take care. And coming to interdisciplinarity, I think health is again a very, very interdisciplinary subject. And in fact, I would say that we should get into the teams of multidisciplines, whereby we can bring these sustainability into context. And if you look at healers, and if you look at good health for all of us, we need to have teams of people who are, say, people from not just biomedicine, but Ayurveda, looking at people from coming from biodiversity boards, medicinal plant boards, then also ethnobotanists, anthropologists. They can all come together to come up with a very sustainable healthcare services which are existing already in our country but not being recognized. And these needs to be recognized and brought together so that we live a sustainable way of living, giving respect to our environment and biodiversity around. And that way we are not just being part of the ecosystem which we are living. We are more ecocentric, and we can then sustain our own lives. It's not, we generally say that we are destroying our earth. When we are polluting, when we are doing a lot of development programs which are not sustainable, we generally say that we are destroying earth. It's actually we are destroying ourselves, because earth is going to sustain, earth is going to live. We are going to die, and COVID was one small example for us to wake up. I think this is the time when we need to really understand the importance of ecosystem, ecology, biodiversity, and give respect to it, and equally give importance to more of naturopathy and also the healing systems which have been existing much before time. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Professor Dr. Mahajan.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Devashri. And thank you to the organizing committee of the seminar for inviting me to this very interesting. I've already enjoyed both the presentations. So I'm actually going to add another layer to this discussion, which is already happening. I'll start by defining the idea of sustainability. And Anna Singh, very famous anthropologist who wrote this book called The Mushroom at the End of the World, says that sustainability is a dream of passing a livable earth to future generations, both humans and non-humans. She argues meaningful sustainability requires multi-species resurgence, that is the remaking of livable landscapes through the actions of many organisms. Anthropologists, they've been defining sustainability as practice that prolong the value of coexistence of humanity with other species on Earth, converging in meaning with humanistic values such as peace and dignity. What I'm going to do today is an idea which I started researching while I was a master's student. So in anthropology departments, there's this tradition of going to team fieldwork. And while we were doing our fieldwork, we were taken to a village in Himachal Pradesh. And this village was situated in in district Shimla, and Tehsil was Thiog. And I mean, I had not planned that I had to work on ecology. I was initially thinking of working on folk medicine, but then we came across a big forest which people were calling as Devta ka Jangal. Um, a lot of people also called it as Devvan, and then I started talking to local people about this village forest, and then I came to learn that this village forest is um, actually protected by the sanction of a local deity. Name of the Devta was Devta Chikreshwar, and this forest was protected since a very, very long time. People had no idea when this institution had come into being. Uh, what was very interesting was that uh, while we were doing our fieldwork, we were also reading uh, for our net exams and other things. So there was this concept called sacred complex, and then I used the idea of sacred complex to analyze what was there in the village. So this sacred forest was actually part of the sacred geography. So sacred complex is divided into three ideas, three analytical categories: sacred geography, sacred practices, and sacred specialists. So there was this ecology. So the ecology of the village and ecology of the area was, I mean, not just the forest, but even the local water sources were also protected by the sanction of Devta. So you had Baulis and you had other water sources which were protected by religious sanctions. Then there were sacred specialists who would keep a track of who was using these water resources, when to use these water resources, who can visit the forest, who cannot visit the forest, when can they take out wood from the forest. And there were clear-cut rules about all that. Also, there were rituals which were related to these forests. So there were annual rituals, there were monthly rituals, there were weekly rituals, and there were daily rituals through which people performed certain kind of activities. So what I'm trying to say is that there's a sustained practice of protecting the environment which existed in indigenous communities. But then, as ma'am was talking about corporate logics of development, um, after I finished my fieldwork, I learned that, and even while I was writing my field notes and later my dissertation, I came across many other works which people had done on sacred groves in Himachal Pradesh. And there was this very interesting work which Sudha Vasan, who was a colleague at Sociology Department in Delhi University, she had done, and she had reported how certain sacred groves, they are not enjoying the kind of sustainability which this particular sacred forest was enjoying, because corporate logic had entered in many ways into how people are making sense of their landscape and ecology. So what had happened in one of the villages, and Sudha had reported it, but then even the place where I was doing fieldwork, there was this next village where people decided to build bigger temple for the Devta. So for that, they needed a lot of wood. They also needed a lot of money. And they started selling the patches of sacred forest, not saying that, they are selling this forest for any, making any benefits or, for extraction of timber or anything, but saying that, because a lot of visitors come to our village, so Devta's temple should be bigger, and there should be some accommodation, because now the devotees of Devtas are coming from far off places. We also need accommodation for them. So for that, they started selling. So, and the selling happened. So what it was actually land in that village was actually private owned. So they gave power of attorney to a timber merchant. So although there were a lot of legislation, there was a lot of legal hassle, but then this person was able to sell a part of the forest. What I'm trying to say is that um, sacred groves are not something which is there in Himachal Pradesh. Sacred groves are found all over India. They are known by different names. In Rajasthan, they are called as Orans. You have them in Tamil Nadu. You have them all over Himalayas, in coastal areas, everywhere. But then, what will be the future of these sacred groves in the light of what is happening in the name of, in the name of development, in the name of, remaking of landscapes, and how the built environment is changing? As I was talking about Calcutta and how the landscape is changing just because people are now leaving behind the kind of architectural legacy they had, and they are shifting to architectures which have come from somewhere else, right? So scientific logics of living comfortable lives, they are changing the way people are imagining their futures. So in that context, how do we think about the future of sacred groves? Recently, in fact, Indian government, especially Supreme Court, December 18, 2024, there was this legislation which said which actually directed Rajasthan government to map and classify sacred groves as forests under Wildlife Protection Act. And they have, the court has empowered the state to declare them as community community forests, and they've asked them to make community management committees. Although, because the Forest Rights Act 2005 already has declared that communities have to take care of the, I mean, communities are an important part of the protection when it comes to forests. But then this legislation, we do not yet know how this is going to play out. Although there are legal sanctions to, I mean, there's this some kind of tension which people are already feeling, because earlier these sacred groves were being taken care by the communities, but there was no legal sanction. But now with the coming of legal sanction, how the power is going to play out. So with that thought, I want to end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Khatri.
Thank you, Debashri, and thanks to the organizing team of Deshbandhu College for inviting me and having me here in this roundtable. And also thanks to Professor Joshi and Professor uh, Reddy for organizing this conference, and everyone else. So, okay, so I'm really glad that I am here to present my views on this very interesting idea of sustainability. What I will do is I will try to relook this idea of sustainability from an alternative perspective, because if we can say that anthropology is a science of alternatives, because we have been dealing with people, communities that are not part of a particular dominant ontological view, but they have they have an alternative viewpoint, worldview, or the ontology, if I can say. So within that context, I will take up a French philosopher, Michel Foucault, and his philosophical debate on politics. and what he has to say about this idea. And then this is how I'm going to relate this idea to the idea of sustainability. So this is what exactly I'm trying to do. Now, what is politics according to Michel Foucault? He says that politics is not bad, but it is dangerous, as it has the capacity to generate singularity of beliefs. And when it generates a singularity of belief, it hampers the capacity to think alternatively. Okay. So this generates a universal intellectuals bound to think in a particular way. Similarly, when we extend this idea to understand the idea of sustainability, what it has become as a dominant political doctrine that we think that is trying to answer the questions related to environment and development, but within this discourse, it is actually not doing it. So the sustainability as we see it in its present form is not in a position to address the question of environment and the idea of development and sustainable development as we want it to address, but it is not really trying to address it in a way. Because it has ingredients of Western hegemony. And here, sustainability has transformed into a metaphor. Metaphor, I am saying it is as a metaphor because what we think it should mean is not actually what it means. So this has actually transformed into a metaphor of conservation and sustaining of the capitalist interest. What sustainability, in the name of sustainability, what actually we do is a kind of moral politics, which is different from a structural politics. And this I'm saying in the context of that we are towards, or I think in the entire world, the kind of happenings that we see in the news each day is a development of a deep state. And this deep state, what it is doing is killing a form of structural politics, and it is generating a kind of moral politics where what happens is the entire load of sustaining the environment now rests on the people. It rests on the people. And the state absolves itself from its duties of the idea of sustainability. Now, in this context, I will also like to bring in the idea of sustainability and its emergence during enlightenment as a biopower, as a power that was used over nature by the human beings and nature considered to be as inferior to the human beings. To understand this idea, there was a book published in 2016 by a biologist called E.O. Wilson. And the book is titled Half Earth. Now, what this book says is, it says that we need to set aside half of the planet for the nature. Now, when we try to, now what I'm trying to do is basically a critique of what the book is saying, that why we are going to set aside half a planet for the nature when half of the population is not contributing in a way to the destruction of the nature as it has been done. So this itself becomes a very, very problematic idea. Now, what has to be done? A different kind of an approach needs to be taken into account, and that is what is called as political ontology. And what political ontology supports is the idea of cognitive justice. Now, this idea of cognitive justice entails that the knowledge that is present among the local population, the knowledge that we have been talking about, Professor Joshi has talked about, Professor Reddy has talked about, Dr. Mahajan has talked about this. This knowledge has to be given its due respect. This knowledge is to be given its due respect that it needs. But what is happening? And now I shift to this this is what is the alternative kind of knowledge, the alternative what Professor Joshi is also talking about, good science.
And a good science cannot be without by leaving a particular kind of a knowledge system and only having a hegemony of a very particular kind of knowledge system. So what I understand about good science is one dimension is this. Now, when we try to incorporate this kind of indigenous knowledge system, which is present in the form of, as Dr. Mahajan said about sacred grooves, it is also present in the form of, for example, traditional water harvesting system called Johar in semi-arid regions. Now, it is not that we are only understanding this, but there is an intergovernment platform on biodiversity and ecosystem services. I think there are 94 countries that are part of this intergovernmental platform that acknowledge that indigenous knowledge and their adaptation in biodiversity conservation is very, very important. But where are we actually heading towards? Where are we going towards? Now, it is not only that India is having a tribal population and we have having indigenous knowledge system, but there are indigenous knowledge system world over. So for example, in Africa, there is an indigenous system of conflict management in Ghana. Now, this conflict management is also very important as a sustainable ideology that centers around the principles of mediation, fairness, justice, institutional trustworthiness, and so on. And so with all, and then we also have different kinds of traditional knowledge practices like water conservation and sustainable water management systems, which are related to sustainable development targets very, very directly. Soil conservation and sustainable agriculture. This I'm saying in the context of India, Indian tribal population. Then food and health security, which are again related to various relatable sustainable developmental goal targets. But how are we going to achieve this? I'm saying this in the context that when we understand the socio-economic status of the tribes in India, then we are lagging far behind. And until and unless we support them or support their knowledge, not only knowledge, support them as a community, that will be helpful for getting the sustainable development goals. So for example, the NFHS data of 2015 and 16 places around 46% of the scheduled tribes in the lowest wealth quartiles. Then the Forest Rights Acts of the 2006, and it is written in the National Tribal Policy, which is itself a draft till date, that it suffers from substandard execution as mentioned in the draft of the National Tribal Policy. Now, India is not a signatory to the ILO Convention 169, which is not ratified because of ideas of the indigenous word that we use. Now, what I'm trying to tell you through this is I'm trying to problematize the issue. We all want that, and we know that indigenous knowledge is very, very important for sustainable development, but where we are exactly heading towards. Now, this brings me to take few minutes to tell that what exactly can be done. In order to address these issues, what we can do is we can focus on regional specific issues that are helping in sustainable livelihood. For example, tribes in Himalayan region could lay greater emphasis on sustainable infrastructure, forest management, and biodiversity conservation, while irrigation, water management, and sustainable agriculture could be the major themes in the central states or the central India. So what I'm trying to tell is that we have to be region specific so that we promote those sustainable activities. Another very important thing I would like to tell before the August gathering is that tribal languages. We have many, this is a department of Bengali we are talking about. Now, sustaining the languages is directly related to the idea of sustainability. Why it is related? Because these languages, some of them may not be having their own scripts.
They don't have their own scripts, but they are through oral tradition, and they have a lot of knowledge related to the sustainability, the idea of sustainability. So if we really want to sustain and do something about this idea of sustainability, we need to conserve the languages, that is the tribal languages that are very, very important to us. Now, I wanted to present this in two parts. So I'm now coming into the second part. Just very briefly, I will mention this because we are sitting and talking on literary environmentalism and the idea of sustainability. Bengali literature I've been hearing since morning. And Aparajita Day was talking about the idea of ecological aesthetics. She was talking about. That also brought me to present before you. There's a project that we are doing. Myself, Dr. Mahajan is also a part of it, and in Queen's University, Belfast. So this is a project we are doing with our master students, and this is a creative ethnography kind of a thing. And through this project, what we are doing is we are relating with the environment, not only by observation through our eyes, but also through different senses. So it is more multisensorial in nature, like smell, what you hear, what you touch. And through that, we try to understand the environment around us. And very recently, we were doing a bridges project, a project on bridges. So a bridge in Belfast was selected, a bridge in Delhi was selected, and a bridge in Prayagraj was selected. Now,
just mute it.
Powerful mode of this, I'm talking about alternatives.
Okay.
This is again a very, very alternative
This
way
paper
of,
will delve into Esserin Kiri's award-winning novel When the River Sleeps.
So I'm just finishing, बस खत्म हो रहा है. तो मैं ये कह रहा था कि
When the River Sleeps tells the story of Billy, the central characters who quest for a magical stone. The novel centers on Willie, a solitary hunter living in the forest, driven by dreams of a river containing a wishing granting stone.
And
or
what came out of
Hearthstone.
it, we were not thinking
He
about this
embarks
idea of
on a
sustainability.
perilous
That was
journey
not part of this
to find
project.
this
But what
sleeping
came out
river
of this was
and claim the stone.
that when
Willie's
people
journey
are
is
moving
filled
on the
with
bridges, what
encounters of
emotions are
supernatural
getting was
beings
that
like
Yamuna is getting
wild
polluted.
tigers, widow spirits,
When people are
and
walking on
demons,
the bridges
adding a
in
layer of
Belfast, they are
fantasy and
more
danger.
concerned with the ideas
After
of how
he
the
returns
city
with
is
the
divided
Hearthstone,
into different
he
Catholics
comes
and the
across a
Protestants.
place
When
inhabited
we are
by
moving
only
in bridges
women
in
folk.
Prayagraj, we are
The
more
women were
concerned with
considered
the, as a
to have a
religious site,
supernatural
as
power, and whenever they
Sangam,
pointed with their
Ganga and
fingers,
Yamuna is.
everything
Now,
withered and died.
what comes out of
They
this
were known
idea
as
is that how
Kirhub
creative
Fumia.
methods can
There
be
he met a
used
kind
to
young woman,
relate to the
Ate,
environment, and how this
who is a
brings out
normal
that
woman without
different
any magical
environments
powers.
give us
Billy
different
brings her
kind of
home and
emotional
eventually entrusts
imagination,
her
different kinds of
with the
literary
Hearthstone.
imagination,
So
and I
this is
can
a
also
brief
say
summary of the
different kind
text.
of
Now,
anthropological
coming to
imaginations that
the
it brings out. And this is
paper,
a very
I
interesting
divided my
way
paper
of
into
also
5
exploring
points,
the
and it
environment,
begins with the
talking
title
about
Odyssey of Billy.
ecological ethics and
The journey of
literary
Billy is an
environmentalism.
odyssey moment
So thank you so much.
as
With
he
this, I end.
undergoes a perilous journey that has transformed his understanding of mankind,
Dr. Sharma,
nature,
thank you.
animals,
Thank you,
and the
Vishal.
world of spirits. His honesty and innocence are the reason why nature chose him and he can possess the Hearthstone from the river spirit, where he
afternoon,
realized
everyone.
that the river spirit, the river
I
is
would
a
first
spirit.
of all begin
His journey
by
can be classified into
thanking
several
the
parts.
organizers
First,
of the international seminar,
he has been chosen as the
Professor Antara
guardian of the
Chaudhary and
forest.
Dr. Debashri Sinha,
Willie is
as well
known as an guardian of the
Dr.
forest
Agniva and
beyond
Dr.
his village.
Saurabh, who are the
He is
conveners and the
assigned to take
co-conveners
care of the
the
flora
seminar.
and
Thank you
fauna
so
of the
much.
forest.
And also
He
the
also depends
management
upon
and
forest
the
for his
administration
sustenance
of
as a
Deshbandhu
source of
College,
food
University
and as a
of
medicine
Delhi.
for healing himself at
Um,
different intervals.
So I'm
Second,
truly
the
humbled in
forest
the
is my
presence of
wife.
all the
Willie
stalwarts,
often addressed the
and
forest as
they
his wife.
have shared
His
such
alienation from the
interesting and
communities
insightful
and live with nature
sessions.
is
Thank
the
you,
core
Professor
themes of the
Acharya,
text.
because
According to him,
a lot
forests
of what
provides
Sir
the
and I
essential
have
qualities
discussed
of,
about Bon
to,
Vivi is
to
something that we
overcome the
heard in your
weaknesses
very
he
enlightening
sees from
talk as
mankind.
well. So thank you
As
so
the
much.
American literary
It
critic
was
M.S.
quite
Abrams
interesting
rightly
to hear
pointed out
and
that
also
ecology
reminisce
is the
the times
science
that we had
that
at
investigate
Sundarbans.
the
So I
interrelations
would
of
briefly
all
want to
life with
talk
each other
about
and with their physical habitats.
the idea of
Coming to the
sustainability
third
and
point,
sort of
forest
it
as
brings together
home.
all
The
of
forest
what
is a
has
home to
already been
different beings.
said.
The Naga
So very
communities who
briefly, I would
live
talk
in the
about the
border,
idea of
the
sustainability
Bagh
as
Weavers,
well
Zalian
as use two
communities, the
examples.
Nepali,
One
the animals and the
which
spirits.
is the case
So
study of
they all consider
Sundarban
forest as a
Cyclone
source
Isla
of home.
affected region.
Really
And
seek
the other
refuge
is just a personal
as a home
experience of
under
yet
this
another
forest,
community
which the
that I will
community
share
calls
at
as
the end.
unclean forest.
Okay.
In the Naga
So
dialects, they call it
sustainability as we
Rahuria.
understand it today has
When he
progressed
was
from a
accused of a murder,
conservationist viewpoint
the
within
idea of
the
wilderness
ambit of
becomes a place
environmentalism
of
to the more
retreat and
socio-economically driven
sanctuary,
framework that
according
takes
to him.
into consideration
Now, this unclean forest
judicious
to
utilization of
Willie
resources
is a
while
source of
we are
retreat.
constantly pursuing
As
our ambitions for
Gerard has rightly
infrastructure
pointed out that
development. It is a
wilderness
concept that
becomes
regularly
a place
oscillates
and a
between
place
a
for
very
him to
objective
make
and
a sense of
self-regulating
settlement.
technocentric notion to a
It is
more
also true forest that
philosophical
helps
ecocentric
Willie
view that
overcome
often
the fear
challenges
of
the
not
former
just people,
over
but
an unbridled
including the
depletion
spirits.
of natural
Because
resources. The
a
strictly
journey
scientific
to
temperament
take
is
the
what, as
heart stone,
anthropologists, we
particular
consistently
stone that have been
challenge.
possessed by
The strictly
river spirit.
scientific
So
temperament
in
has
order to take
modeled
such
a
stones,
weak
it has to
concept. So we
be
are talking about the concept, the
through
weak
a kind of
concept of
extreme
sustainability, as well as a
innocence, or if
relatively
not true honesty,
sustainable
that he
framework
can
of
be only
sustainability or a strong
given a
framework
chance
of
to take the
sustainability.
heartstone.
So the
Thus is
strictly
the thing that
weak
we have
concept of
overcome all those
sustainability
kind of
reads
fear, all
natural
those kind of
resources as intrinsically free from any core values, something that was spoken by Dr. Pradipto in the morning as well, that could anthropomorphize nature. Rather, the technology-driven understanding of sustainability is anthropocentric and considers human species as a separate element that is capable of dominion over nature, and it is up to them to decide the future course of resource utilization. However, some Greek philosophers, guided by a very Arcadian principle, who established the entire discipline of ecology on the concept of oikos, or what we consider as the idea of home, would find this overly simple, pro-Newtonian, technocentric, and an anthropocentric view of sustainability rather offensive. To my anthropological and humanist mind, it is the soul of the environment that is somehow unaccounted for. The technocentric view, through its imperialist disposition, overlooks the deep interactions between human society and nature. This human-nature interface in indigenous cosmology sometimes takes a sacred and divine meaning that may not always suit the needs of a reasonable and rational scientific temperament, a temperament that justified the exploitation of the wild and barbaric Cyclopes by Odysseus. An anthropologist
keeping track
who's
of the
quite
time
frequently
and
identified
also giving
as
a very
cultural
crisp
translator
and interesting
and an
picture of
advocate for the indigenous
the Naga
population
life,
often
particularly
finds
with
this
respect to the
imperialist
pristine
tradition
glory
hard
of the
to
forest
navigate with,
and also
as
the
it has
question of
been myopic in
sustainability.
its vision, devoid of a
Of course,
long-term
the paper
planning,
will be open for
needs-based
discussion once
assessment of
the entire
communities, and
sessions
quite
are over.
honestly, an inclusive
So
approach
now
that
may I call
represents
upon
the voices of the
Dr.
autochthons.
Momita Sarkar,
A true
who
multidisciplinary
is an
approach
assistant
on
professor
sustainability
at
will be
Department of English,
required
Dayal Singh
to
College,
practice
and her paper
a
is titled
post-Newtonian methodology
Commodity,
that is inclusive
Culture,
of regional and
the
indigenous
Riverines of
perspectives
Bengal.
in addition to the
Momita,
scientific
right.
voices.
Yeah.
One
Thank you so much,
that
sir.
draws
I
upon
would
the lived
ask the
experiences of the
students to please
communities
start my
inhabiting
PPT
difficult and
presentation so that I
hazardous
can begin with
terrains,
my
that creates an
paper.
archive of communities who carry
Please go to
the
the first
collective
slide.
memory of disasters like Super Cyclone of 1999, Cyclone Isla of 2009, or the fairly recent
Okay,
cyclone
thank you so
Amphan
much.
of 2020
Thank you,
in the
everyone.
regions bordering Bay of
I
Bengal.
think before I begin, I
These
would also like to
hydrological
thank the
disasters of the
organizing
landmass
committee
around Bay
for
of Bengal
having this
were a grim
international
reminder
conference
of the
on a
perennial
very
nature of
relevant
cyclone.
topic,
But
because
they also
we have
emphasized
noticed how
on the limited
anthropocentric
human
desires have
capabilities in
altered the
not just
landscapes that we are
forewarning
living in.
about the
So a
intensity
big
and the
thank you to
extent
the
of the
committee
disaster,
for bringing
but
in
also
these
in overcoming
topics
the impacts.
within, from
Of
the
course,
broader
the
spectrum of
rationalist within us
sustainability
is
and
always
literary
drawn to
environmentalism.
the more
So
outcome-based,
good
Good afternoon,
science-backed,
everyone. I am
systematic,
Dr.
and
Momita
strategically mapped
Sarkar, as Sir
solutions
has
to our
already
problems.
introduced.
But be
As you
that
can see,
as
the
it
title
may,
of my
a
paper is
technocentric view lacks a
Commodity
holistic
Culture
overview
and
of
the
the
Riverines
extreme
of
weather
Bengal.
events, thus
The
raising
paper has
concerns about a
explored
deficient
the
ecological
state-induced
understanding as we
commercial
continue to
practices around the
politely
riverine areas of Bengal,
essentialist
which end up being
ontologically as well
hazardous
as
to both
epistemologically
environment and
while
the individuals.
promoting a
My focus will
multidisciplinary
be more on the
enterprise of
individuals
knowledge.
here,
In
especially the lower castes,
2010, less
as
than a
these
year
are
after
the
Cyclone Aila
communities which are
affected the
mostly at the
ecologically
receiving
vulnerable
end
region of
of any
Sundarbans
changes
under
that
the
take
leadership
place
of
along
Professor
the
P.C. Joshi,
riparian
the
territories.
Department of Anthropology at
To
University
begin
of
with,
Delhi
I am
undertook
quoting
an annex
Madhurilata
study funded
Basu,
by the
who has
European Union.
stated that the
This
exploitative
multi-site
practices
study
of
was
our
spread
times
across
look at river
several
water.
Asian countries and was carried out at
Thank
one
you.
of the
Look at
most
river water
affected
as an
blocks of
exploitable
South
commodity.
24
This
Parganas,
above
the Gosaba
statement
block,
indicates a
which is,
transition in
at
recent
least at
years
that time,
in
which was
which
the last
socio-ecological
inhabited island village in
interactions
the
between
region.
human beings
The
and the
microdis
riparian
study, as it was
environment have
commonly
been
referred
largely
to,
measured
at a micro
through the
level
lens of
study on
economy.
extreme weather events in
Anthropocentric
order to
desires,
strengthen
further amplified
preparedness,
by increasing
mitigation, and
human
preventive
population,
strategies to
have led to
reduce health,
categorical
social, and
distortions in the
economic
way
impacts of the
rivers and
disaster.
riverine resources
Let me
have been
briefly
perceived in
highlight some
recent
of the key
times, where
findings
the
of the
river is
study.
seen as a
In doing so,
profit-generating
I intend to
resource.
bring forward the
Since
role
my
of
paper
multidisciplinary
focuses
expertise
on the
that
state
is
of Bengal,
frequently overlooked even in present
please go to
times.
the
In
third
fact, one
slide.
of the things that we are as
Thank
anthropologists
you.
trying to
Since my
highlight in
paper
this
focuses on
roundtable
the state
is
of
that we
Bengal,
keep
let me start with
repeating and
giving you
promoting the
an
idea
idea
of
about Bengal's
multidisciplinarity,
non-peril
interdisciplinarity,
fluvial
and
morphology
even
and its uses since
transdisciplinarity,
the
but we
pre-colonial
often
times.
overlook the
The
differences
reliance on
between the
rivers
three,
for
and we
generation of
also
economy has
overlook the
been part
idea
of
of
Bengal's history
interdisciplinarity,
for
and we
many
are somehow
centuries.
almost always looking at the
Historically,
profitable
the
motive of being
relationship
diplomatic
between
and
rivers and
trying to
human
balance
settlements
our narrative
has
at all
majorly
times.
pivoted
So we are
around the
not
use of the
really
river as a medium of
calling a
trade and
spade a
transport
spade when
since
we
the
are
beginning
talking
of the
about our
Portuguese
specific
settlement
discipline.
and the
Either
consequent
we
Mughal
end up being
conquest of
extremely
Bengal around the
essentialist
16th
and we
century.
try to impose
A
our
study
own
of the economic
methodology
history of the
and
state
techniques,
has
or
revealed
we
that the
end up
Mughal
looking
reign in
at the
Bengal
gray
from the
zones between
16th
the
to the
disciplines and
18th
we try to
century had
balance
witnessed an economic
instead
boom
of really
owing to
trying
an
to look
expansion
at
in
the expertise
Indo-European
each
maritime
discipline has
trade.
to offer.
Devjani
So
Bhattacharya
I'm
also
just trying to
mentions how the
highlight
river
one
Hooghly in Bengal has
and over
appeared
a
as a
bird's eye
central
view, I would
highway
say
of the
a
British
vantage
Empire
point
through
we
which
tried to
commodities were
look at the
exported to the
livelihood
west.
problem
So right
in
from the
Cyclone
pre-colonial
Aila
and
affected
colonial
region
times,
of
the
Gosaba
rivers and
block.
the riparian
And in doing
landscapes have
so,
been
I would like
instrumental
to
in
highlight
economic
how each
development of the
aspect
human settlements.
of this problem
Despite
of
this
livelihood was
contribution,
connected,
one understands that the
interconnected, and the
relationship between the
interface between
riparian
all of this
landscapes and the
highlighted
lower
the lack
castes
of
have not
sustainable,
been
the lack of
ubiquitous. In the
sustainable
words of
livelihood
Mukul
in the
Sharma,
region.
these riparian territories in Bengal
So
can be
the
called
impact
contested
was on the livelihood
spaces
of the
where
people, and it
caste
was
domination
critical
of
in
natural
determining the coping
resources has led
strategy.
to
Now,
several
one of the
cultural
most popular coping
representations and
strategies that
conflicts
came up was
emphasizing
migration,
ecological
and this was not a
exclusion of the
circular or
lower
a seasonal
castes.
migration that was being
Historically,
practiced by
the
people, but
exhaustive
it was more
intimacy
like a
between the
temporary
riparian
or sudden
territory and the
migration
lower
as a
castes in
response to the
Bengal had
extreme weather
witnessed
event.
a
So the
transition in the
migration
colonial
had a
era.
sudden character,
I quote
and it
Shekhar
put a lot
Bandyopadhyay,
of
who has
economic, because
mentioned
the
about the lower
Cyclone Aila
castes in
put
Bengal
a lot of
maintaining
economic
an
strain
amphibious
on the people,
existence
on the
as
communities
boatmen
of
and
Sundarbans.
fishermen, and later
So the
emerging as a
people did
settled
not
peasant
have any
community by taking
alternative
advantage of the
means
land
of
reclamation
livelihood,
policy in
and
the 19th
thereby
century.
they shifted,
The gradual
they tried to
dissociation
shift
of the
out
lower
of the
caste
region.
fishermen
And
and
of course,
boatmen from the
entire
riverine
families could not
environment
manage to
has been
displace themselves.
simultaneously
So it was
bolstered
always the
by the
earning
changing
member,
colonial
most
policy, which
likely
had
men,
debarred the
who
traditional
stepped
fisher
out of
folks
Gosaba block.
of free
Either they
access
went
to
to
river water
Canning or they
resources
went to
and had
Kolkata,
brought about a
or they
vast change in
even
the
stepped out of
relationship
the
between
state.
the
Now,
lower
there was
castes
a
and the
amount of
riverine
uncertainty
landscapes.
that was
It is in this
associated
context of
with
rivers,
this
riparian
migration.
landscapes, and the
This
lower
also
caste
sort
that
of
I am going to
put the
discuss two
onus
short
of
stories
taking care
from
of the
Bengal.
family on
Go to the
adolescent
next slide,
boys,
please.
the women
The
in the
first one
household,
is
and
titled
anybody else who
Chorha.
was
Chora
taking
in
care of the
Bengali.
family. This
Chora is a
meant
Bengali
that
word which
we
can be
had
roughly
a next
translated
layer of
as
vulnerable
silt
population, which were
sedimentation
women,
around the landscape,
elderly,
riverine
and
landscape.
young
And the
children
second short story that
who
I'm going
were
to talk
probably
about is
physically affected or
titled as Jole
psychologically
Dangai,
affected
which
by the
can be
financial
roughly
strain.
translated as
Now,
on
since most
water
men
and on
migrated to
shore.
the urban
So let
areas
me
of the
quickly
state or
summarize the
beyond,
two
the women,
stories here.
elderly, and the
The
children
first
were
one,
quite
the first story,
inadvertently
which is
expected to
Chorha,
either look for an
presents the
interim plan for
struggles of the
food safety and
Majhi
shelter,
community.
or
Majhis
they
are
were
the
at the mercy
boatmen
of the
in
responsible
Bengali
team that
at
could
the
provide
banks of the
them
river
some relief.
Matla who are suddenly faced with the
Given
prospect
fragile
of
nature
losing
of
their
that
livelihood
region,
because
it
of
was
the
very
introduction
difficult. The
of a
land was cut
Bhatbhati
off from the
service. A
mainland,
Bhatbhati is
and
a
therefore,
diesel-driven
for
boat,
the
and
response
that
team to
service is
reach in
introduced by the
time was
state
also a fair
representatives.
amount of challenge.
Displacement of the
Furthermore,
traditional
this problem
communities
was
from the riparian
exacerbated because
territories and riverine degradation
Masaba
have
block
been introduced
comes
as
under a territory
concomitant
which is
effects of
bordering
the anthropocentric
Sundarbans, the
desires and
mangrove,
ventures of the
and
political
it is also
leaders
a zone which
who
is considered
use
to be porous
modernity as a
between
means to
Bangladesh
achieve their
and
goals. The
West
quicker
Bengal.
service
So
of the
at the time,
Bhatbhati
we
has
had
successfully
interviewed several
defeated
people
the
because it was a
mitigating
mass survey.
pace of the
It was a
Noka.
rapid survey
Noka is
that we
the
carried
shallop
out.
or the boat.
So at the
As a
time when we had
consequence,
interviewed
the
people,
Noka owners are without
sometimes were
passengers
able
and
to also
livelihood
tell
now.
us that they had
Such human
they had
predicaments,
swum
however,
across
have been
Bangladesh,
overlooked by the political
and
leaders.
whenever
The
we would try
political
to ask
power-wielding leaders
some
are
proof
only
of identity,
interested
they
in
would even
generating
have
profit
Aadhaar cards,
at the cost of the
sometimes
lives of the
some other
Majis,
form of
who are
identity,
also
but
displaced from the
they had swum
riparian
across during
landscape
the
to
times
make
of
way
Aila,
for the commercial
and
setup.
some even before
Riverine
that. So the
degradation
boundary is also
becomes
the international
inevitable
border
as
was
the
also
effluence
porous.
from the diesel-driven
That
boat
created some
affects the
other set
aquatic
of
life.
problems. So migration alone
Can you
caused
change to the next
caused
slide?
women and men to experience
Let me
sudden fall in
introduce
their
the other
financial
story.
assets,
The
and
other
also
story, which
modified
is
the role
Jole
of
Danga,
women beyond
introduces
domestic
the
control.
mechanized
A
forms
coping
of
strategy
fishing
that arose
through
out of their urgency
trawlers.
to sustain themselves
Providing
and
a
their
critique of the
families
same,
further
the author has
exacerbated the
presented the
vulnerabilities of the
exploitative
migrants in some
practices
cases,
of a prominent
especially
class of
when
people
the
who
migrants were young
capitalize on
women
the
and
labor of
adolescents. It
traditional
is in these dire
fishermen and
circumstances that the
deprive
social
the
profiles of the
artisanal
community
fisher folks
residing
of
in
their due
difficult terrains
credit.
comes out.
Underlying
We
the
witnessed multiple cases
primary
of school
representation, the
dropouts and
narrative also
forced female
highlights the ill
migration
effects
owing
of
to human
supplanting of the
trafficking.
artisanal
Furthermore,
fishing
there was
techniques
the
with the
problem of
trawler
agriculture,
system
which was a
as the
result of
setting
increased
up of cold
salinity of
storages in
soil and
post-independent
ponds that
India.
led to
The
loss of
introduction of the
paddy
trawler
crops and
system for
even
fishing
led to
techniques
depletion
can
in the
be
number
read
of
as a
fishes
step
in the
towards
pool, as
modernization
Sarah had
and
mentioned.
commercialization of
According to
riverine
farmers and
ecology,
agricultural laborers,
which will
it was
benefit the
going to take
fisheries
around 2
sector.
to 3
The
years for the
fiction has
land to
shown how the
lose its soil
materialization of the
deposition,
trawlers
and this was
catch fishes
completely
in the
at the
deep
mercy
sea
of
has
rainfall.
resulted
So
in
there
the
was
increase
no
of the
other
catch.
mechanism to
But
sort of
such
decrease the
developments have
salinity of
not
the
been
region
without their
at that
adverse
time.
effects,
Cattle
for it
and
has
other
resulted in
animals
the
of economic
complexities of
value
storage
were lost
as
to
well as
floods,
problems
and
of
those which
overfishing.
managed to survive
Added
were
with the
unable to
obvious
graze land
problems, it has
as
also
the
led to
land had
gradual
become
breakdown
barren
of
due to
symbiosis
salinity.
between nature and the
There was
lower
no
caste
honey in the
fishermen,
forest because
as the
once again the
earlier
crop had
treasured
been affected
relationship
and
has
there
been
was no
replaced with a
flowers for
mechanized
pollination,
version of fishing.
and therefore
Not only
the
this,
honey
the
collectives
dominance of
also were
modern
at the
techniques of
mercy of
fishing,
relief
largely
or
due to
migration.
commercial purposes,
So once again,
has also
um,
initiated a
not only
monopoly of
did
the
the
upper
disaster
caste, upper
delimit
class
the
over fishing
livelihood
techniques as
options
they
of
can
people in
afford to buy
Sundarbans,
or
it
access
left
such
many of them
mechanisms,
without any
leaving out
shelter,
the
food,
marginalized
causing
population from
extreme levels of
accessing them.
poverty. There was
Next slide,
shortage of
please.
relief supplies and resources within the
So let
government
us
and local
unfold the
NGOs,
problems
leaving
here.
many victims'
Both the
families
stories
hungry
explore
and
the
thirsty for
idea
days together.
what
People had
Donald
no other
Worster
choice
has
but to
called as
drink
the
water
gradation
from the
of
pond
power.
and eat food
Worster
cooked in
notes
the
that the
same water,
control and
which
dominance
caused
of
bouts
nature
of enteric
has led to
diseases.
clear
In fact,
distinction
if
between
you
the
would
rulers
go
and the
and
ruled,
try
the
to
powerful and the
read any
powerless.
records, any
He has
official
theorized
records
how the
of
control and monopoly
Cyclone
over
Aila
water
impact,
resources
the
has
death
often
toll is
characterized
149 for
social structure, with one class representing the impoverished laborers and the other comprising the bureaucrats who form the face of the state. Thus, social structure of the state gets defined along the lines of the degree of riverine control. The introduction of the trawler system and the Bhatbhati service to ferry people across the river, both state-induced decisions, then legitimizes this gradation of power, creating inequalities at multiple levels. Besides this gradation of power, commercialization exploitation of rivers and commodity culture also leads to what Judy Whitehead calls a process of primitive accumulation, a process which simultaneously concentrates property in a few hands while reducing the access of many to an independent means of livelihood. This is visible in the narrative of Chorha as the author states the sense of disillusionment that prevails among the boatmen who have to bear the brunt of the misplaced concerns of commercialization. The second fiction, that is Jole Dangai, also generates idea about primitive accumulation through means of modernization, a process by which traditional methods of fishing has been replaced by the commercial processes. The introduction of the trawler system has indicated a possible and gradual transitional phase of fishing from a basic unit of sustenance to an industrial commodity. Thus, fishing, which traditionally has been associated as a lower caste profession, has become a medium of industrial and economic growth. But the condition of the lower caste fishermen has remained unchanged. They have been deployed for their labor, yet their labor has remained unpaid. Irrespective of the industrial development of fishery and pisciculture as an important sector of economic prosperity in India, the lower castes have not experienced social and economic emancipation. In this context, John Kurian and Thankappan Achari have observed how the fisheries sector has been one of the effective contributors to the national rural economy. To augment the sector's contribution, the model of modernization growth-oriented development has been adopted, which implies superimposition of a modern specialized technology over the existing traditional base, which was largely labor-intensive and of great technical diversity. Such impositions have led to the displacement of artisanal fishing techniques with trawlers and fishing gears, but to assume that mechanization and development have led to stabilization of lower castes' economic condition would be wrong, as they have been deprived of their customary amount and money required for livelihood. To quote Madhav Gupta and Mukul Sharma, the owners of mechanized trawlers and aquaculture farms have actually grown stronger. The state and a particular section of population monopolize resources and control the markets. The elites of fishing industry deny the fisher folk control over resources, markets, and decision-making on which their livelihoods depend. One can conclude that with the induction of the trawler system, there has been a broadening of the divide between the haves and the have-nots. Hence, both fictions present the idea how river water has become a commodity, a control of which has gradually and surreptitiously transferred resource control to the dominant class, which is further legitimized by the state. Please go to the next slide. Commercialization and mechanization have been attributed to be at fault for the riparian complications that have also crept onto the shores of the seas and rivers in Bengal. Besides the loss of aquatic life due to discharge of the effluents from the trawlers and the Bhodbhati, the riparian landscapes have also undergone massive changes. The pristine condition of the river and the riverines have been altered for commercial setups and are no longer freely available to anyone. Added to the economic destabilization, problems of overfishing in the coastal areas of India have also emerged as dominant ecological problem due to the use of the trawlers. I'll go to the conclusion now. To conclude then, one can say that such environmental issues have echoed what Gandhi had said about the effects of duplicating the West in terms of modernity and industrialization, and how forms of environmentalism in the East and the West are different. So one has to be cautious, especially as one treads on the path of modernity, because apart from the environment, human lives are also impacted. The state is also to be blamed for its exclusivist concerns, as it relegates the others out of the realm of economic development. The question remains, though, how far can we go and when can we stop commercializing different aspects of nature? Thank you.
Thank you, Moumita, for that interesting observation and paper on the riverine cultures. In fact, it brought a lot of memories to my mind regarding the particular river and the cultures you were talking about. On the one hand, the paintings by K.G. Subramanian, who amazingly worked with this magical, fisherman community. And he was there for more than 20-25 years. And Bengal seems to be one of the the prominent states through paintings and through other cultures and through literatures. It brought the question of the riverine cultures very, very problematic, right from the time of Ritu Kathak's amazing movie, Titosh Ekti Nodur Naam. So thank you for that paper, and we'll take up the discussions later. Organizers, we respect you, and we duly respect your, your contributions in this conference. But I have a request: speak very less. It's a small room. Hello, speak very less. A small voice creates such a kind of an echo in this room. So it's going to create a lot of, deviations. May I call upon the next paper reader, who is Nilanjana Ray. Is she here? Okay, Nilanjana. She's a guest faculty at the Department of English, Jamia Hamdard. And Nilanjana's paper is titled Two Domestic Tales of Gendered Negotiations with Climate Change. Over to you, Nilanjana.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My paper is titled Two Domestic Tales of Gender Negotiations with Climate Change. Here, I have taken two short stories, Blind Water and Untouchability by Shumana Roy.
Oh yeah. Okay. Microphone is on. Yeah. Okay. So this is yours is an interesting presentation where you have discussed about the interconnection between the nature and human relationship. That reminds me of Amitabh Ghosh's novel, The Hungry Tide. So in which at the end of it, the tiger and the man, the predator and the hunter, they are coming together and they are having a kind of coexistence when when they are in a difficult situation. So that is very interesting. But I didn't understand how water has become a subversive force in your presentation. That is one aspect I think I couldn't point out that particular thing. Secondly, the interesting part is this. I think this will come out subsequently, and let's see how it is shaping up. Then we can start discussing about individual papers and give comments. Yes, next presenter is, should I? Okay. Rakhi? Rakhi Mandal is, hello, Rakhi?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Hear us?
Yes, sir. Am I audible? Sir, am I audible?
Yes. So Rakhi is here. Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
I can't hear Rakhi. Okay. Yeah. Hello, can you hear me, Rakhi?
Yes, am I audible?
Here. क्या हुआ देखो तो you can't hear him.
Sir, am I audible?
Volume का है इधर इसका.
सर वॉल्यूम ये है.
तो है लेकिन
म्यूट करना है.
नहीं I can't hear.
Yes, Rakhi, you are audible.
Yes, sir.
इसको सुन नहीं पा रहे हम.
सारे जो बोल रही है ना खींचा रखो आवाज. वो बोल नहीं रही ना कुछ.
नहीं
वो she silent.
She's speaking. Rakhi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
She's saying something.
Yes,
Yeah, I can hear. I can't hear you. Have you unmute? No, I think she's.
Sir, I have
Unmute
unmuted
yourself,
my.
Raki. Raki is audible, but I can't hear. Anyway, okay, let's start. Raki, okay. Your paper is on caste, ecology, and nature in Arundhati Roy's The God of Small Things.
Yes, sir.
We are giving 15 minutes to each participant. So you can start your paper. Raki, please start your paper.
Okay, sir. So the
15
title.
minutes you have been given.
Okay, sir. So the title of my today's presentation is Caste, Ecology and Nature in Arundhati Roy's The God of Small Things. So here, Arundhati Roy's The God of Small Things is a novel rich in lyrical language, temporal disjunctions, and social critique. Among its many themes, the narrative exploration of caste-based discrimination and its vivid natural setting stand out as a crucial to its emotional and political landscape. So the story unfolds in Ayamanan, Kerala, a region for its verdant backwaters, monsoonal rhythms, and colonial legacies. However, beneath its lush exteriors, a deeply enchanted caste system that governs the lives of its characters. So, by analyzing the representation of nature, environmental degradation, and spatial boundaries in the political novel, the study aims to unravel how ecology in the God of Small Things is deeply serving as both as a site of violence and the reservoir of resistance. So at first we will look into the caste and spatial ecology, the politics of place. In the God of Small Things, caste functions not only a social ideology but also a spatial practice. So the separation of people by caste is reflected in the geography of Ayamanan, who lives where, who walks where, and who can cross which boundaries. And the river Meniachel, the history house, and the I family home becomes the site where spatial border is both maintained and transgressed. So Veluda, the Dalit carpenter, is allowed to exist only within the section boundaries of invisibility, and his relationship with Ammu, a Syrian Christian woman from an upper caste, is not just a romantic transgression, but a violation of spatial and ecological boundaries. So the history house, a colonial remnant reclaimed by the family, becomes the stage for the transgression and ultimately Veluda's brutal punishment. So Arundhati Roy juxtaposes the spatial violence with natural description that raises such rigid demarcation, and the forest does not difference between high and low, nor does the river. Yet this romanticized inclusivity that is disrupted by human imposition. Nature then reflects both the utopian potential of boundarylessness and the dystopian reality of human enforced segregation. Next, we will look into the nature as witness and archive of trauma. One of the most powerful ecological metaphors in the novel is that of nature as witness. So the Meniachel River, a recurring symbol throughout the text, become an archive of personal and collective trauma. In this site of childhood exploration, illicit love and tragic death, it sees and remembers, silent, fluid, and ever-present. So the river becomes a living chronicle of the events with a kind of ecological memory. When Sophie Mall drowns, the river absorbs her body, just as it had previously carried the joys and dangers of the twins' childhood. So Arundhati Roy's poetic language imbues the landscape with an almost silently quality. The trees listen, the insects whisper, and the monsoons watches. And these anthropomorphic attributes reframe the natural world as an active participant in the story. Next, we will look into ecological caste capitalism, development as a violence. Arundhati Roy's critique extend to the encroachment of the capitalist and developmental interest on both ecology and Dalit lives. The pickle factory, also site of potential economic empowerment for Ammu and the twins, become the symbolic of failed dreams of explorative economics. The shift from local sustainable living to industrial production reflects broader national trends in post-liberalization India, where development often comes to the cost of environmental degradation and social displacement. Next, we will look into gender, caste, and nature, that is intersecting operations. So gender plays a critical role in Arundhati Roy's ecological and caste narratives, where Ammu, a woman considered both by the patriarchal and casteist norms, find fleeting liberation in her relationship with Velutha. And the novel also functions as a kind of archive reflecting the turbulent shifts in Kerala's socio-cultural and political climate during the 1960s. Throughout this dual narrative, the novel highlights how cultural and social contracts disciplines the body, compelling to its negotiate existence through the burden of shame and guilt, particularly resonate in the marginalization of Dalit identities. Ammu, a central character, is a victim of patriarchal oppression, having experienced for her the river emerged as a symbolic boundary, separating her complex inner life from her traumas. Then the twins, that is Rael and Esther, perceive the natural world with a sense of purity and wonder that underscore their innocence. So intrinsically, the word Ayamenan in Malayalam signifies both the mind of the subject and the object. And etymological nuisance allows for Ayamenan to interpret, symbolizing the mind's eye that captures the dual perception of place and memory. So this ambiguous objectivity contributes to the contrast between the childlike and adult point of view. So their sociological concerns began from just as the river central to the memories. And then political landscape, the ruins of the emperor. The physical landscape of Ayamenan is haunted by the specter of colonialism. The history house, once the colonial mansion, is both a literal and symbolic site of decay. And the forest around it begins to reclaim the structure, suggesting that nature resists both colonial and casteist control, slowly and silently. In this sense, Arundhati Roy engages in what called decolonizing the landscape, a literary process of reasserting local, indigenous, and subaltern voices in the narrative of place. So she populates the novel with the native plants, local myths, and vernacular rhythms, all of which resist the homogenizing force of imperial and nationalist ideologies. So we can conclude here that Arundhati Roy is the god of small things, is a masterful interweaving of caste, ecology, and nature. Through her description, tragic events, and symbolic landscape, Arundhati Roy crafts a world where the natural environment is intrinsically linked with human injustice and realism. Nature in the novel is never neutral. It is a witness, a participant, and sometimes a victim of the caste-based violence. So by reading this novel through a caste ecological lens, it uncovers a complex narrative that challenges dominant discourses of development, process, and purity. Arundhati Roy not only critiques the present but offers a poetic vision of alternative futures where memory is preserved not only in books and bodies but in rivers, trees, and soil. In doing so, the god of small things becomes not only a novel of social critique but also a call for ecological and caste justice on that remains urgently relevant in today's world of environmental crisis and entrenched inequalities. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rakhi. This is an interesting paper in which you have discussed about the relationship between caste, ecology, and other aspects of society. So yes, now I invite Subrata. Subrata, are you here? Subrat Haith. Okay. Next is Tapasri Ghosh.
सुब्रता सर आ गई हैं अभी जस्ट आ गई ज्वाइन कर लिया उन्होंने
Tapasri, can you hear me? Yeah, Tapasri is there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Would you like to begin your paper? You are given 15 minutes
Sure,
to
sir.
complete your paper. Yeah, please.
Sure, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, loud
Okay.
and clear. Please.
Okay. Sir, can you see my slides, my presentation?
Yeah, we can. It is visible. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to one and all present in this session. I am Tapasri Ghosh, currently working in JIS College of Engineering as a guest lecturer. It is my pleasure that I have been given a chance to present my paper in this session. The topic of my paper goes like this: environmental consciousness curates a life worth living now and forever, as we can see on this slide. So, why do we need to be conscious enough about your environment? Because it is for us that nature is getting impacted in a number of ways. The next slide that follows asks us to be naturally ourselves and let the environment be as natural as it is. The environmental nature and the human nature are now being constantly molded to get itself fit into a perfect frame. Less do we understand that the more we try to be perfect, the more imperfections we are delving ourselves into. Deforestation, which is thought to be the source of upgradation, is nothing but nature's degradation, which has an after effect on humankind. Initiatives like NAPCC, the full form of which we can see on the screen, have already been taken to control emissions, but the awareness is not strong enough to reach the villages, which is still far away from the city-like degradation. Moving on to the next slide. Now, as we move forward, we would try to investigate environment-related ideas through the lens of eco-criticism. Now, what is eco-criticism? As per William Rueckert, it is the application of ecology and ecological concepts in the study of literature. His notion of eco-criticism feels to be more restrictive to the science of ecology. Nevertheless, this paper will go beyond the scientific fence and look deeper into the emotional aspect between the two most correlating subjects within the universe, human and non-human. Nature unfailingly meets our demands unless it is exploited in an appalling manner. Nature even facilitates development, but it should not be the reason of its destruction. We should be sustainably utilizing nature's products to keep on utilizing it forever by balancing economic growth and environmental protection. As the definition of sustainable development, which is provided on the screen, has been articulated in Brundtland report published by WCED, the full form of which is already shown on the screen. Now, as we move further into the discussion, I would like to throw light on how literature ignites our high thoughts through the novel in concern, The Village by the Sea by Anita Desai. In this novel, we find that Leela and other women of the village trusts more on nature than on priests because it is the nature which has authorized them to make a living. They are the wives of fishermen, based on which they earn their living. And that is the reason probably they trust more on nature and less on human priests. The following slide, the fictional village of Thul is proposed to be an upcoming prosperous factory land, which demands a lot of striking downs and renovations. As we can see the quotation taken from the novel, they will cut it down, make it all flat, build the factory on top. However, how much people try to change nature and make it modern. It is the very human beings who likes to enjoy in the peaceful and serene greenery. As we find, De Silvas has built a house near the sea in Thule to rest in the lap of nature. Where humans fail to understand each other, Mother Nature invariably empathizes with us. Nature can speak only if we hear. As we find the two contrasting quotes on the screen, where the sisters are misunderstanding Leela, but it is the nature which is comforting her with all its might. Moving on to the next slide. The sight of a city like Bombay has been represented in this novel as crowded, monotonous, and professional. The two excerpts, which are taken from the novel, displays two pictures at opposite ends in the city, where the stars find it difficult to shine. In the village, even the spider webs glitter. Even after monetary gains, which Hari acquired in Bombay, he always wished to return to his village. Moving on to the next slide. It's high time we understand that catering only to material gains will make us feel the loss that we are making in the very near future. So to live life and not just to survive, we'll have to strike the right balance between utilizing the free resources and conserving them at the same time. As the Silvas keep coming back to enjoy the uninterrupted nature, as we find Hari's return to the village by the end of the novel, we understand how much we are indebted to nature to make us feel calm after handling the economic pressures of the demanding material world. As the novel ends with the lines shared on the screen, we seem to find the races as similar to the race of life, which has its end in its due time, and we are just left with nature to nurture us only if we bow down to it. So, here ending my presentation on the note that before all the greens turn grey, we will have to rise up against the cruel exploitation of the nature and let our environment live too. That's all from my end. Are there any questions which you would like to ask me?
Great. It was a very interesting paper, yours,
Thank you,
and
sir.
you have explored the relationship between space, place, and the whole notion of modernity in your paper. So
Yes, sir.
how the notion of space and place changes, and how that affects our understanding of nature, and how we constantly try to overpower nature and simultaneously want to be part of it. So this
Exactly,
is
sir.
one of the contradictions that you have explored in your paper. We'll
Hmm.
take up questions subsequently because we are running short of time.
Sure,
Let
sir.
other presenters present their paper, then we'll come back to you with questions.
Sure,
Right?
sir. Sure, sir.
Okay. Now, next speaker is.
Sir, I have a request actually. My name is Swasti Vishai. So can I
Yeah,
present the
you are.
paper now? Yeah, actually I have a meeting, important meeting after
Swasti.
this. So I would
Swasti.
like to present. Bishai.
You are
Swasti
Swasti.
Bishai.
Yeah,
Swasti
Swasti
Bishai.
Vishai. Yeah, okay. Just wait till your turn comes. There one more speaker. Sarmishta. Yeah, Sarmishta, please.
Actually I have an
My
important
Sarmishta.
meeting after this.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Actually I have an important meeting after this. So that's why I would like to present my paper after this.
There's an important meeting.
Okay,
Yes,
okay, no
right?
problem.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, please, Swati, just introduce yourself. You are research scholar, Central Institute of Technology, Kokrajhar, Assam, right? Okay, now your
Yes, sir.
topic is approaching the concept of love, a study of select poems of Pradeep Kumar Patra. Yeah, please go
Yes.
ahead. Your
The
time is
thing is,
12 to 15
am,
minutes.
am I audible?
Yes, please.
Is my screen visible to you all? Hello?
No, not visible. Yes, now it is.
Now it is visible, right?
Yes.
Can you see the full screen?
Yes, I can see.
Okay, fine. Thank you, sir. So first of all, let me introduce myself. I am Swasti Vishai, a research scholar at the Central Institute of Technology, Kokrajhar. And out of my research topic, I'm presenting a paper here today, and this is a matter of immense pleasure. And I'm very happy that today I, got this opportunity to present my paper here at Deshbandhu College under Delhi University. So first of all, let me introduce the very, title of my presentation, that is approaching the concept of love, a study of the select poems of Pradip Kumar Patra under panoramic Shillong and Summer's implications. So first of all, as you all know that this paper is based on the theme of love. So let me tell you that as poetry is the spontaneous overflow of powerful feeling, thus love is also the same. It always emblems us. Love is like the beautiful tapestry wound by the various colors of life. And love is spiritual, relational, physical, metaphysical in nature. Although there can be so many types of it, it's utterly, I would say, philosophical. So, first of all, love, in its most profound and intricate essence, serves as both a muse and mirror to the human condition. The poetic oeuvre of the poet Pradip Kumar Patra is a testament to this emotional force, skillfully portraying its many dimensions, whether be it the aesthetic heights of romantic devotion, the despair of unrequited affection, or the contemplative nuances of spiritual love. So, love emerges as a multifaceted force woven into the fabric of human experience with delicacy, depth, and intensity. Here you can see this is the picture of the poet Pradip Kumar Patra. And I must say, exploration of love goes beyond the traditional, offering a fresh perspective that resonates with the complexities of the human heart. Through his works, Patra opens up spaces for contemplation on love's power to transform, heal, and connect. Yet, he is also unafraid to explore its darker, more painful aspects like betrayal, separation, and unrequited desire, are thereby offering a more nuanced and holistic understanding of the emotion. This complexity is what makes Patra's poetry particularly compelling and resonates with readers as it speaks to the heart of human experience in ways both profound and accessible. Moreover, Patra's poetic exploration of love is not static, it evolves with each verse, presenting love not just as an individual feeling, but as something that is fluid, dynamic, and constantly in flux. So, now let me come to the objective part, and that is the objectives are the difference in between romantic life and spiritual love, and next is love as a multifaceted force blended with delicacy, depth, and intensity. The next is, can love go beyond the traditional boundary? Can love have the power to heal and reunite or transform things? The presence of love in human life and the importance of theme of love in the importance of the theme of love in the poetry of the poet, the Pradip Kumar Patra? Or does the poet eternalized love in his verses? So these are the objectives of my paper. Now let me quickly jump over to the critical aspect of this paper. And thus here I must say the concept of love in Pradip Kumar Patra's poetry is a multifaceted and deeply reflective exploration that resists simple definitions or idealized portrayals. Love in his works is neither the rosy, unaccompanied emotion often seen in conventional romantic poetry, nor is it a purely abstract philosophical notion. So in Patra's poetry, love is both a force of profound connection and a source of painful distance, operating in a space where longing and fulfillment coexist. So love serves as a means of both growth and destruction, pushing the lover to confront inner truths, vulnerabilities, and sometimes uncomfortable realities. Patra's exploration of love is marked by the constant tension between destruction and creation, as if love, in its most powerful form, simultaneously breaks down and builds up the human spirit. So now let me go to the next slide, and here I must say his verses breathe life into the complexities of human relationships, where love is not confined to a singular idealized expression but emerges as a multifaceted emotion marked by beauty, pain, desire, and loss. It is a powerful exploration of the human heart, capturing the many facts of love in a way that is both intimate and universal. So now let me go to the next slide. And here I must say that love as depicted in Panoramic Shillong and Summer Implication, these both are the poetry collections. So here love emerges as an ever-evolving force rooted in nostalgia, longing, and the quiet intimacy of existence. Through the uh, through the mist-laden hills of Shillong and the sultry embrace of summer, love manifests not merely as a passion but as a gentle undercurrent of memory, loss, and renewal. In Panoramic Shillong, Pradip Kumar Patra's poems, particularly Beauty and Benevolent Canopy, explore love as an inseparable force that binds human existence to nature, memory, and the soul's quiet contemplations. In Beauty, the another poem, Beauty, here love is presented as an intrinsic part of creation and admiration for the world's splendor, a poetic acknowledgement that love is not just found in human relationships but it is the essence of life itself. Similarly, in Benevolent Canopy, portrays the banyan tree as a symbol of sheltering love and unwavering nurturing presence that echoes the spirit of care, protection, and endurance. The tree, standing strong and expansive, mirrors a love that is resilient, giving, and eternal. So ultimately, Panoramic Shillong defines love as a force that transcends the transient, merging with the permanence of nature and memory. So likewise, the collection Summer Implications unfolds as an intricate interplay between longing, resilience, and quiet acceptance through the poems like A Rare Insight, Living Without Ambition, Swords of Speculation, Life, Poetry in Jeopardy, and so on and so forth. For example, I must say that in A Rare Insight, love is portrayed as an elusive truth, sometimes or something that is reveals itself in fleeting moments, yet remains beyond complete grasps. The poem Living Without Ambition further suggests that love, stripped of material expectations, flourishes in simplicity and stillness. Now, the source of speculation here, it questions the permanence of love, acknowledging its transient nature, while life, the another poem, embraces the inevitability of change, where love is as much about letting go as it is about holding on. Ultimately, these collections reveal love as an imprint, sometimes ephemeral, sometimes indelible, woven into landscapes, seasons, and soul's quiet reflections. Now, let me quickly come to the conclusion part, and here I would like to end my presentation after the conclusion. So, thus the theme of love in Patra's poetry invites readers to embark on a journey through the intricate landscapes of emotion, where love is not a singular unchanging force but a complex ever evolving experience. The symbols he uses, from the shattered mirror to the reborn phoenix, serve as metaphors for love's capacity to break us only to transform us in return. Now, the thing is, Patra's work pushes us beyond the confines of conventional romantic narratives, forcing us to confront love in all its raw, multifaceted reality. Through this, Patra's poetry ultimately calls for a more nuanced, mature, and reflective engagement with the concept of love, one that organizes it as a dynamic force, ever evolving and always open to redefinition. So here I would like to end my presentation, and here you can see both the picture of both the poetry collection. One is the panoramic Shillong, another one is the summer implications, and here is the bibliography part. And thank you all
Okay,
very
thank
much.
you so much. This is a very
Yes.
interesting paper on love and nature. Yeah, it's a very interesting paper. See, yeah, it's a very good paper. You are talking about creation, destruction in Patra's novel, but you have not dwelt into the process through which destruction and creation takes place. Because sometimes what happens, the love itself can destroy things, and then it creates in a different way. So, what is that process that that Patra is talking about in his novel? You have not discussed. So, that is a question open to you. So you can answer that question subsequently, because we have other speakers. Next in our list is Sarmista. You are there?
Okay, thank you, sir. I will remember that, and definitely I would like to add that. And first of all, I would like to say that these are the poetry collections, not the novels. And here he has depicted love in a very spiritual sense, actually.
That I understood, but the process through which the creation destruction takes place, he has not explained, or rather, you have not explained through that text, right? So anyway, that is a question to you. You
Yeah,
can
I will add that.
yeah,
Thank you, sir.
you can consider it later. So now, so Mr. Yeah, you want to sit here.
rather present standing.
Standing here, but we are live streaming. So yeah, we can stand here. Yeah, you can stay here. Sarmista is teaching in.
No, sir, I am currently not teaching.
Okay.
Independent research.
Okay, independent researcher. Okay, good. Please.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Sharmistha Roy. The title of my paper is Famine and Social Inequality in Bijan Bhattacharya's Navanna, an eco-Marxist reading. Set against the backdrop of Bengal famine of 1943, Bijan Bhattacharya's Nabanno is a realistic portrayal of rural Bengal's agrarian crisis and the capitalist exploitation of people and the environmental injustice in British India. Navanna, which means new harvest, emerged from India's leftist theatre movement using Marxist ideology to indict both colonial and feudal systems as agents of ecological devastation and human suffering. It was first performed in 1944 under the aegis of Indian People's Theatre Association (IPTA). The play captures the harrowing realities of Bengal famine in 1943, a man-made disaster that claimed millions of lives due to colonial mismanagement, wartime policies, and capitalist profiteering. While traditionally read as a Marxist critique of class oppression, Nabanno also offers a rich ecological narrative, intertwining the exploitation of land and labor in a manner that anticipates the contemporary Marxist eco-criticism. The play dramatizes the plight of the rural peasants caught in a web of colonial exploitation, capitalist greed, and utter disregard for local ecological issues. In Capital, Karl Marx observes that capitalism deranges the universal metabolism of nature by prioritizing surplus value over ecological balance. Eco-Marxism emphasizes the ways in which capitalist agendas and class struggle decussate the ecological concerns, environmental degradation, and exploitation of natural resources. Marxist eco-criticism was developed by scholars like John Bellamy Foster and Jason W. Moore, and more contemporary authors and critics like Lerom Madovoy and Serpil Opperman. It extends Marx's theory of the metabolic rift or the disruption of the natural as well as sustainable exchange between humans and the environment under the capitalist mode of production into literary studies. It analyzes how texts expose these dynamics, linking ecological crisis to class struggle and systemic inequality in society. It is a framework that examines how capitalism causes alienation of human and nature, commodifying natural resources and human labor for profit that benefits only the bourgeoisie and disproportionately harms the poor that rely on the land for survival. In the context of colonial India, this shift is materialized through imperialist extraction, forest degradation, forceful production of monocrop, and ultimately severing the bond between people and the land. Scholars like Rob Nixon argue that colonial regime imposed slow violence on colonized ecosystems and populations, a concept evident in the Bengal famine's gradual escalation through the policy failures and market manipulation. Bhattacharya's Marxist critique extends beyond local elites to indict the broader colonial system, revealing how capitalism and imperialism collude to degrade both nature and humanity. The British administration's indifference to Bengal's suffering, famously exemplified by Winston Churchill's reported dismissal of famine as a self-inflicted problem, underscores how ecological violence disproportionately targets the colonized populations, especially the rural poor. This paper argues that the metabolic rift, through its depiction of a ravaged landscape, ended this enfranchised peasantry. The British government mainly focused on cash crops for cultivation for capitalist gain. Farmers in most of the areas were forced to cultivate indigo, poppy, and other high-yielding crops instead of staple food and vegetables. This extractive economic policy that prioritized economic profit over people and the environment had a destructive impact on the land. The control of food grains by hoarders during the famine and the neglect of agricultural development by the colonial state resulted in a disconnection between the people and the environment. Besides, the condition of the female characters reflects the intersection of gender, class, and environmental issues. The condition of the women is far worse as they are subjected to further exploitation, which is evident by the human trafficking of Niranjan's wife, Binodini, and the two daughters of Chandor from the same village, Aminpur. Navannu revolves around the peasant family of Pradhan Somadar, who struggle to survive the famine, encapsulates the dual exploitation of land and labor. The play's title Navanno, which means new harvest, is ironic. juxtaposing the promise of abundance with the reality of barren fields and starvation. Bhattacharya opens with a rural Bengal stripped of its vitality, where, I quote, the fields lie empty and the rice is gone, unquote. The famine's artificial nature is a recurring theme in the play. Characters lament the hoarding of rice by landlords and merchants, with one peasant crying, I quote, they take it all away and we are left with nothing, unquote. This dialogue echoes Marx's critique of commodification, where nature's bounty is transformed into a market good, inaccessible to those who produce it. As the land fails to sustain them, the characters grapple with a profound sense of disconnection. Pradhan's wife mourns, I quote, the fields were our mother, and now she is dead. Personifying the land as a nurturing force lost to exploitation. This alienation is existential, eroding the peasants' identity as cultivators and reducing them to beggars in their own villages. Bhattacharya employs folk elements like songs, proverbs, and rural dialects to underscore this cultural loss. Early in the play, a song celebrates the harvest. I quote, the paddy bends now, the earth gives her gold. But in Act 4, these melodies turn mournful, with lines like, I quote, the wind sings of hunger, the earth is a grave. Novannu reflects the revolutionary mission of IPTA to bring social change through art and by rallying audiences against the famine's perpetrators. The play presents a strong indication of a possible uprising and suggests that reclaiming the land and its resources is a necessary response to the segregation amid people and continuation of different classes in society. Foster argues that in order to overcome the metabolic rift, we require a revolutionary restructuring of production relations, a corrective probability Bhattacharya gestures through his character's defiance. The surging rage against the hoarders is indicated in the cries of the peasants, we will take back what is ours, and it signals a nascent proletariat consciousness. The characters in the play eventually come together to resist the exploitation, and towards the end of the play, it is suggested that the land will be treated as a common resource and the farmers will harvest together. This play can also be aligned with Ramchandra Guha and Madhav Gadgil's analytical framework in This Fissured Land, where they critically examine the ecological changes and social conflicts during British rule. In the chapter Conquest and Control, the establishment of British colonial rule has been described as a period of fundamental changes in land ownership, resource management, and ecological practices. This highlights how British control transformed traditionally ecological relationships and access to the resources for local populations, potentially increasing their vulnerability to crises such as famines. In conclusion, I would like to say that in this play, Bijan Bhattacharya poses questions for the capitalist and colonial forces that forcibly alienate humans from nature and the land and its people for selfish motives. Through the description of a ravaged landscape, exploited peasants, and class differentiation, the playwright highlights the intersection of social injustice and abuse of nature. In today's world, if I may interject for a minute. Ma'am, can you give me 2 seconds because I'm just...
No, you don't have to finish. You can continue. You have to just admit one person.
Okay.
That person is just waiting.
Please,
can you just try? Ma'am, sorry for the
I only had 2 sentences.
Oh, okay.
Okay, just, please go ahead. Yeah.
Should I go?
Yeah,
please complete.
Okay.
Can you just wait?
In today's world, Novannu offers a lens to examine ecological issues like control over resources driven by global capitalism. Novannu not only documents a historical tragedy but also challenges us to rethink the human-nature relationship in an era of escalating environmental injustice, urging a collective and sustainable response. Thank you.
Yes, it's a very good paper connecting class-based analysis of literature and its relation to environment. Of course, you are mentioning about the colonial class system and how imperialist forces they are destroying our nature. Simultaneously, there is also another argument that the free market, because of lack of free market, the famine took place. Adam Smith is talking about that.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So that is also counter argument to what Marxist analysis is talking about. Similarly, in Odia literature, we have this is Nabanna, we call it Ha Anna. Ha Anna was also a novel written by, I forget his name, Kanucharan, and this is very parallel to that. And in one of the well-researched book by Vidyut Mohanty, she has explored into how this the British government, the local gentry, elites, they have collaborated to bring kind of famine.
Yeah, it is
into that,
man-made.
right?
It is man-made.
So it is basically
Because in that
man-made.
area,
Yeah.
the storms are very common.
Right.
It all takes
So
less
anyway,
relax.
that was a very interesting paper.
Thank you,
I
sir.
think you can explore that further into taking.
Okay, sir. I will just note down the name you just mentioned.
Yes, and you can do a comparative study of both Odisha,
Yeah.
because that is the time when both Odisha and Bengal, they are suffering from the same.
They still have this
Right.
problem, storm and
Of
flood.
course,
Yeah.
right? So anyway, so that is, thank you so much. Next speaker in our list is Sharmishta.
I'm sure.
You are Sharmishta, okay. Preeti Vats. Is Preeti Vats here? No. Bela? Yeah. Yeah, please. Yes. Hey, Devarshi.
सर एक और प्रेजेंटेशन आपका यहाँ पे आएगा प्रतिवत्स वो ज्वाइन कर रही हूँ
Preeti
हम
Vats is
थोड़ा
joining.
ट्रबल हो रहा है ज्वाइन करवाने में वी आर फेसिंग द नॉन सस्टेनेबल इवेंट we were told that this is a wonderful
No. PowerPoint. He has a pen drive. We can do it.
then it will be turned on PowerPoint तो दिखेगा I'm really sorry about the inconveniences if you have been very angry. Please don't use this. We understand. This is not sustainable. I keep telling people no online mode, please.
No. This is sustainable because we are not
No, sir,
using
this is not
any
sustainable.
power energy in this.
Sir, my energy is depleting as a
That is
resource.
good. That is sustain. You can sustain.
To start, what do I press to
Hello,
start?
sir.
Yes.
Hello.
Sir, आपको है
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
आपकी का presentation है nanotechnology. Yes.
Hello, sir. This is Shubhrata from your meeting.
Oh.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just missing the
Shubhrata,
link and I was not
okay,
able to
you
I
are
was not able to connect, right? So
okay, Shubhrata, right? Okay,
yeah,
now you are in. Now you are in. All right. So
okay,
after this
so
presentation, you'll present.
okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Sir, volume up करना है क्या इसका?
Volume. Yes. Now I invite Mr. Belal Ahmad Bhuiya. He'll be speaking on nanotechnology and environmental sustainability and ethical consideration. So he's delving into the realm of ethics. So please, Mr. Bhuiya, floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. And it's a great opportunity for me to talk something such
But you just sit down and
session.
you can.
And my title is Nanotechnology and Environmental Sustainability. Jure. Okay. Okay, thank you. And first of all, I'd like to introduce myself. I am Belal Ahmed Bhuiya. I'm research scholar of Delhi University Department of Philosophy. So, in this paper, I will explore the role of nanotechnology for the environmental sustainability. And in order to achieve this, this paper will investigate the application of nanotechnology in the environment with the ethical justification for the current environmental crisis. And as you know that the world population is growing at an accelerated rate, and the nanotechnology can help address the environmental issues, especially the current issues, and water production, energy use, the resources can also be resolved.
So is anyone waiting for the job? No, I think we have almost no one waiting here. So just go. Where is that? No, more. More. You haven't joined. No, it's not. No one is waiting here. Chat, participation. Waiting once. Yeah. Admit. You are here? Join? Okay. Please, go ahead.
Okay, in this article, I will, following those issues will be present. First, I will explain the sustainable nanotechnology, and secondly, to analyze the impact of nanotechnology on the environment, and thirdly, to expound the relation between society, technology, and environment. What is the relation between the three these identities? And finally, we will conclude that with some ethical framework for evaluating and moving forward with the development of the new technologies. So, as far we know that nanotechnology has a wide range of application in engineering, especially the interdisciplinary section. In this cases, the nanotechnology has directly on positive benefits on the environment and medicine. It also has an unexpected consequences, the negative effect on the environment, both inside the human body and in natural ecosystem. Science must be investigate the environmental and health consequence of this new technology while utilizing this sustainability, health and environmental benefits. And the recent technologies, advancements, and the new scientific instruments pertaining to socio-ecological system have produced new global context. And for this, the social sciences such as the political, sociological, and anthropological, and also the humanities disciplines such as the philosophy and the factual natural sciences such as biology, ecology, and the conservation are being called upon to connect and take on effort mention the difficulties. From the standpoint of the new ethical views, people are now being promoted by various and dynamic historical events to reevaluate their relationship with the environment and the particular with other livings. And in that case, I will skip the few things because I think it's too much contents here. I will just focus on the main part of this context. And for nanotechnology to prevent the serious and irreparable societal and environmental harms, we are forced to address the issues of nanotechnology in methodological manner, since any attempt to abandon it will increase the risk of the rather the lesson. I will skip all of those things because this is, I think, too much. And I will now explain the sustainable nanotechnology. As far we know that we live in a time of the global transformation, and the varieties effects of our lives are impacted and informed by those changes, both micro level, such as environmental, technological, climatic, and the geographical, and also the micro level, suppose our living beings and our small portion of this life. And in that case, we will evaluate this with the main definition. I would like to focus here that what is the sustainable nanotechnology is the research and the development of nanomaterials that have economic and societal benefits with little or no negative impacts. That means that there will be no negative impacts on the environment. And when we will apply in the environment, that will be the focuses on economic, ethical, and societal benefits, which is the main part of the any kind of sustainable development. And then we will focus the impact of the nanotechnology on environment, and it has focuses the two categories, and the one is the positive and another is negative categories. And I will skip the positive effects on the environment, and in that cases, the nanotechnology has positive effects on the economic, society, and environment. And the potential for major environmental benefits from nanotechnology includes improved air, water, and the soil quality, increased the precision manufacturing through waste reduction, clean, abundant power, and through the molecular cell. So I will skip also those applications. And the negative effects on environment, in that cases, the application of nanotechnology in methods such as environmental sensors, social remediation, agricultural pollution reduction, the quality of the air and the land, and those are the negative effects on the environment. And all of the negative effects on the environment has a great opportunities. And now the nanotechnology and the environmental protection. How the environmental pollution can be protection by the nanotechnologies. In that case, the nanotechnology can be used in 3 different periods, and the reducing the current human impact on the environment, preventing or lessening the future environmental impacts, and reducing the use of raw materials are some ways that can help the repair the harmful activities which are related with the environment. And in that case, the following statement and of the NNI is also reduced for this. And what is the relationship between the society, technology, and the environment? And in that case, we can apply in this environmental, especially the nanotechnological issues on the society. And when we will use the technology in the society, at the same time, it will be a great benefit for the environment. That the part has explained here. The way human civilization and the environment interact and the relate to one another is always changing, because the society is always changing, as we know, and the people with a wide range of values, interests, and the skills and use modify the environment, which is highly evaluated. And nanotechnology has a wide range of societal ramification across the law, ethics, culture, medicine, and the environment. And in that case, and this part is the sustainability and ethical concern, the moral concern, which is the main part of this section or this paper. And our challenge is to learn how to live in those environments in a way respects in their differences while being the moral technologies. And technology can be used to address the environmental issues in a number of ways. To solve the specific problem, you must first measure it. And in that case, we will discuss the environmental issues from the technological and the moral and ethical perspective. And if we analyze the ethical issues, especially the 3 main areas of environmental nanotechnological research, which are explain the environmental measurement, sustainable materials and resources, and the sustainable process. And the ethical dimension of nanotechnology from epistemological point of views, it can be divided into 3 areas. And first of all, that is the naturalistic areas, which can be explained the participants of the Aristotelian concept of human nature. And the second one is the consequentialism, which another the theory of the philosophical. But both those theories are not applied for the human, because the nanotechnology which is being regulated by the human beings. So human beings are responsible for the pollution of the environment. But the nanotechnology as a engineering ethics, that is not the responsible for the environmental pollution. And another theory, which is the deontological approach, is equally inappropriate for the technological ethics. In this instance, this is issue that actors, either the participate unconditional duties right way do such kind of activities. And if we would like to briefly, there are the significant challenges when applying the conventional ethical concept to the nanotechnology models, such as the naturalistic, consequentialistic, and the deontological ethics were developed with the ideas of the human beings. They are not on the ethical perspective. Now the question is, what kind of the ethical term would be appropriate for this? And in this section, we would like to amplify the ecocentric perspective. Biocentric or ecocentric perspective would be better for the environmental. We can remove the environmental pollution. An ecocentric point is viewed that the examination of an ecosystem over time, such as a forest or the coral reef, and the ecosystem or biocentric or ecocentric point, if we can apply on the environment, and especially for the nanotechnology, and that it will be get greater benefit for the environment. And recommendation for the future of nanotechnology, that would be we can apply the ensuring the transparency and ethical consideration in evaluation, especially engaging the stakeholder who are the policy maker, decision making are relevant in this case. And another point is that the code of conduct and ethical guidelines for nanotechnology, how we can apply the nanotechnological issues on the environment, and the code of conduct and guidelines, and it should be professional and integrity, and the conflict of resolution mechanism, and those issues must be remained to implement any kind of policy making on the environment. And another perspective, that is as far you know that the nanotechnology is totally an interdisciplinary approach, and interdisciplinary all of the other professionals, the field of natural science and humanities must be collaboration in such kind of issues: physical, chemical, mathematical, biological, engineering, philosophical, ethical, economic, and all aspects interaction must be necessary. And especially for the nanoethics, will contribute to improve of our human conduct. And concluding remarks, and in this part, I'd like to say that it is morally right for us to respond the development of nanotechnology for the benefit of the both current and future generation. The ethical principles of responsibility, obligation, justice, fairness are involved in such kind of the nanotechnology. And more than its drawback, we expect that nanotechnology will be more constructive and it will be more implementation to the humankind. And finally, I'd like to quote a quotation from Noam Chomsky: optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. So I'm, as a person, we are always optimistic, and we believe that nanotechnology will be more and more efficient for the humankind, and which will be a great approach for the environmental sustainability. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your presentation goes into a different hyperbole altogether, because here we're talking about literature. Please have a seat. And because here we're talking about literature, and your thing is entering into an ethical dimension. Of course, it's talking about sustainability, but you are talking about the heart of your paper is the contradiction between nature and culture and technology. Technology is what is called culturally developed knowledge, right? So nanotechnology is not our cultural developed knowledge; is coming from somewhere else. And how we are adapting it, that becomes a cultural issue altogether. So this is number one. Number two, your division of sustainability and the ecological order, that is a slightly problematic in the sense that you can distinguish between what is called a topophilic approach and biophilic approach. There are two different things. The topophilic approach is coming from your environmental consciousness, where you are relating yourself to the sense of place. But biophilic is coming from the architecture study, where you are entangled within the environment. This entanglement, it's coming from Freud. The biophilic approach is coming from Freud, and here it is coming from Heidegger, topophilic approach, right? So Ralph also, so they are dwelling into place and the relation of man, human being with the nature. That is topophilic. And biophilic is coming from architecture, Freud, and the psychoanalysis of your existence. So in this sense, how do you relate your technological innovation to topophilic or biophilic? And that's how you can connect your thing to ecological sustainability. And you can dwell into literature also, because there, if you look at Lefebvre, then he is talking about how space is constructed every day. And there was a paper on question of city. He says city is homogeneous. City is not homogeneous, right? City changes constantly itself, and the waves coming and going away. The moment you look at the city now of Delhi, there is a lot of change, right? So that creates a kind, and technology is helping that change to reshape it. Look at flyovers, look at all those things that have been constructed and that have changed the whole nature of Delhi. And that also has a relation to environment. So if you look at all these aspects, that will create a broad picture of what is called nature, technology, and culture, right? So this is my comment. Okay, sorry, went a little beyond that. Anyway, so now next speaker is they have joined a little late. Preeti was. Is Preeti here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here.
Yes, Preeti.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sorry for interrupting, sir. Actually, may I present my paper, because I'm an institution. I have to, come go out of the institution. It's almost I'm getting late actually. So, pardon for problems.
Sir, I won't take
Preeti,
more.
please go ahead. You have
Sir,
12 minutes. We're
Yes.
sorry we began a little late, and I think you faced little difficulty connecting
Yes, sir.
with us. So please, Preeti.
Yes, sir. Sir, I wanted to share my screen.
Yeah, she needs to share.
She'll do it. She can do it.
Yeah. Is it, sir, is it visible?
Yes, you're audible, please.
So my screen is visible?
Yeah, visible. Yes, please.
First of all, sir, I would like to thank all of you to giving me this opportunity to present my papers. I'm a little nervous because it's the first time, but still I'll try my best to present it in the best way and make you all understand my point of view regarding sustainability. Shall I
Yes,
start?
please.
Yes, sir.
Please, yes.
Yes, sir. Sir, as we all know that rapid population growth in our country is threatening the entire environment through expansion and intensification of agriculture, uncontrolled growth of urbanization and industrialization, and destruction of natural habitat. It is one of the major cause of environmental degradation, this overpopulation, which adversely affecting the natural resources and the environment globally. And so here, the Indian subcontinent literature, many books, poems, and the other literary writings from different writers describing natural habitat like rivers, forest, animals, and human relationship and human with nature's relationship. Many ancient texts teaches us to respect and worship all the creation of gods and live in harmony with the nature. It is the moral responsibility of each one of us to take care of our natural resources in such a way that our action do not harm the planet and future generation can live well too. If we take the example of Indian mythology, they offered inspiration and hope during difficult times. If we'll go back to the times and look at the ancient times, where our Indian mythology books, the epics like Mahabharata or the Ramayana, which guides us to how to navigate life challenges and uncertainties. Furthermore, they often used to convey important lessons and teaching through symbolism and allegories. And by exploring these kind of stories, folklores, people could reflect on their own lives, choices, and relationship, gaining insight into the human experiences and complexities of the world. And here today I'm talking about the population issues, and I'm comparing today's population issues with the ancient time. My topic is excessive procreation and its environmental impact. I'm taking the character of Gandhari from Mahabharata, her role in the Mahabharata as a symbol of unsustainable development. So this paper will explore Gandhari's role in the Mahabharata as a symbolic figure representing unsustainable growth and excessive human creation, emphasizing the ecological and ethical ramification of her actions. Gandhari, in the Mahabharata, Gandhari, the queen of Kuru dynasty, gave birth to 100 sons and 1 daughter. The Kauravas through the supernatural process. This extraordinary event, which stretches the natural boundaries of human conceptions of birth, symbolizes more than just an expansion of the Kuru family. Through Gandhari's story, the Mahabharata subtly critique unchecked growth and excessive human procreation, offering a cautionary tale about the ecological and moral consequences of unsustainable practices. This paper examined how Gandhari's motherhood served as an allegory for the environment impact of overpopulation and overconsumption, drawing connection between her narrative and modern ecological concerns. The Mahabharata, a reproductive endocrine chronology in 2016, Bharti Kalra, Manash Barua, and Sanjay Kalra, they talked about in their journals, Indian journal, the endocrinology and the metabolism, the prolonged gestation in terms of modern medical literature may arise from range of psychological and physiological causes. The longest record pregnancy is reported to have lasted for 375 days. In this context, it is plausible that Gandhari's extended pregnancy, as described in Mahabharata, represent the case of pseudosciences, If we look at in today's world, the medical science has introduced the IVF, that is the test tube babies, which is not new. Basically, it was there in the ancient time. And during the ancient time, Gandhari has given birth to 101 children in one time. The epic described her as having the prolonged gestation, after which she gave birth to a lump of immovable flesh. As a legend goes, the fetus was divided into 100 pieces and they were preserved and incubated and in the jars, and they finally 101 children were born one by one. Gandhari pregnancy is marked by an unnatural extension of time, where she carries her children for extended period before giving birth. This delay can be seen as symbolic of overconsumption and overproduction in the context of modern environmentalism. The birth of 100 sons represent the Kauravas can be interpreted as a critique of overpopulation. And that overpopulation at that time, as we all know, leads to the massive and this catastrophe at that time, which was the Kurukshetra war, the Mahabharata war. And an issue that remains highly relevant in the contemporary discussion about the environmental today also, that as we can see that a lot of people, the population is growing day by day, right? The consumption of resources are is getting, of course, the people are consuming more and more resources and they are using it. So Gandhari's inability to produce her children naturally represent the failure to respect of natural rhythm of life, mirroring humanity tendency to disrupt natural system through technological and industrial means. Now, Gandhari's, if you'll see that suffering that Gandhari had during that time, throughout the epic, from the burden of bearing so many children to her grief over the death of her sons, highlight the moral consequences of the excessive creation, just as the environment bears the burden of human overconsumption. And my papers draw the connection between Gandhari's experience and contemporary issues such as climate change, deforestation, and the overuse of resources. In both the cases, the excess leads to the eventual destruction, whether it will be the downfall of the entire dynasty of Kauravas, or in today's world, if we talk about the contemporary world, the collapse of the ecosystem. We can see, it is evident around us that the lot of natural calamities going around. If you'll see, recently we had an earthquake. If you'll see the tsunamis and volcanoes and earthquakes are happening all over the world. These are the result. Of course, overpopulation is one of the major issues for that. And if we'll not balance the system, ecosystem, and if we'll not be able, then we'll not be able to survive for a very long time. I mean, even if our planet is not safe. And to conclude, sir, Gandhari's story in the Mahabharata offers profound insight into the consequences of unsustainable growth, both in terms of human population and environmental impact. Her narrative warns against unchecked procreation and consumption, symbolizing the ecological cost of ignoring natural limits. Through Gandhari's sufferings and eventual downfalls of the Kauravas, the epic suggests that the destruction of natural balance and ethical, unethical, the paper ethical responsibilities of inevitable leads to the societal and environmental ruin. The paper argues for the broader understanding of Gandharis as a symbol of ecological ethics and emphasize the need of sustainable practice, both in leadership and in our relationship with the environment. Thank you, sir. I would have presented it in more broader way, but I would wanted to keep it brief because the other participants are also there.
Yes, that is very, very interesting. Thank you so much, Preeti, for your comparing the Mahabharata with environmental sustainability and unsustainability. I think there is a problem in the sense that population doesn't necessarily lead to unsustainability. May not be, because it depends how you manage your population in whatever ways. So it is coming, of course, if you talk about agricultural society, that because of growth of population, you had land division, you have smaller holding of land. Of course, that is true. But how to connect that moving away from that agricultural place to urban society and delinking themselves from the urban and rural society, so that becomes a major problematic area that one needs to explore through through the Mahabharata. So in Mahabharata, it is set up in a very different ecological setting, right? The Kauravas, the Pandavas, they are not fighting because of unsustainability, but because of the grabbing of the opportunity to control the kingdom, so that they can control the nature simultaneously. So anyway,
Sir, I would like to add something to your point. Sir,
Yeah.
it's not about only the resources. It's about the moral values and ethics, which Gandhari was trying to give to her children, but she failed in a way. Right? And similarly, in today's world, if you see, the people do not have that civil sense, because of their overcrowded, the capacity of Delhi, if we talk about, is less, and because this is overpopulated, a lot of the consumption, there is a scarcity of water, and what is happening in the Yamuna is because of the people do not have those moral values.
We'll come back to this question again. Let the last speaker have the last word of this session. Yes, now I invite Subrat Haid. Yes. Sorry, Preeti, just to interrupt. We'll come back. We'll come back. Let the last speaker speak. Then we'll come back for this.
Sure, sir.
Yeah. So yes, Subrata, are you here?
Yes, sir. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible. And I invite Subrata to present his paper. His paper is on a conversation for natural conservation, reading green consciousness in Rabindranath Tagore's Bola. Yes, Rabindranath Tagore was missing from the text.
Yes,
so
sir.
Without Rabindranath Tagore, we cannot complete our sustainability. Yes.
Okay.
Please.
So may I present my PPT by
Preeti,
sharing?
could you just take down your PPT? Yes, Subrat.
Okay, I am okay. Let Preeti first remove that so that I can share.
You want a PPT presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please go ahead. Preeti, just take down this that is visible on screen. Your conclusion is visible on screen, so Subrat cannot present his PPT. Yes.
Okay,
please, Subrat.
Sir, is it visible, the PPT?
Yes, visible.
Okay. So let me start. Before that, let me introduce myself. I am Subrata Haid from West Bengal, and I am now a guest lecturer at UVM Newtown, Kolkata. And today's topic is, as sir mentioned, that without Rabi Thakur, we even cannot imagine about, propagating the nature or talking about that, right? So as you can see my title, A Conversation for Natural Conservation.
Sorry, Subrat, sorry to interrupt you. Could you just be a little louder?
Okay, now sir, it's okay now?
Fine, it's fine.
Okay. So as I was mentioning, that the title itself speaks that we need to be conscious about the nature, to protect it or to utilize it in a safe and wise way, right? So I will move on to the next slide. The first point is whether we have to nurture or capture the nature. What are the main benefits? What are the main function of being a human being? Right. So the funder, I have just infused the word, the funder environmental duty to nurture, to take care of our natural surroundings. It is our fundamental duty to take care. Okay, I have just mentioned in my abstract that I have put there. And the second point is the awakening of the green consciousness. And the third point, I will move on to the striking the balance between utilization and demolition. As I was mentioning, that we need to strike a balance and we need to draw the line where we can stop or where we can use the nature efficiently. Just cutting down the trees, the wanton felling of the trees are not acceptable in that matter. Right. So, okay, we need environment, we need nature or anything, any resources. We have to utilize it in a very brave way, not affecting the nature to that very extent. Okay, moving on to the next one, I would like to just add a thing that we, nature beyond the scientific realm, we all know how to deal with nature in a scientific way. We have all learned since our childhood. But through the literature, that's a different essence to learn. Firstly, the influence of literature on environment is immense, and none other than Ravi Thakur can be an epitome of bringing the nature on the central. And the next point says that literature a handbook to provide consciousness to the unconscious. It's like providing the light to the darkness, so that whoever are destroying the resources or punishing the nature in their own way can kind of gain consciousness by reading literature. Whoever any sort of literature, a literature can also be a a postcard or any poster on the wall. Moving on to the next one, my paper also deals with the human nature relationship and at the same time emotional connectivity. If we are not so sensitive or if we not empathize with the nature, we cannot connect as human being to the nature itself. That's why we need emotional connectivity. Moving on to the next one, next slide, I have introduced how Tagore propagated nature within literature. And as we all know that in our Bolpur Shantiniketan, it was just a one-time achievement for Tagore and for all the all the nature lovers. Or he introduced the open classrooms that was very unique at that time period, and he also influenced his students. At present day scenario too, whenever we visit it or see any video, we can easily get the visualization that how the sustainability is maintained there in Shantiniketan. The next point says the same thing, actually, the environmental sustainability in Tagore's philosophy, how he philosophized the the protection, the conservation of nature in his own way. He was very unique at that period of time, and we, being the follower, being the admirer of Ravi Thakur, we are still following in one or other way. Then imparting sustainability, living and environment stewardship. That's the main point. Whether we need to cultivate the relationship between nature and human beings in such a way that we can kind of provide a meaningful essence to that relationship. Just cutting down the trees, as I mentioned, I will also take the help of a poem by Jeev Patel on killing a tree, where he deliberately mentions uh, that how heinous a crime, how easy a job is a jab of knife felling the tree. Anyway, moving to the next slide, I have just mentioned to excerpt from different lines in both the English and Bengali language. To anything translation form is not so uh, tastier than the original form. So So I have mentioned I will read out loud the Bengali part that রবি ঠাকুর goes on saying, আমার ভাইপো বলাই তার প্রকৃতিতে কেমন করে গাছপালার মূল সুরগুলোই হয়েছে প্রবল। ছেলেবেলা থেকেই চুপচাপ চেয়ে চেয়ে দেখাই তার অভ্যাস, নড়ে চড়ে বেড়ানো নয়। লাইক হাউ বলাই was a sensitive child, how being a আমরা অ্যাডাল্টরা being a adult we cannot connect the nature. He always trespass through the grass. But how Bola used to connect, he used to observe silently to the nature. At the same time, I have again added another line where he mentioned প্রতিদিন ঝুঁকে পড়ে পড়ে তাদেরকে যেন জিজ্ঞাসা করে তারপরে তারপরে এবং তারপরে তারা ওর চির অসমাপ্ত গল্প, লাইক দে ওয়ার his childhood friends. He used to play with them. He was not able to connect with, otherwise he used to harm the environment or to disturb or what should I say, inflict the nature. He was very sensitive and he became silent with that. His emotional attachment to plants, especially the sapling. The story revolves around the sapling, the cotton silk plant, centering around which the emotion of Bola is so much into it. Whenever, even if after he went to abroad studies, he was so well connected with his roots, quote unquote roots. Moving to the next slide, we have the thematic. What thematic extractions can we receive from Bola? What we can learn from this famous masterpiece? Human-nature relationship, as I have mentioned earlier too, the natural conflict, quote unquote, the natural conflict means whether we have to be practical or sensitive. Yes, we have to be practical. I agree as a citizen of India or of the world, but at the same time, we need to be a bit sensitive towards the nature rather than being deliberately having the practical sense of mind or scientific sense of mind. Next, we are getting the loss of innocence. This loss of innocence not only happens with Bolai, but also to the the saplings or the nature who are very innocent, who cannot even talk, who cannot even show the pain inflicted to them. Next, we have the nature as a living entity, not just as a resource. Just I mentioned that we too we have the sense that nature have the like the living things or the animals, plants do have a life. So we need to focus on that also. Even if personally, whenever I pluck some flower, even if for the puja purposes, my heart just cry why I am just plucking this. But I have to do the needful. Moving on to the eco-critical view slide. This is very important that we have to view the eco-critically and ecologically in Bolai, where we have to maintain the anti-anthropocentrism approach, where we shouldn't place the human as the center and the nature as the other aspects. And at the same time, emotional and psychological impact of ecological destruction, which happens to now the foreshadowing of the environmental ethics. These are, being a citizen, we are human beings. God has created us to create the moral responsibilities to provide good kind words towards the non-living things. Wherever the weaker section of the society, be it plants or animals, we have to treat them equally. We have to treat them very sensitively, not to utilize or exploit them. The very word, the exploitation, we shouldn't exploit them. That's the message of Rabi Thakur's Bolai mainly. And the final line is silence of nature and the voice of the child. As soon as the cotton silk tree was cut, the nature was silenced. At the same time, the voice of Bolai shut there. Moving on to the next, I would like to introduce some other works rather than Bolai, which are very important and very very famous in terms of Tagore. He used the same philosophy in his Tapobon, the forest, or Chinnopatra, torn leaves, Devota, the forest deity, and fireflies at the same time. Now, to conclude, I have just to say that we need to conserve, we need to follow the process of conservation to the extent that we have to strike the balance, and we need to look at Tagore's philosophy into timeless insights, into conversation, how he has incorporated those timeless insights, how he has maintained that formula to create the essence, to glorify the nature in his works. The last one, we need to understand the ecological term, that this is a reminder that we should nurture the nature, not to destroy them. We should nurture them emotionally. We should nurture them culturally at the same time with the ethical POV. And our main attempt, all of this leads to the final, the final destination, which is to key to save the planet. We are installing ACs in our institution and in our homes, and that's very important. But at the center, we need to be ethically, correct how much the amount of installing there, or the strike the balance between the technology and at the same time the emotional aspect of the environment. I'd also like to add just one line to during the COVID times, we are all aware of the fact that how environment breathes, how the mother nature was happy at the time. Sorry to say about the pandemic situation was not so good for us, but still, I just contradicted the situation. So that's it for my presentation. If there is questions to be asked, you can ask, and that's it. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. As you know, Tagore is not just a poet, he was a cosmopolitan in his approach to studying everything.
Yes.
Not only human beings, he also studied nature. That was the interesting part that you have brought out in your paper. We have completed our presentation, and now don't have much time. Rather, we don't have time to discuss each paper. I think one proposal that I can offer you right here is that we have a journal which is ISSN based, and it is the third volume we have due in December. So if you can develop your paper and publish it in our journal, it's called Deshbandhu Journal of Social Sciences. So if you can publish it, then I will have more ample opportunity to read it and comment on your paper, and you also can have a publication of your own. So that with that offer, I thank all the presenters. I'm extremely apologetic about the inconvenience that is caused to all of you during your presentation. So technology has its negative side, and this is one of them. Sometimes it works, sometimes doesn't work. So with that, I thank all my and thank you. We'll meet again sometimes when the next international seminar that we'll be doing on the sustainability and literature. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.